It's absolutely clear that these tourists were targeted, they were singled out by religion and then shot at indiscriminately. Rahul Shivshankar, the question is, India needs to be doing something and India needs to be seen as doing something. Of course, no one is calling for a knee-jerk reaction, no one is saying we should go to war, but we can't afford to be seen as sitting on our hands.
We should have been doing something actually. Yeah. You know, we are now talking reactively. What were we doing prospectively? Everyone seems to be now telling us that, look, this was a coordinated terror attack, this has been planned meticulously, etc., etc. What do our security agencies do? I'm sorry, but certain questions have to be asked. You know that Kashmir is bouncing back to normalcy. Thousands of tourists from mainland India are visiting there, from other parts of the state are visiting there. There are certain areas which are very sensitive. General Munir is spewing venom in Pakistan, clearly urging people to take some sort of reprisal action against India along communal lines. This is a sensitive religious place. Pahalgam is not to be viewed in isolation. You have a foreign dignitary visiting. You have, on top of it, the Prime Minister in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. If anyone wants to prove that there is no normalcy, that the people haven't accepted the status quo ante that exists as of now in the valley, what would they do? Especially if they had to message governments around the world, including the United States, they would strike now. What's the point of bolting the stable doors after the horses have, locking up the stable doors after the horses have bolted? This is a repeat of everything that happens at smaller levels in Kashmir over the last months. We've had a spate of terror attacks after Article 370 was abrogated. Let's be honest about it. And some of those killings were also targeted killings. It's not as if this whole pretense or patina of Islamist terrorism has fallen by the wayside. And let me tell you, Zaka, and this is something that please anyone can check. There was a speech, there was an interview that was given a few months ago by a member of parliament from Srinagar called Aga Rahul Mehdi. And he said, you see, I view this revival of tourism in the valley as a cultural invasion, if you please. These are his exact words, cultural invasion. He's the same chap, same misanthropic individual. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit carried away and I'm using a strong adjective here. A person who clearly doesn't love humanity or the rest of the people, citizens of India, who marched in the streets of Srinagar at the head of a funeral procession for Islamist terrorist Hassan Nasrallah of the Hezbollah. Same person. And when people like me asked, why are we actually pretending that there is normalcy, that we can actually bring this place back to a degree of quietude, peace, we were told that we were barking up the wrong tree. A person who today views Indian tourists who are coming to the valley as cultural invaders is sitting in our parliament. Who put him there?
Okay. I want to go across. I think we have an NC representative from Mr. Imran Nabi Dhar. Mr. Dhar, I don't want to get into the politics of it. There's always tomorrow for that. But surely your party, which runs the government there, the government of the Union Territory, and the Chief Minister has put out a very strong statement of condemnation. Surely you would appreciate that tourists who were indiscriminately targeted, called out by religion and fired upon by these automatic machine guns, surely the Indian government, the Indian state can't be seen as doing nothing in the face of this.
For Kashmir, I have no words to express my shock and disbelief over this incident that has happened in a place where I have never heard.
I think we lost Mr. Dar there. I mean, once again, platitudes, you see, Zaka, this is what I'm trying to say. These are platitudinous remarks. The first question that we should actually ask Mr. Dar and others from the national conference is, will they continue to want to engage Pakistan? If Pakistan is the fount of terror, Why does everyone in the run-up to this great election that we held in the valley talk about, and they made it a massive issue. Many people said we should resume trade, cross-border trade, we should reward Pakistan. For what? For this? And then we come around and we get really upset when horrible incidents like this happen. I don't know, Anand, but I feel that the first question that should be asked to the National Conference and other people from the valleys, will they take a stand against Pakistan? Will they call it out for what it is? It's Islamist terror. We've had people like Mehbooba Mufti who constantly talks about, in the context of the Waqf Act or any other legislation that is passed, that we are becoming a Hindu Pakistan, that India is becoming a place where Muslims can't live in
Rahul,
peace.
Just one second. I think
question.
Anand's got one of the victims' wives,
I think
relatives.
She's on the phone. Namaste. Okay, I think we've already recorded the conversation. Let's just listen in.
No, myself and my son are not at all hurt. We are absolutely all right. But we have lost our husband in front of our eyes.
What exactly did the attackers say to you, ma'am, during the entire attack? Did they threaten anything? Did they offer a chance for you and your son to escape or anything?
No, they didn't. If अगर वो हमें मारना चाहते तो हम वो मार सकते थे, क्योंकि मेरे पति उन्होंने दूर से मेरे पति को मारा पहले.
Okay.
शूटिंग दूर से हुआ.
Okay.
जब मेरे पति के when my son came near our husband, he was no more. Okay. So that terrorist, he was handling he was taking a big gun, and he was near to us. So I shouted at him, "You have killed my husband, so you please kill me also." Even my son also said, "एक कुत्ते मेरे पापा को मारना, हमें भी मार दो." So he said, "No, tell to Modi." He said like that, and he went away.
Okay, Mom.
If he wanted to kill us, he would have killed, but he didn't kill us. Okay. Actually, according to me, they have targeted only male, because no female have hurt.
Okay.
But if they have hurt accidentally, but mainly they have targeted men.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, were there any other family members with you? Who have you actually come with to Kashmir, ma'am?
Sorry?
Who else have you come to Kashmir with, ma'am, apart from your husband?
Only three of us.
Okay.
My husband, me, myself, and my son.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to see what are the preparations to come back home, ma'am. Is the district administration in touch with you?
Yes, they are helping, and I have gone from Karnataka, Srinagar, कर्नाटक के MP राघवेंद्र सर ने हमें फोन किया था, और बैंगलोर के MP तेजस्वी सूर्या सर यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कल मुझे मीट करेंगे. सब लोग मुझे हेल्प कर रहे हैं. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मेरे हेल्प कर रहा है, और यहाँ के लोग भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे तो कॉल आया मेरे गांव से.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking, ma'am. I'm sorry to hear the news. I hope you find the strength. Thank you so much.
So that was the wife of one of the victims, Manjunath, who was a tourist, I think from Shimoga in Karnataka. He was one of the first people to be shot dead. Anand, you heard the wife say that they could have killed the women and children as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just the fact that they chose people, singled them out by their religion, but also singled out the men.
Yeah.
And she says that one of the terrorists told her husband before killing him, "Jao jaake Modi se bolo."
It was the son. It was the son who said, "You've killed my father. Now you kill us too." And he turns around and says, "Jao jaake Modi ko bolo." So this is the kind of hate that's being perpetrated, and this is pure Hindu messiah that's at play. Now the point is, Bharat and Bharatiya have to decide that Hindus will be sorted, picked out, their houses burnt, they will have to flee their homes either in Bangladesh, in Murshidabad, or they will be sorted out and they will be picked and then they'll be gunned down and killed in Pahalgam. And should we all as a nation sit there and keep watching? This is a straightforward question. What is the message we are going to send to the world? Are we a strong nation that no one dare mess with, or are we a nation who will keep getting punched like this, who will keep getting bullets like this, and then we'll just move on after crying for a few days? Riyasi is forgotten. What has happened? So avenging those people, killing down those who gunned down at Riyasi, does that then square the things? That they settle matters? Where are they coming from? Who's this fountainhead? And should that fountainhead not be done away with forever? These are strategic questions where Bharat as a nation, a whole nation approach is important. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in Srinagar. Rahul, you were talking about the law and order being under the control of the central establishment. Time and again, there have been indications that there are holes. There are 70 foreign tourists, FTs, who are holed all across Jammu and Kashmir. Should we not go all out? And this is not so far away from the Amarnath. This is from the Amarnath Yatra. If they can perpetrate this, they can go ahead. They have shown, they have come out and said that they don't care for the livelihood of the common Kashmiri. They don't care what happens to Jammu and Kashmir. They have come here only to sort out the Hindus. Now, how is Jammu and Kashmir? How are the people of Jammu and Kashmir going to respond? A. How is the government of Jammu and Kashmir going to respond? B. C. What happens to the Amarnath Yatra? Are they going to say, sorry, you are at your own mercy, we got no guarantee for your life and you're at peril? 4. What is the central government's going to be a response? 5. What is whole of nation response? Why are we saying whenever a foreign dignitary comes here, we should be worried that there should be someone they could perpetrate an attack? Be it in Delhi during Trump's time, what happened, riots happened, or be it Bill Clinton or JD Vance in Jammu and Kashmir. Why is it that those forces who are inimical to us, General Atta Hasnain, please tell me, why is it that those forces who are inimical to us cover and shiver whenever a foreign dignitary visits us? They should not have the courage to get out of their burrows because something will happen to them. Only then we'll be a strong nation, sir. How is the world going to take us as a strong nation till the time we hit back and we hit them even before they think about hitting us?
No one has answers to those questions at the moment, because all of us do assume that there's a degree of creeping normalcy coming back into Kashmir. We are hoping for an impending very fine tourist season, but obviously this action has been planned very meticulously, coordinated with the particular diplomatic gestures which were going on in terms of the visits, the Prime Minister's visit, etc., and even to the extent that it's been done by people wearing fatigues, which is essentially a false flag, an attempt to show a false flag, exactly the manner in which it was done in Pulwama. So this has been a pattern here. This happened in Chittu Singhpura too in the year 2000. So this has been a pattern here over the years. See, at the end of the day, we can all get very angry. I am myself seething absolutely. But I know from a rational mind that you cannot have knee-jerk reactions. We have to think this through. Let the government take its decisions. The Honorable Home Minister is in Srinagar at the moment. He's meeting the Lieutenant Governor. I'm sure something will come out of this meeting. The Prime Minister is extremely angry on this whole thing. Obviously, I have full faith in the leadership of our nation, and I'm sure that the response will be as required to be done.
Mr. Nizami is also joining us. The 25 or 26 people who died, I mean, nothing can replace their loss, nothing can compensate for the loved ones that they have lost. But ultimately, net, who is the biggest loser in all of this, Mr. Nizami? The tourist season is upon us. Now tourists, particularly from those outside of Kashmir, are going to think twice, maybe 10 times before traveling there. The pilgrimage season begins in July. The Amarnath Yatra begins in July. And I believe that this is one of the base areas from where the pilgrimage begins. So again, the pilgrims are going to think twice. The process of normalization that you talk about, restoration of statehood. I mean, why would the Indian state, the Home Minister is in Srinagar today. I mean, wouldn't he and the Indian security establishment now think 100 times before this process of normalization and return of statehood can even be contemplated?
Well, first I condemn this brutal attack on innocent tourists in Pahalgam. Every Kashmiri is upset today. We are all sad. Even the entire nation is upset. So it's an attack on age-old tradition of Kashmiriyat, Insaniyat, and Jamhuriyat. So everybody is very upset. I have been, I have said this in several TV debates after revocation of Article 370. We have seen a disturbing rise in terror attacks and selective killings. It has spread in Jammu, now in Pahalgam. So, but what stands out today is the response of the local people. I have seen a lot of visuals from the spot and also from the hospitals. How the local people are rushing to these terror victims and helping them, helping the injured, and also donating blood to them. So the attack, it's clear that attackers are not from here. Pakistan is behind it. I have been telling this from last so many years after revocation of Article 370.
Salman Nizami, just an update.
People in Kashmir, there is radicalization, but radicalization is not from here.
There is just an update. There is just an update, Salman Nizami. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us this update. There were a total of 4 terrorists, not 2. There are 4 of them. 3 of them are FTs. 1 is a local. And there have been M4 bullets that have been found. So M4 is part of the ammunition that the Americans had left behind in Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan. These are M4 carbines,
Yeah, the M4 carbines.
Look, people trying to tell you that there is no local element. I'm selling you a bit of a pipe dream here, because these kind of things don't happen. We know in the past that terrorists have actually found safe houses. People have actually given them a degree of protection. I don't also see people coming out on the streets with candlelights and saying "not in my name" or "all eyes on Pahalgam," etc., etc. So, look, let's just qualify all of this. The point is that situation remains precarious for those who are outsiders because there is a degree of resentment. Now, you have to tap into it and you have to solve it and you have to de-radicalize, call it what you want to. It has to be done. The heavy lifting has to be done by the government.
Has the world and the way the world responds to this kind of brazen terror acts, particularly on civilians? We saw what happened on 7th of October 2023. Now, you can say, of course, Israel has had a history of this and they have responded with much more ferocity in the past and so on and so forth. But this is a war that's been continuing for the better part of the 2 years. No one is advocating for war. But at the end of the day, the propensity, the appetite for, not dealing with this with a heavy hand has come down. Today, states don't have the option of being seen as not acting with a hand that is 10 times heavier than what was employed today in Pahalgam.
No, and not just that. I agree with you. India should actually go and tell the world that if you are going to allow Israel to do what they did to avenge 27th of October 2023, then Bharat should be given a free hand to go ahead and bring to account these people. The entire very fountainhead and that entire piece of area which is occupied territory by the Pakistanis should be claimed back, and sovereign Indian territory must be restored, and the boundaries should be pushed back to the international boundaries. The Lalit Ambardar, should we not, as a nation, this whole of nation approach is that you put the entire might of Bharat, not just military, diplomatic, economic, anything and everything that we have, and throw the kitchen sink at these people so that they never ever dare.
Pahalgam massacre is a reminder that Panislamism inspired terror-infested Kashmir Jazz is live and kicking. They don't come in hordes and target 40-foot whole village of Kashmiri Hindus in line and kill them like they did at Vandhama and Sangrampura and Chatti Singhpura. There it has evolved into a hybrid war. No doubt we have a very strict security grid prevailing in Kashmir. But whenever they are able to breach it, they target you to the maximum possible damage done to us. What happened in Israel on 7th October 2023, what was done by Hamas and Islamic Jihad of Palestine. What we saw today in Pahalgam is a mini version of that. But in the Indian context, when we claim that terrorism almost on the last leg in Kashmir, it's a huge impactful. But unfortunately, we are not Israel. It's high time we convert it. We don't need to seek permission from the world. that should we attack Pakistan? Pakistan has to be converted to Gaza. But will we? Can you imagine? It's not only Pakistan is known as an epicenter of global Kashmir jihad. But what about the local collaborators? Listen, this Kashmiriyat, Jamhuriyat and Insan is just bullshit. When your whole of Aboriginal Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered genocide 35 years ago, languishing as refugees in their own country, until now there is no official acknowledgement that what Kashmiri Hindus suffered was genocide. All in the name of Kashmir, the Kashmiri Hindu genocide stand washed out. All rapists, murderers and mass murderers are roaming free in Kashmir. You talked about this today. This jihadist told those mother and son, then go and tell Modi. Same thing happened 35 years ago when telecommunication engineer KB Ganju was killed. His mother, his wife said, and children pleaded to the terrorists, kill us also. You know what they were told? They were told, iske liye koi rone wala bhi to chahiye. These terrorists do not live in jungles. Please, they are not Naxals. They live in Kashmiri Muslim homes. They provide them all logistics. And what I'm told today, mercifully, those pony riders who are making money out of ferrying those tourists to those far-flung areas, they showed a symbol of humanity, and this is supposed to be a symbol of Kashmirians. My point. Rahul Churchill just talked about the member of parliament of National Conference. He said that tourism is a civilization assault on Kashmir.
Cultural invasion.
He's the one who headed all the mainstream parties, Congress, National Conference, PDP, in mourning Hassan Nasrullah's killing. And on your channel as well, on various channels, when I reminded this mainstream party that he was a terrorist, he was anti-India, Hezbollah against India. They said, no, not at all. We don't care. He was a Muslim, our Muslim sentiments are hurt. And you are also trying to be euphemistically using communal tones coming from Pakistan. No, it was Hindu-phobic lecture that General Munir gave. You got to understand, Waqf attacks are not anti-Waqf attacks.
Sir,
they are anti-Hindu attacks.
Lalit Ambardarji, they are not even phobic. They don't fear. They hate. It's Messiah, sir. We should also be very, very clear. They are not afraid. They hate. It is only Hindu hate.
They are out to the way they want to finish the jail. They are out to and highlight Hindus.
The other aspect, sir, and this is where I am coming from. What they want to do is a thought continuum, and it continues even today, 7.5 decades later, and that was the root for all our nation being split. We know exactly what their thought process is. What are we doing? That's the question. How are we going to correct our approach? How are we going to have a whole of nation approach against those forces who are inimical to our inclusive Hindu way of life? And who are going to identify people and say, if you are Hindu, you deserve to die, you deserve to flee your home, and I deserve to encroach your land, your territory, etc. How are we going to deal with such mindsets and with such people?
No,
that is a question we need to ask.
I think 2 or 3 things in terms of India's response, and Rahul, you can weigh in on this as well. One, this is going to be very different from Pulwama. In Pulwama, it was CRPF Jawans who were targeted, 40 of them died. This is the first instance in such a large scale where civilian tourists, people from the rest of India, a couple of foreigners, we are given to understand as well, who've been targeted. These are innocent civilians. They have nothing to do with the ongoing geopolitics. They have been targeted for the first time since 26/11. So the nature of the Indian government and the Indian state's response has to take that into account. It's not just a targeting of the army or armed forces personnel or paramilitary personnel, as we saw in Pulwama or even in Uri for that matter. Number 2, I think the world has changed in the last 4 or 5 years. For starters, we are seeing Israel's response to what Hamas did on the 7th of October. The world, a lot of people made a lot of noise, a lot of hue and cry. There were United Nations resolutions, so on and so forth. But ultimately, Israel did what it had to do. We're also seeing the Russia-Ukraine war going on for the better part of the 3 years. Again, now you can quibble with, the innocents who are getting killed and all of that. And all of that is a point taken. But at the end of the day, this is how the Russian state views its own national security. So the propensity for states to go on tolerating this kind of asymmetric warfare, I think has fundamentally changed in the last 3 or 4 years. And plus, don't forget, this is my last point, Rahul, you have a Donald Trump in the White House. He's not going to brook this. So if India were looking for some kind of support... Are we suggesting
that we are looking for affirmation from the global community and saying, chalo, aap bhi kuch kar lo?
Well, we don't want them to be an impediment, is what I'm saying.
But Zach, I think if you have decided that you're going to pursue an independent strategic autonomy, is the catchphrase around which you spin your entire diplomacy, then pursue strategic autonomy. Go out there and do what you require to do to safeguard your nation's territorial integrity. The point is there fundamentally political unity in this country? You can't call out the symptoms of the disease, let alone get to curing the disease. Tomorrow, if someone says like, look, we want to go out there and do something in Pakistan, 40 other people will say that you can't, you're not capable of it. And even if you do something, your motives are questioned. The efficacy of the action is questioned. So look, I mean, all of this is not a question that, we need to go to the United Nations or to whichever capital in the world to get permission. If you have to do something, this is within your own strategic capacities, capabilities, in your own interest, you have to act. No one is going to come there and if you do a great job of dismantling some terror architecture, give you some sort of a medal and say, wow, fundamentally you've saved the world. No, you have to act independently in the best interest. And I want to bring in General Hasnain. General Hasnain, are we even capable of taking a substantive measure right now?
See, Rahul, capability-wise, I can assure you, we have all the means and everything with us. It's a question of ultimately deciding, taking the decision, and then strategizing to see what the effect is going to be. It has to be an effect-based strategy, not just something which is going to be a knee-jerk strategy to do something so that, it is registered that we have responded. That is something which is past completely. It has to be something, and I'm sure this wargaming goes on all the time. I'm sure that the government of India has done its homework, as it does always, and it's not necessary. I would not like to criticize the government of India.
No, I understand that.
I will say,
as a military strategist,
definitely expect from the government of India that they will create the means necessary to make sure that we see the end of this.
Okay, what steps? How should we go up the escalation change? Where should we start? Should we start with sending a very severe diplomatic reprimand to Pakistan and cutting off diplomatic ties? I mean, where should we begin? Let's talk that through a little bit.
I think this is premature at the moment, Rahul, to speak on this, because there are lots of thoughts which are going on at the moment. And I'm sure we should allow the government to give us this space, necessary space to see this through. We've got a lot of time on our hands. I'm sure we can discuss this. At the moment, we should be looking at what really has happened and how to prevent it from happening again.
I just want to update our viewers. We've got two updates. One, there's going to be no change to the Prime Minister's program, so he's going to continue in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. It was supposed to be a day-and-a-half program, though, so he will continue with whatever engagements that were slotted for the first half tomorrow, and then he's returning at some point in the day tomorrow. We are yet to hear from the team of US Vice President J.D. Vance. He was supposed to go to Agra tomorrow, visit the Taj Mahal, visit the Shilpagram there. I believe the UP Chief Minister was to accompany him in that visit. We are yet to hear whether that program is on schedule or whether there's been any change to that program in light of what's happened today in Pahalgam.
Well, to our panelists, and I think Vivek Agnihotri is also here. Do you know what Dapus Yor Izina Ken means? Dapus Yor Izina Ken. That means ask them not to come. Now, there is a video that's doing the rounds where someone is saying, calling for help, I'm calling for help. And someone in the background is actually saying, don't ask them to come. So, this mentality and what is being shown on ground and what's happened, Vivek Agnihotri, Pahalgam, your thoughts?
Anand, I have just landed in Chicago and I just learned about this inhuman tragedy. And I had an instinct that something like this was going to happen. I was in Kashmir some time back, and I have been writing also and saying for a long time that don't consider peace as peace. It is strategic silence. And if I know the strategy of these people, it's so sad. And see, the India's biggest problem today is that we are surrounded on both the sides, on the eastern side and the western side, with these fundamentalist Islamist forces. And so far Bangladesh was nice, but now that is also Islamist force. And that's why I've been saying that is Bengal the new Kashmir? And I'm saying it after a lot of deep research and at the personal level. And this is just a signal that something major is going to happen. This is how they announce that yes, we have arrived. And it's so sad, so sad. It's not just any massacre. It is a religious, fundamentalist, communal, genocide kind of a strategy, because I believe, whatever I read, Anand, correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, I don't know much, but I have learned through social media that they asked the religion of the people,
Yes,
and then they chose and killed. Yeah,
No,
right. So it
not
was a
just religion.
targeted
They
killing.
asked them to recite the kalma. They shot them if they couldn't. They stripped them to search their what their religious identity, what they're wearing, and then they killed them. They targeted the men.
And I'm looking at, in fact, in Chicago, I have been driven by a Kashmiri Pandit who's a victim himself of 1990, and I can look at his eyes when he's hearing your voice, Anand. It's like it's nostalgic, and I can look at him, and this is exactly what happened with him, and this is what there are three places in India where they are targeting. One is Kashmir, one is Bengal, and on the Punjab side. In Bengal, the same thing is happening. That leave this place and you can't live here. So, I mean, are we a democracy? And one fundamental question one need to ask at this point of time, how long are we going to take it? How long? We have a democratically elected government. Didn't they have the intelligence that something like such a big operation, how is it possible? I would like to ask Mr. Omar Abdullah, what were you doing at this point of time? And I straight away want to ask him, directly looking in his eyes.
But what do you think is the solution? If you believe it is happening all around us, what do you think is the solution? What do you think we
I
as a
think
nation should do? Whole of nation approach. Kya hona chahiye?
You know, there are two kinds of appeasements. One is very open, overt, and one is a very subtle appeasement. I think India still suffers from that kind of appeasement. Okay, they should not be disturbed.
Vivek ji, I'm going to request you to stay on with us. Keep your phone on, please, because we have, I think, Zaka's got one of the victims.
I have one of the victims, Anavri Jagdale. Her father was shot today. Ma'am, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ. और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहां पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जेंट्स को ही इन लोगों ने मारा है सर.
और अनेरी बाकी जो लोग थे आपके साथ, जो विमेन थे, जो बच्चे थे, उनके साथ कुछ किया इन लोगों ने? आप लोग वहां से कैसे निकले, मतलब हाउ डिड यू एस्केप फ्रॉम देयर?
कुछ नहीं किया है. जब वो लोग भाग गए वापस उधर से, तो हम लोगों ने अपने लोगों को उठाने की कोशिश की, बट हम कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे थे और हमें डर था कि वो वापस आएंगे, इसलिए जितने भी लोग वहां पे थे और जो लोकल लोग थे, उन्होंने हमें बोला कि इधर से भागो आप लोग, मिलिट्री आएगी तब तक आप खुद यहाँ से निकलो। तो हम लोग तो नीचे भागना शुरू किए। वो भी बहुत मुश्किल था क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे वो हिल पे, तो हम लोग आधा घंटा लगा हमें नीचे उतरने के लिए। और फिर जब हम लोग उतर रहे थे तभी आर्मी आई। फिर उन लोगों को जो ऊपर जितने भी इंजर्ड लोग थे उन सबको उन्होंने रेस्क्यू किया और फिर पता नहीं कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स में लेके गए, शायद श्रीनगर के कोई हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए। बट उसके बाद से मतलब जब हम लोग उतरे शाम के टाइम में, तब से लेकर अभी तक हमारे पास कोई भी अपडेट नहीं है हमारे फैमिली मेंबर्स के बारे में। हमारी जैसी बहुत सारी फैमिली जहाँ पहलगाम में है, हम लोगों को आर्मी के अंडर ही रखा है, मतलब वो लोग है सेफ्टी के लिए हमारे।
मैम, आपके पिताजी और आपके चाचा जी को कुछ हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए कोई प्रयास हुआ था क्या? उसी ऑन स्पॉट वो मारे गए? कुछ बता सकते हैं आप?
आपको नहीं लगता आप बहुत ही गलत सवाल कर रहे हैं? मतलब मारा तो हमारे सामने ही है ना, इसलिए तो हम ये बता रहे हैं। हमें कोई न्यूज में आने में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, ठीक है? हम नॉर्मल लोग हैं, ठीक है? हम लोगों को ये लाइमलाइट पसंद नहीं है। और मैंने आपके लोगों से मतलब इसलिए बात की क्योंकि आप लोगों को जानना था इधर क्या हुआ।
ओके, थैंक यू।
मैं भी बहुत गलत सिचुएशन में हूँ सर, आप समझिए।
आई अंडरस्टैंड एंड थैंक यू फॉर।
लोगों को आर्मी ने लिया है, उन लोगों को सबको हॉस्पिटलाइज किया है, बट उसके बाद से अभी तक कोई अपडेट नहीं, ठीक है?
और आप और आपके बाकी जो परिवारजन है अभी जो हैं, यू आर अंडर द आर्मीज?
वी आर अंडर द आर्मी, यस।
ओके, thank you Ashwari Jagdale. She's a young woman whose father got shot in front of her eyes.
What did she say? How many terrorists were there? Asawari Jagdale. So, she said that they were in the higher reaches.
She just mentioned that there was this one young boy who came with an AK-47, singled out her father and her uncle, and shot at them at point blank range. This is a young daughter of India. There is no reason her father and her uncle had to meet this kind of fate. They have gone all the way from Maharashtra as tourists to visit Kashmir. They were visiting Kashmir. They were at this place in Pahalgam, and suddenly there are these three terrorists, these three dastards who come out of those high ranges, single out the men. You heard what she said a moment ago. Single out the men, identify them by the religion, ask them to read a certain religious text, and when they are unable to do that, shoot them point blank range. I'll leave it at that. Rahul will continue with the coverage on the other side of this break.
This is not so far away from the Amarnath. This is from the Amarnath Yatra. If they can perpetrate this, they can go ahead. They have shown, they have come out and said that they don't care for the livelihood of the common Kashmiri. They don't care what happens to Jammu and Kashmir. They have come here only to sort out the Hindus. Now, how is Jammu and Kashmir? How are the people of Jammu and Kashmir going to respond? A. How is the government of Jammu and Kashmir going to respond? B. C. What happens to the Amarnath Yatra? Are they going to say, sorry, you are at your own mercy, we got no guarantee for your life and you're at peril? 4. What is the central government going to be a response? 5. What is whole of nation response? Why are we saying whenever a foreign dignitary comes here, we should be worried that there should be someone, they could perpetrate an attack? Be it in Delhi during Trump's time, what happened, riots happened, or be it Clinton or JD Vance in Jammu and Kashmir. Why is it that those forces who are inimical to us, General Atta Hasnain, please tell me, why is it that those forces who are inimical to us cover and shiver whenever a foreign dignitary will...
एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कर रहा है।
ओके,
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे तो कॉल आया मेरे गांव से।
Okay, thank you so much for speaking, ma'am. I'm sorry to hear the news. I hope you find the strength. Thank you so much.
So that was the wife of one of the victims, Manjunath, who was a tourist, I think from Shimoga in Karnataka. He was one of the first people to be shot dead. Anand, you heard the wife say that they could have killed the women and children as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just the fact that they chose people, singled them out by their religion, but also singled out the men. Yeah, and she says that one of the terrorists told her husband before killing him, "Jao jaake Modi se bolo."
Huh. It was the son. It was the son who said, "You've killed my father. Now you kill us too." And he turns around and says, "Jao jaake Modi ko bolo." So this is the kind of hate that's being perpetrated, and this is pure Hindu misia that's at play. Now the point is, Bharat and Bharati have to decide that Hindus will be sorted, picked out, their houses burnt, they will have to flee their homes either in Bangladesh, in Murshidabad, or they will be sorted out and they will be picked and then they'll be gunned down and killed in Pahalgam. And should we all as a nation sit there and keep watching? Is this is a straightforward question. What is the message we are going to send to the world? Are we a strong nation that no one dare mess with, or are we a nation who'll keep getting punched like this, who'll keep getting bullets like this, and then we'll just move on after crying for a few days? Riyasi is forgotten. What has happened? So avenging those people, killing down those who gunned down it.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah, first pictures from Srinagar. There he is meeting with the J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, and then hopefully going to take stock of the situation with others and get to the bottom of what really transpired over the last hours that has brought, to be very, very honest, a lot of grief to more than 1 billion homes in our country. Viewers, those pictures to the right of your screens tell you the story of a bloodbath, the picture of a woman, the picture of a young woman, her bridal bangles tinged with blood, of her husband, sitting disconsolately resigned to the verdict dished out by fate and by some misanthropic Islamist terrorists. This picture will haunt us forever. It will haunt the Union Home Minister, who of course has done immense work over the last 6-7 years in Kashmir to bring it to a point where India could claim that the winds of change were now visibly blowing through the valley. No wonder, viewers, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Saudi Arabia called up the Union Home Minister right after he was briefed about the severity of the attack. And let me tell you, it is one of the worst in our history. In the way the targets were picked, it was reminiscent of what happened in the Trident Hotel, viewers, at the Taj Hotel, viewers, at Nariman House, viewers, in Mumbai on 26 November 2008. That is the scale at which we are discussing an incident. A shocked young woman, having miraculously escaped death, describes how the terrorists singled out her husband, who looked non-Muslim, she said, and shot him. We've heard from other survivors, and that is the woman. You can see her in the suede leather jacket, lined with fur. Her photo has gone viral because she was sitting next to her husband, who was on the floor lying prostrate, shot through the head. Viewers, this ghastly, villainous act that no human, let alone a loving wife, should ever witness, has shocked the country. Listen in as she first describes what actually happens and the diabolism of the religious undercurrents that underwrite this particular incident. Listen in.
अपने आप बोले ना मुझे
पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर आप टेंशन मत लो
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं भैया
प्लीज भगवान
क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ
प्लीज ask for help we don't need
ओके डोंट वरी यू ओके यू नीड अ वाटर सर
The carnage, bodies strewn in various states of undress, mangled and bloodied by the hateful designs of bigots, so many that a numbed and shocked mind just can't compute. Many say that this is the worst attack after Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go over some of these survivor testimonies because they will chill you to the bone.
रेस्क्यू में मैंने रेस्क्यू किया उस वक्त मैंने 3 इंजोर्ड देखे क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत थी, घोड़े भी थे, घोड़े वाले भी थे, लोकल भी थे, टूरिस्ट भी थे, टूरिस्ट का रश बहुत था। 3 हमने देखे, 3 हमने रेस्क्यू किए जो इस वक्त जेएमसी हॉस्पिटल में।
How many terrorists were there? How many terrorists were there? 2 थे। कितने फायर उन्हें फायर किए?
2 किए।
2, okay.
Here's the numbers that we are learning that constituted the diabolical team of villainous cowards is 4. We still don't know how many lives are hanging between life and death, but we do know that the confirmed casualties now are 27. Others are injured. How severely, we don't know. The medical reports are grim. Shocked Prime Minister Modi, who was in Saudi Arabia, responded immediately. Monitoring the situation, he called on the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to travel to the valley and then onwards to Pahalgam. We are being told that after a series of meetings to coordinate the response at the local level, the Union Home Minister will travel to Pahalgam early tomorrow morning. Prime Minister Modi has vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. He says, and I quote, "I strongly condemn the terror attack in Pahalgam. Condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. I pray the injured recover at the earliest. All possible assistance is being provided to those affected. Those behind this heinous act will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. Their evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable and it will get even stronger," unquote. A response, let me tell you, is being put together even as we speak. Sources are telling us that planning is going on. For the record, a Pak-based Islamist terror group has taken responsibility. But questions linger. Most of them are prompted by almost formulaic condemnations, all skirting the real issue, that this is a hate crime, a crime against Hindus, in an atmosphere of pervasiveness. In a state where Islamist terrorists are routinely celebrated, their deaths mourned, and their ideology internalized as if it were the gospel. But catch anyone from this ecosystem of hate enablers, from the quote, "all eyes on Rafah," unquote, brigade posting an "all eyes on Pahalgam" message of solidarity, or sporting a bag saying "down with Islamist terror" or "save Hindus." Indeed, from Murshidabad to Pahalgam, how many Hindus must bleed for Islamist hate apologists to end the denial? How many Hindus must bleed for the Muhabbat Ki Dukaan champagne secularists to call for dismantling Hindu phobia? At least the Pakistan Army chief left us in no doubt. Listen to his chilling xenophobic call to arms against Hindus that was reciprocated today, and that, let me tell you viewers, many Indians are still wary of calling out because their political narrative will be upset. But first listen to Pakistan's tin pot dictator.
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely. And we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country. And we know how to defend it.
Viewers, that two-nation mindset is very much alive in the Kashmir Valley. A member of parliament, no less, from Srinagar. If you go by videos that are going viral as I speak, was giving an interview 2 months ago. And he says, what you call tourism, I call cultural invasion. Can you imagine, viewers? A member of parliament sitting in the house, the cradle of our democracy, views other Indians as cultural invaders. How did he get there? Who put him there? Who voted for him? What mindset voted for him? Ask those questions. He's very much a member of the National Conference, which is the ruling party. He also led a march through the streets of Srinagar a few months ago after an Islamist terrorist, the Hezbollah chief, was killed, eliminated. That's the meeting that is taking place. You can see the solemn faces of the leadership there, Omar Abdullah, the Union Home Minister, Governor Sinha, all there with some of the top army commanders who have rushed to Srinagar, the GOC, Northern Command also there, all of them taking a quick stock of the situation. This is not, viewers, this is not your ordinary shoot about in the valley. This is a very serious point of inflection, a harking back to a mindset which split India. I want to open this up because we need to have honest conversations tonight, and hopefully not conversations that are going to descend in recrimination, but hopefully will be elevated to honesty. I want to begin by asking some fundamental questions. And I want to first begin with Major General Bakshi. I also want to speak with Shaila Rashid, author and academician. Shaila Rashid, let me begin with you first. How do you view what has happened today? Can we today blithely make platitudinous, ordinary, condemnatory statements without calling out the elephant in the room? I think you're on mute, ma'am. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Before we come to the politics and the geopolitics of it, I would like to speak as a Kashmiri, and I speak on behalf of most Kashmiris, if not all Kashmiris today. I speak on behalf of my friends and my family. And I would like to say that we are shocked, we are ashamed, and we are sorry that people who put their faith in this normalcy and this Naya Kashmir that we were trying to build, that the government was trying to build through its efforts, they placed their faith in it. And what is Baisaran? Baisaran is a very popular tourist trek, 1 hour above Pahalgam. The tourists, as soon as they arrive in Pahalgam, they go with with a lot of glee on their faces, on ponies, on this Baisaran trek. So it's a very popular trek. And earlier it used to be just an empty meadow, but over the last few years, especially after the COVID pandemic, the government developed it into some sort of an amusement park. So there were zip lines and there were hot air balloons and all of that. And people in very large numbers would come there. So what does this tell us? That this is a very carefully planned attack. And Pahalgam, as we know, is also the base camp for the Amarnath Yatra. So this is also a message, not just for, we've heard on various TV channels today that this is a message for tourists that you are not welcome here. But this is also a message for, this is a foreboding for, we have the Yatra season coming up. So this doesn't look very good. This doesn't bode very well for the Yatra season as well as the tourist season. And all of us are really shocked because this marks a new low, not just in terms of the number of casualties, which, even one death is one too many, but now there are 26, 27 casualties that are confirmed. But also in terms of attacking tourists, that is something that is a new low even by Pakistan's standards. And yes, of course, it should be seen in the light of General Asim Munir's comments, who recently said that, this is jihad fi sabilillah. A state actor talking about jihad and all those things. So that doesn't, there is enough evidence now that the attacks were motivated by religion. There are enough eyewitness accounts by the people present there who were saying that they were singled out on the basis of religion. So this is deeply shameful, and all I can say on behalf of most Kashmiris, I would say, is that we are all ashamed, and the administration is taking steps to ensure that the victims, they get medical relief first of all, before a security response can be crafted. And I think Madam Sakina Yatu, who is the health minister also, so she rushed their first thing, to ensure that the number of survivors can be maximized. But the number of casualties so far, it's shocking enough. It does put this attack in the scale of the Pulwama terror attack, somewhere near that.
No, once again, I have to press on with that question with you, Shaila Rashid. Look, yes, there is a overt religious angle to this entire dastardly attack. There's no doubt about it. But this root of this separatism is still alive. If you have an NC member of parliament who views tourists as, and look, we can today say it's not the day to discuss politics and all that, I'm sorry, because this is a political attack. This is a terror strike singling out people's religions, and the last time I was covering something like this on the ground was in Mumbai during the 26/11 attack. I've written about it. It was very clear where people were asked what religion they were from in the Trident Hotel, and a bullet was put through their chests. So I have to ask you, this separatism, yes, expounded upon by Munir, General Munir,
yeah,
the import of it is carried by the vectors in the valley. You have a member of parliament who says that I view tourists as cultural invaders. What do you mean by this?
For the member of parliament, I would let him speak for himself. But as
No,
we
but you
know,
can condemn that member of parliament. I'm sure you can. You can take a stand against him if this was reversed. Imagine if this was reversed.
I have a point to make. So just because today people were singled out on the basis of religion, evidently, that doesn't mean that like this is not going to hit others. I mean, the Honorable Minister, Madam Sakina Yatu, her own father was, taken away by terrorists in the exact same way. So this is not going to spare anyone. Like terrorism may have a religion, but its victims, it's an equal opportunity destroyer. So
clearly, Rahula Aga doesn't believe this. It's obvious, Ms. Masood.
I can't speak for him.
Well, let me bring you in. Nilofer Masood, member of your party, member of parliament from Srinagar, says that, look, at the end of the day, I don't know, all this tourism and these tourists that you're talking about, this is a cultural invasion. That's what he said. How is he any different from General Munir? And can I ask you, can you today stand up and call out what this is and condemn Islamist terror? People like Mehbooba Mufti, your former ally, etc., rants on day in, day out about, India becoming a Hindu Pakistan and so on and so forth. Well, here's a clear example of a valley that is turning inwards, insular.
Well, I don't have words to express my sympathies towards the bereaved family members who have lost their loved one in this barbaric and cowardly act. In fact, I believe that this is attack on the on our rich culture and traditions of Jammu and Kashmir, but it is also attack on the policies of the government of India, which have been trying to bring a constant peace in Jammu and Kashmir. I feel today there should
Which
be
traditions are you talking about, Ms. Masood? I'm asking you, the tradition that is being expressed by Aga Rahula, where he views anyone coming from other parts of the country as cultural invaders. I'm asking you this question. Listen, we can keep expressing crocodile tears day after day, looking very sorry on national TV. I want to ask you this. It is easy for Kashmiris to go out there of a particular... No, I'm not saying all Kashmiris. A few Kashmiris to go through the streets of Srinagar holding up the remains of a terrorist, but not... No, I'm asking you, ma'am, please.
Have been the victim of this. They have
So I'm asking you, when is it going to stop? When are people like Aga Rahula going to be thrown out of the national conference? I'm asking you this question.
I don't know where from the Aga Rahula comes from.
Do you know? I'll tell you, because Aga Rahula gave an interview. Should I play out the interview, ma'am? Should I play it out for you? He gave an interview where he said that tourists coming to the valley, this tourism business that is going on, is a cultural invasion.
He must have talked in the different context. But
what context can it be, man? You tell me, tourists are cultural invaders. What is the context? You tell me the context.
There should be absolutely no politics on this. There should be no politics about
it. Do you not know about this? It's viral all over for the last 3 months. And it has come back into circulation today.
Standing on the same page and condemning the terroric and this terrorist attack, you're taking the debate to some other end. I don't know
I'm
why.
asking you, ma'am, is this Islamist terror directed towards Hindus? Yes or no?
No religion teaches that.
No religion. There you go, viewers. Let's whitewash this crime. At least Shaila Rashid Shora had the decency tonight.
Does not teach
had the honesty tonight.
In the name of the religion.
No, had the moral courage tonight to speak out and call it what it is. Sushil Pandit, let me ask you, you've suffered, how do you see this? General Bakshi is there. Let's call it out, because if you don't identify the symptom, you're not going to be able to treat the disease. So Sushil Pandit, tell me, how long can we go along with this? I can't hear you. I think you're on mute or there's something to do with your audio. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
I was saying thank you for bringing me to this show, which is really heart-rending. It is heartbreaking, to put it mildly, and to talk about how religion plays its role. We are living in a woke hypocrisy era when daughter of a dead soldier once said, "It wasn't Pakistan that killed my father, it was the war." You know, I'll never forget this kind of wokeness and this kind of hypocrisy. This is how minds are tutored. This is how we are conditioned. This is how politics and discourse conditions us to look elsewhere when reality hits us in the face. The reality is Kashmir Valley was cleansed of Hindus because of this jihadi hatred. The reality is that those who led the Tehreek in Hurriyat said Amarnath Yatra is an ecological disaster, it should be stopped. And in the same spirit, Aga Ruhullah says, tourists coming from rest of India are a cultural invasion. You know, it bears the mindset, no matter what kind of political veneer you put on it, no matter what sophistry you employ, no matter what kind of vocabulary you use, it is as bitter, it is as naked as it is. And it can't be watered down. 28 innocent lives lost in Kashmir, Baisaran, that high mountain meadow. They are victims of a pretense that Kashmir has become normal. We are treating this pretense over and above the security needs.
Yes.
The jihad that needs to be fought tooth and nail, no matter what the inconveniences and prices we have to pay, is being subsumed by the need to show that we have prevailed and security has prevailed and peace has prevailed and Kashmir has normalized. This is the hypocrisy that is creating victims out of Kashmir today.
And someone is responsible, and therefore I want to bring in General Bakshi, but I also want to circle back.
One point.
Yes, please, make your point.
Make one point.
Make your point.
25th of March, no less than the Home Minister who has rushed to Kashmir today, tweeted, separatism is history in Kashmir.
Yes.
And after that, we
That's
had
the question I was coming to.
Encounter. We had a week-long Kishtwar encounter. The terrorists fled. And he claimed Kashmir is normalized and separatism is history.
So let me bring in General Bakshi, who served in the valley. Let me bring you in. General Bakshi, look, when I said maybe it's premature to even hold elections because we are going to have a situation where once again we'll elect people who will be looking over their shoulders at their vote banks and appeasing them and doing things and acting in certain ways. And of course, that has all come true. But nonetheless, we've come down that road. We have democracy there in all its finery. But unfortunately, General Bakshi, the state has failed to secure it. How long can we keep saying that, yes, Pakistan is diabolical, Pakistan has done what it has done? How long can we keep outsourcing it to some rabid terror organization? What are our security forces doing? Why are we reacting? We knew that there were going to be tourists in record numbers. It is coming to summer in most of North India. Planes are heating up. We all go to cooler climes. There is an Amarnath Yatra coming through. We knew that there were security forces being challenged by an infiltration of huge numbers of terrorists. We knew it was going to be, quote unquote, a hot summer. What did we do?
We did sweet Fanny Adams. Can you please give me some time, Rahul?
Please.
Because as an old soldier who's seen many wars, I have some points to make. I hope you are aware, Rahul, that during COVID, for 3 years, recruitment to the Indian Army was stopped. Every year, 60,000 boys retire. So they effectively cut the army by 1,80,000. Because there is a new school of thought hanging around. Who the hell needs the army? We need the police. The police can handle everything in J&K. And if the police fail, we have the paramilitary. So who the hell needs the army? And I won't get into the Agniveer scheme right now, this thing. Look, when I was commanding Romeo Force in Rajouri and Punch, right, I had 18 battalions under my command. They were brought down to 7. You opened huge gaps. You expect Pakistan not to exploit? Huh? You expect him not to take advantage? Are you living in a fool's paradise? I commanded in Kishtwar. I fought there. I finished terrorism, uprooted it from there, right? And now they have to cut the size of the army down further because they want to save some bloody pennies, right? And for those pennies, there are 28 Indians dead today and more Indians will die. Look, for God's sake, stop it. Stop cutting the branch on which you are sitting. Stop harming your armies. Aren't you seeing what has happened in the Russia-Ukraine war? Manpower is required. You are on a manpower cutting spree when you need to create jobs. All right? You need to create jobs, man. You are hollowing out. You have hollowed out Kishtwar. You have hollowed out Doda. You have hollowed out, Rajouri, Kathua, Punch, Riyasi, Udhampur. You hollowed it out. You felt the army. The most wasteful thing was an army jawan. Stupid idiot. He keeps ration खाता है फालतू का. थूक लगा रहा है इस देश को. हाँ? आप काट रहे हो उसको. और फिर then you express surprise कि ये कैसे हुआ. From the morning, what the hell has been happening? Rahul, I think I need to speak out. Or be shut my mouth forever. You see, the simple fact is that we are living in a fool's bloody paradise. We are harming ourselves. We are trying to pinch pennies on defense. Do you know that the Chinese budget is 3 times yours, military budget? You know that the Chinese have 300 fifth generation fighters to your 0? Right? Do you know that you are cutting the size of your army? You are reducing the service of your soldiers. And then you say, why is this happening? Because somebody feels the police can handle it. Who the hell needs the army? It's a waste of money. Yeah, it's a waste of money. You'll pay for it in lives. You will pay for it in lives. Listen to an old soldier. I'm not one of those, chocolate cream soldiers who have come up to higher ranks without firing a shot or hearing a shot fired at them. It's time that you have a wake-up call. Rahul, this attack has been timed with Vice President Vance's visit to India. This attack has been timed because Prime Minister Modi is in Saudi Arabia, a vital Muslim country, vital to our economic interests. It has been made to make us look stupid. Why is there a ceasefire on the line of control? Rahul, I ask you. I served in that area for years. Every year before the Amarnath Yatra, we used to have sanitization operations in Pahalgam, in Dras, the mounting bases of the Yatra.
Let me tell you, sir.
Why is there no mounting?
Just 20 days ago,
sanitization operation.
General Saab, just 20 days ago, Pakistan Army violated the ceasefire at Punch, barely 190 kilometers from Pahalgam. Was that an incursion, a diversion, a cover to push terrorists into India for this brutal attack? And here we are, having a ceasefire with great old Pakistan, where that tin pot general stood up and gave a speech saying we hate Hindus, we want to destroy their country. And therefore, General Bakshi, of course, you have spoken like a true soldier, honest to God, true soldier, and I admire you for that, and that's why you're here. Because someone needs to hear the plain truth sometimes. But I still have a problem. And I want to go back to Ms. Masood. I want to definitely bring back Sheikh Amir here also. Ms. Masood, the question that I want to ask you, and this keeps coming back to me, it just doesn't seem to go away. Yes, Pakistan is the villain of the peace. Let's outsource all blame and put it on the back of Pakistan. But in the run-up to the election campaign, your political party was pushing for talks, renewing trade with Pakistan. Why? And are you going to today say that we should snap all diplomatic ties with Pakistan? That we were wrong to advocate that line? Do you need me to read out the statements of Farooq Abdullah and others from your political party, ma'am? It'll be embarrassing. Why do you want to do business with killers of Hindus? Tell me.
I think we need.
Hello? Okay. Maybe Sheikh Amir Saab, why don't you tell me? Because one of your top Congress leaders, Mr. Tharoor, wanted cross-border trade renewed between Pakistan. What were you wanting to reward them for? This? And speeches like the one that Tin Pot General gave the other day?
You must have heard the statements of the Umar Abdullah Sahib. He too has said that two things cannot go together. Either there should be war or either there should be...
Ma'am, were these statements... Am I lying? I'm asking you. In the run-up to the elections, during the election campaign, weren't these statements made?
At the end of the day,
I'm asking you, am I lying? Are you telling me that I'm lying here?
When we had ceasefire, that was the main thing that stopped here infiltration. And infiltration came to zero. It was only when there was talks between the two countries. So... negotiation has to be there.
Which talks? Tell me, where were the talks? Which talks? Which talks? When?
I'm not on this point this time.
No, you have to be on this point because that's the point that the people of India want you to clarify on. Are we united enough to take on Pakistan first of all? Will Kashmir rise up against Pakistan? Sheila Rashid, why don't I ever see a candlelight march going through the streets of... hang on, one second, madam, please. The streets of Srinagar saying not in our name, that this kind of Islamist terror we reject. We don't believe that our God put us on this earth to wield this kind of and wage this kind of war. Why can't I see that ever? Is this the responsibility of only Hindus to walk around all over the country in their streets and say not in my name, not in my name? Why don't I see it?
But that never means that...
Where are the handbags that say we stand with Hindu brothers? I'm asking you, please tell me. I'm asking the wrong questions.
This is not a question of Hindu or the Muslim.
Oh yes, it is not a question of Hindus and Muslims. It's not a question of Hindus and Muslims. The person is saying, if you're a Hindu, tell me. If you're not, we'll spare you. What are you saying, ma'am? Don't insult the people who have died.
How can I blame Hindus for the killing of the Muslim?
Oh my God. That's what you do the whole day. Anyhow, one second. Vishwara, please. Let's have some honest conversation tonight. We need to have the honest conversation. Please, I beg you people.
I think that I am going to go back to General Asim Munir's comments, which made it very clear that, so far it hadn't been said in as many words, but he said it in as many words that this is jihad fi sabilillah. And that means that, this is an act of war in that sense, and a religiously motivated one at that. So yeah, whatever our response be, I think we need to confront it for what it is. And I am going back to General Asim Munir's comments because we know that the Pakistan army rules the roost in that country. No matter what the civilian government says, the civilian government is pretty much irrelevant. And many of these attacks, there have been speculations. Of course, I'm now going into the conspiracy theory area. In many of these attacks, what we have seen is the level of sophistication that we have seen. These might not even be non-state actors. For all we know, these might be state actors. Taking out a sort of carrying out a proxy war against India, and the only sort of thing that is preventing India probably from going all out against Pakistan at this point is probably nuclear deterrence, the fact that Pakistan is a nuclear state. Otherwise, this is eerily reminiscent of the 7/10 attack in Israel. And Pakistan at this point is asking for war, and clearly on religious lines. if you connect the dots,
So?
Assamese comments and what happened in Baisaran today when...
And where are they striking? They're
religion.
striking in a Muslim majority part of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And Sheikh Amir, the best way of telling Pakistan, we reject your two-nation theory, is if Kashmiris and Indian Muslims in Kashmir seize this golden opportunity, come out in their thousands, stage a million-man march, million human march, and say, we don't want your two-nation crap. Thank you very much. We reject it. Where are those Kashmiris? Why aren't they on the streets? You came out on the streets to protest all sorts of other, rightly or wrongly, abuses by the Indian army, the Indian state, this, that, the other. What about the Pakistani state? आप चुप क्यों हैं सब? मुझे समझाइए. Tell me.
चुप
सड़क पे क्यों नहीं है आप?
चुप नहीं है.
अच्छा?
I knew where it will come. Eventually, you will start blaming Kashmiris. See, I condemn this attack, but will condemnations bring these people back? No. The government has to either take action or accept failure. But what government is doing, they are neither acting or not accepting the failure. General Bakshi rightly said, what is government of India doing?
Yeah, but that doesn't exempt people.
Kashmir,
No, hang on. That doesn't exempt the people who also provide logistic support on the ground to these terrorists. They are not just living on fresh air there, okay? Sheikh Amir, please. People of Kashmir have been marching for too long for the wrong idols. Let's be honest. From a Burhan Ghani to any old sold out. Sold out. No, 1 second. Sold out.
This is absolute nonsense. You cannot blame Kashmiri.
Sold out.
You are falling in the trap.
Sold out Islamist radical. We've seen it.
That's what exactly Pakistan wants.
So
you are
giving them that. You are giving them that impression by not taking a stand. So I'm asking you, Sheikh Amir, why isn't the Kashmiri in the multitude coming out today and saying that so many people have died, holding up their posters and marching through and saying, we don't want this? Thank you.
Doing this. Your government is not able to protect the tourists in Kashmir.
I agree with you, but that doesn't absolve the people there, is it?
Rahul,
Because whose name is this happening in? It's happening in the name of the Kashmiri who wants what? Self-determination. He wants to split from India. So tell somebody, I'm sorry, we don't want this.
The exploiters.
They're Indians.
You have become the vultures. You are waiting for such tragedy to happen.
Listen,
so that you can
listen, my dear
use
friend, stop playing the victim card. Stop playing the victim. Grow up.
Rahul,
you're a 40-year-old man. Grow up for God's sakes and get your wits about you. Answer the question. Answer the question. Stop frothing. Stop frothing. Start behaving and speaking like a human being who has a conscience. For God's sakes. 40 years you must be of age. Fully responsible for what you are saying.
Did you forget Pulwama attack? What happened after that?
My point is, viewers, tonight, if we need to send a message back to those madcaps in Pakistan, the first responsibility, because they do this in the name of the Kashmiri. They say the Kashmiri wants to break away. The Kashmiri is not happy. March in the streets. Come out in huge numbers. Not 5 and 10 stooges.
Let me speak, Rahul.
To give us a show. I've given you a chance to speak, but I want some honesty.
I'm saying before you take answers and message from Kashmiris, ask government what are they going to do. Just earlier in the debate, when I said there are only two ways dealing with the Pakistan, either we go with the dialogue or you
go with dialogue. No, there is no two ways. There is only one way in my book. Anyhow. 1 second.
What is the way? Tell me, what is that way? What is the one way?
You have to take some sort of visible action against the Pakistanis.
Where is the action?
Yeah. I can tell you that one way.
Do it. They are not doing it.
Yeah.
Only rhetoric. नया कश्मीर का ड्रामा चल रहा है.
आप लोग बहुत खुश होंगे, right? आपको तो you don't have the courage of conviction to speak up for your own country.
The happy are those vultures.
You have a member of parliament from Srinagar who was elected by at least 15 to 20% of the electorate there, who says that Indians who are coming from other parts of the country are invaders, cultural invaders. Whose culture? We are all one culture. This is one India.
I'm not here to represent National Conference.
Oh, naturally or not. He just happens to be your ally, isn't it? The National Conference, the Indian National Congress are all living in some separate Shangri-La. What nonsense.
No, let's have
You
another
all
debate
sit
on
and share
that.
power,
What he meant
sir.
to say.
You all
What
grapple
Dada
with
Rola
each
meant
other
to say,
for
let's
which
have
seat
another
we
debate
want
on
to
that.
fight on. And you don't have the guts to come out and repudiate the actions of people who are actually bigots.
Let government take action. We will be with them.
Yes, government take action. हम आपके पीछे हैं, आप आगे चलिए.
तो आगे हम कहां से जाएं? What is it all about? What are you saying?
Yes, I'll tell you what it is about, sir. It's
I
not
just
taking a
said-
stand,
I
a
just
moral
said
stand.
you have
Ask the
become
government
vultures.
some questions
You have become
of
vultures.
Pakistan.
You
Ask
just
them
want this
who
country
fight
to
in your
go-
name the whole day. Anyhow, look, I don't want to get into a recriminatory battle here between some, person who can't see the basic consequences of the
Rahul,
actions
can I
of
just,
people who want to
come
divide
in
this
for a
country.
minute?
I can't help those kind of people, viewers. Until they're there, I'll tell you, nothing will stop.
The country? Who is
We
dividing
can
the
bomb,
country,
we can
Rahul?
bomb Pakistan as much as we want to, but if the problem is in here, within our borders, we can't do anything about it. Let me tell you that. General Bakshi, what do you think is going to be the step forward? And after that, I want to graduate to a separate level. I want to question the timing of this attack. I want to understand from a geopolitics perspective why this happened. But General Bakshi, what can we do? Visibly do.
Look, no, yes, let me give you some concrete things, right? The first thing is, from tomorrow, activate the line of control. We have 155 guns deployed there. Let them speak. Let them hit the Pakistani launch pads and the terror camps and make infiltration as difficult as possible. Let that set the stage for what our government has been saying it is wanting to do for a very long time. Take back POK. Let me tell you, no surgical strike will work for more than 2-3 months. No Balakot will work for more than 5-6 months. They'll be back to their games.
Is it easier?
Asif
Is it
Munir
easier to say this,
wants to
General
fight
Bakshi,
a
and more difficult to
civilizational
achieve?
war.
We're dealing with a nuclear power on the other side also. Let's not forget that. A country that is
No,
mostly
Rahul,
responsible.
can I just have one word?
Yes, please.
No, Rahul, Russia is a nuclear power. It has been fighting for the last 3 years. We haven't seen any nukes on Kyiv.
But
Don't
we're
give
dealing
us
with a
that,
completely different mindset
scare.
here. We're dealing with a completely different mindset. A state that
They
was
don't
formed
fight
in
half as
reaction
well
and
as
in
the
hate.
Ukrainians.
So we don't know how they will react. But anyhow, look, before we jump to all of those things, I just want to ask, this is the biggest attack on civilians in many, many years. It coincides with the day Prime Minister traveled to Saudi Arabia to meet with the Crown Prince and conduct sensitive talks. It coincides with the arrival of US VP J.D. Vance. Is there a message in the timing? That's the fundamental question. Professor Cheleni is going to be here with us. We have SP Ved, strategic affairs expert and former DGP. We have General Bakshi also here with us. I want to first begin with Mr. Brahma Cheleni, if I can. Okay. Well, let me, and what about Mr. Ved? Is he there with us? Is he connected? Okay, he's not connected as yet. I don't know why we were waiting, but we would have wanted to speak with him. But let me ask General Bakshi, the timing. Let's talk a little bit about the timing. You made a reference to it. What is hoped to be achieved by this timing? Sheila Rashid is also here with us.
You know, Rahul, every time when Bill Clinton visited, we had riots, we had terror strikes, right? Every time they had tried to coincide it with the presence of American top dignitaries on our soil. The aim is to send a message not just to India, but to the world, right? So there are two major geostrategic events of import happening on. One is J.D. Vance's visit to India. The second is the Prime Minister's visit to Saudi Arabia, which from the point of view of strategic import is highly significant. There are certain outreaches we want to make towards establishing a land corridor from Israel, Middle East onto Europe. So, it's a very critical dialogue that is going on. The intention is to disrupt it. The intention is to throw a civilizational war challenge. It cannot be let go just like that. It cannot be let go by tokenism in responses. We will have to act, or otherwise we will cut a sorry figure in the Committee of Nations. You can't be a self-styled great power when you don't have the autonomy
Yeah,
to
let's do
act
it now. Yeah.
and act decisively.
Okay.
Act decisively.
Okay,
the
let's
time
get
has
let's
come
get Mr.
to
SP
raise
Vaid in.
costs and consequences for Pakistan.
Okay, this is an important Sheila Rashid Shora, how do you view the timing of this? What's the message here?
This is Pakistan's last-ditch attempt at relevance. It is not that attacks haven't been happening. Attacks have been happening in Jammu throughout the past few months or the past few years. Infiltration has been on the rise in that region. But what is different about this is, aside from the timing, the nature of this attack. So tourists, they are innocent bystanders. They are not party to the conflict. They are not armed. They are unarmed, innocent bystanders, as I said, in the conflict. And they're coming here. I mean, they are, in a sense, the ambassadors of Kashmir to the rest of the world or to the rest of India.
Okay.
Because when we go back from here, they tell the rest of India, they tell the rest of their friends and family how good Kashmiris are. And this is also the nature of this attack, is an attempt to sow seeds of enmity within India.
Okay.
So, for example, speaking to your earlier question when you said that why aren't people protesting? So, for example, I had put out that video of a protest happening in Pahalgam right now, where locals are protesting. They are taking out, as a matter of fact, a candlelight march against this terror attack. However, if you go to my profile, Rahul, and if you look at the comments and the quote tweets, there isn't an iota of trust. Like, all the comments that I'm getting on that tweet are to the effect that no, this is not genuine, or this is not. So the seeds of mistrust that are being sown by Pakistan through these kinds of attacks. I've also talked about it in my book. In the appendix to my book, I've also talked about this a little bit. That how this is social engineering with a very low investment. You just
clearly then someone from the valley needs to reach out to other Indians and tell them that, look, we mean this. We mean what we are doing, we mean the empathy, it's flowing from us, we want you to trust us, and you have to sometimes move beyond symbolism. Okay, so one second, let me bring in Professor Chileni. Professor Chileni, I saw your tweet. Get into the reasons really behind the timing. Desperate timing, yes, Pakistan, but what's the reason? What is Pakistan trying to tell the world? They're already a basket case. We all know terror originates from there. Why would they want to reinforce that? What's the idea here?
Well, there is a long-standing Pakistani pattern of carrying out a major terror attack in India to coincide with a high-profile visit by a foreign dignitary. We've seen that over the years. For example, on the eve of President Bill Clinton's visit to India in the year 2000, there was this massacre of 35 Sikh villagers in Chittinsinghpura. So we have seen how repeatedly high-profile visits have been used by the Pakistani ISI to employ its terrorist proxies to carry out a daring attack, and the idea is twofold. The purpose is twofold. One is to draw international media attention, and certainly this attack in Pahalgam is going to get extensive international media coverage, especially because it's coinciding with the visit to India of J.D. Vance. So that's one purpose. The other is to cause symbolic impact on India's confidence, on its narrative that normalcy is returned to J&K, to expose gaps in India's security, and to show to India that it remains vulnerable to attacks staged by Pakistan. So these are the dual purposes that motivate the sponsors to carry out attacks periodically. And the troubling part is that we in India always repeat the same points after every major attack. For example, after every major attack, we are discussing about imposing costs on Pakistan. But we don't impose sustained costs on Pakistan. It's only after an attack that we raise this question, but there are no sustained costs imposed on Pakistan. And let's face it, Rahul, that the key to preventing attacks is imposing sustained costs on state sponsors of terror. That's where India fails. We only debate when a major attack happens, and then again we forget about it.
Yeah. I think that's a point that General Bakshi also made very elaborately in the first half of this program. SP Vaid Saab is also there with us, DGP Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Vaid, first things first, why have we failed to contain this attack? Number one. Number two, again, the same question that I posed to Mr. Chileni about the timing. What is Pakistan's game plan? Does it want an escalatory, does it want a retaliation, plunge the area? Does it, the generals there who are ruling a failed state want a diversion? What's going on?
Rahul, I have absolutely no doubt about this fact that Pakistan, with its problems at home, would like Kashmir issue, which was almost for the last few years returning towards normalcy. They would like this issue to be once again in the news, and what better way than when Vice President of USA is visiting. And as Professor Chilani said, I completely agree with every time US high-profile dignitary visits. This is we see attacks, whether it is Chatti Singhpura or many, I can name many of them, and this is also coinciding with Pakistan would obviously like international media attentions, because we had, after abrogation of Article 370, if you recall, had even conducted G20, had conveyed all over the world that things are almost returning to normalcy, and Kashmir is it's a matter of a few years we will be able to clean it up completely. There are no doubt so many, I can name many parameters where improvement has come, but this is also a fact that there are groups of terrorists who have managed to enter, and now the composition of terrorists is more than 90% of them are foreign terrorists. Earlier, there used to be a substantial number of local terrorists. Now, their number is even less than 10%. And these people will, these foreign terrorists, mostly Lashkar and Jaish, they will obviously have no sympathy for the Kashmiris. This Kashmiris must understand. Pakistan and their handlers and these terrorists have no sympathy for Kashmiris. In fact, the biggest sufferer of this attack would be after the victims would be the Kashmiris. They were rolling in business for last 2-3 years. Look at, you were not getting a room with the heat wave in rest of India. People were flocking to Kashmir. I as a DGP was not able to get a room. Can you imagine? That was the condition. So ultimately, all those who are connected with this, now you will see a flurry of cancellations taking place in the hotels. People will run away from. Though at the moment highway is closed, but I think extra flights must be arranged by the government of India. And things, it is not a coincidence that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir makes a statement. We all heard it. The whole world heard him about two-nation theory, and Hindus are different from Muslims, and Kashmir is a juggler. And this incident taking place after 2 or 3 days. It is
but my
not
point is, sir, now you've been somebody who's, looked at the security grid there. I mean, now various inputs are coming from IB sources, facile inputs, quite frankly, viewers, saying, oh, there are some 200 chaps on some place across the LOC, on some launch pad and this pad and that pad. Bhai, itna pata tha, then how did they come and do what they did? SP Vaid, when our head's going to roll?
That is, see, enough of Ninda, Kadi Ninda, enough of the condemnation. I think, as Professor Chilani was saying, India now must make Pakistan pay for it. And I think hard action needs to be taken against Pakistan. And I have no doubt that this is done by, they may be saying that TRF. TRF is just a local name of the Lashkar-e-Toiba.
As if we didn't know, they've taken responsibility. We don't need the intelligence to tell us that they were behind it. I mean, God knows why people are putting out this kind of garbage from the government. They have nothing to say. Professor
Rahul,
yes, Mr.
Rahul, there is no doubt that intelligence failure is there. Without that, taking such a major attack taking place cannot happen.
Who's responsible? Mr. Ved, who at the end pays the price? Citizens are dying. Who pays? General Bakshi, anyone? Hazards a guess here, please. General Bakshi, tell me. Our head's going to roll. What's going to happen? First of all, to affix accountability here.
Look, Arnab, look, Rahul, the simple fact is that we have failed to inflict enough deterrent punishment on Pakistan. There is General Asim Munir asking for a civilizational war on the basis of the so-called Hindu-Muslim fault line. And a few days later, this attack singling out the Hindus comes in Kashmir. We have an amazing lack of situational awareness. The morning broadcasts tell us one person has been wounded, then it becomes 2, then it becomes 8, then it becomes 20. For God's sake, what are you trying to hide? Which is out in the open, right? There is, when I was in Jammu and Kashmir, every year in April, May, we used to carry out major sanitization operations on the upper reaches before the Amarnath Yatra.
So obviously,
the launch pads are Pahalgam.
The preparation for the season has not been adequate.
Where were those strikes? Where were those preemptive operations? Now you need to hit back across the line of control. Why have you given a ceasefire? Why is the ceasefire lasted 5 years?
Was saying. No sustained costs have been imposed on Pakistan. We have a yo-yo policy. Professor Chireni, what would you like to be seen in the immediate?
Guns open up?
Okay, Professor Chireni, in the immediate, what should be done? In the immediate, to send a message that we mean business this time.
Well, I think, Rahul, the issue is more fundamental. It's not about what India can do immediately, because obviously we should not be responding in a knee-jerk manner. The way to impose costs is not through overt means. The discrete ways to impose costs on Pakistan. The problem is this, Rahul, is that successive governments in India have failed to articulate and enforce a clear-headed policy on Pakistan, even though we all know that Pakistan has weaponized terrorism. It's seeking to normalize it. And yet, you see, I'm just, we should not forget the pattern. Every successive prime minister in India has sought to normalize relations with Pakistan. He has made peace
and then got bitten.
Exactly. And we don't learn. We don't learn.
And it's not as if once bitten is twice shy. Okay, well, look, viewers, Professor Chireni, thank you, gentlemen, Mr. Ved, Professor Chireni, General Bakshi, for speaking your mind tonight and calling a spade a spade. That's really important, viewers. No more looking the other way. No more whataboutery. Got to address the issue. We're taking a short break, and we're going to discuss over the next 40 minutes, viewers, when we return, what India can do exactly, how one should respond. Stay with us.
Presented by
Did I pronounce that right, honey? I did okay? All right. With my family this morning, as a matter of fact.
Government of Jammu and Kashmir going to respond? B, C, what happens to the Amarnath Yatra? Are they going to say, sorry, you are at your own mercy, we got no guarantee for your life and you're at peril? 4, what is the central government's going to be a response? 5, what is whole of nation response? Why are we saying whenever a foreign dignitary comes here, we should be worried that there should be someone they could perpetrate an attack? I be it in Delhi during Trump's time, what happened?
There he is meeting with the J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, and then hopefully going to take stock of the situation with others and get to the bottom of what really transpired over the last hours that has brought to be very, very honest, a lot of grief to more than 1 billion homes in our country. Viewers, those pictures to the right of your screens tell you the story of a bloodbath, the picture of a woman, the picture of a young woman, her bridal bangles tinged with blood, of her husband, sitting disconsolately resigned to the verdict dished out by fate and by some misanthropic Islamist terrorists. This picture will haunt us forever. It will haunt the Union Home Minister, who of course has done immense work over the last 6-7 years in Kashmir to bring it to a point where India could claim that the winds of change were now visibly blowing through the valley. No wonder, viewers, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Saudi Arabia called up the Union Home Minister right after he was briefed about the severity of the attack. And let me tell you, it is one of the worst in our history. In the way the targets were picked, it was reminiscent of what happened in the Trident Hotel, viewers, at the Taj Hotel, viewers, at Nariman House, viewers, in Mumbai on 26 November 2008. That is the scale at which we are discussing an incident. A shocked young woman, having miraculously escaped death, describes how the terrorists singled out her husband, who looked non-Muslim, she said, and shot him. We've heard from other survivors, and that is the woman. You can see her in the suede leather jacket, lined with fur. Her photo has gone viral because she was sitting next to her husband, who was on the floor lying prostrate, shot through the head. Viewers, this ghastly, villainous act that no human, let alone a loving wife, should ever witness, has shocked the country. Listen in as she first describes what actually happens and the diabolism of the religious undercurrents that underwrite this particular incident. Listen in.
आपने आप बोले ना मुझे
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
ये जो भीड़ सब है, प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, बेहतर
प्लीज,
क्या हुआ, इसको क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
The carnage, bodies strewn in various states of undress, mangled and bloodied by the hateful designs of bigots, so many that a numbed and shocked mind just can't compute. Many say that this is the worst attack after Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go over some of these survivor testimonies because they will chill you to the bone.
रेस्क्यू में मैंने रेस्क्यू किया उस वक्त मैंने 3 इंजोर्ड देखे क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत थी, घोड़े भी थे, घोड़े वाले भी थे, लोकल भी थे, टूरिस्ट भी थे, टूरिस्ट का रश बहुत था। 3 हमने देखे, 3 हमने रेस्क्यू किया जो इस वक्त जेएमसी हॉस्पिटल में।
How many terrorists were there? How many terrorists were there? 2 थे। कितने फायर उन्होंने फायर किए?
2 किए।
2, okay.
Here's the numbers that we are learning that constituted the diabolical team of villainous cowards is 4. We still don't know how many lives. It would be an understatement to say that India is reeling in shock. The aftermath of the dastardly attack in Pahalgam is beginning to dawn on citizens, leaving them absolutely lost for words. Hindu men, and I'm underlining this term because it's about time that we identified the problem for what it is. Hindu men were lined up, identified, and shot dead. They were asked to read the kalma, we are being told. And when they failed, they were shot. Their families were not attacked because Viewers, the terrorists believe that there should be people who should be shocked and horrified enough to mourn the deaths. This is the diabolism that visited Pahalgam today in the shape of 4 Islamist terrorists armed with M4 rifles. One of them is suspected of being an Indian, a local. 3 others are supposed to be Pakistan-trained terrorists. Viewers, a meeting is underway in Srinagar as we speak, as a Union Home Minister Amit Shah flew to Srinagar and landed about an hour and a half ago. You can see him with the top military commanders, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, and others, including the Governor of the state, Mr. Sinha. Moment-to-moment updates are being given to Prime Minister Modi, who is, of course, in Saudi Arabia, involved in very sensitive talks with the Saudi authorities. And in fact, he was the one, according to reports, who called the Union Home Minister, engaged him in a quick video conference and asked him to leave forthwith for Kashmir to handle the law and order situation. The situation there remains sensitive. The 4 individuals who've done this are at large. They could strike again. We don't quite know what's happening, viewers. There's a lockdown, obviously, security lockdown, but many tourists remain. And as you know, this is height of tourist season, at least the beginning of it. And in a few weeks will be the Amarnath Yatra. Pahalgam, of course, is the base camp that serves for Amarnath Yatris. So this is a attack which is fraught with consequences. 1 Nepalese, 1 UAE national has been eliminated also. These are the 2 foreigners among the dead, apart from, of course, 25 Indian nationals. As I said, all of them men, all of them Hindus. Viewers, we are being told that tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister arrives back in India, he might even cut short his visit, depending on the engagements, and I expect it to work through the night so that he can leave earlier before schedule from Saudi Arabia and return. A CCS meeting will be held, and of course, stock will be taken, and a strategy, hopefully, will be thought through about retaliation. The Prime Minister has already issued a statement, and I just want us to go through it in just a few seconds, but he has said that we are going to make sure that the perpetrators are punished. Since they all come from across the border in Pakistan, that statement is replete with meaning. I pray the injured recover at the earliest, said the Prime Minister. All possible steps are being taken to comfort them. I strongly condemn the terror attack in Pahalgam. Condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. The Prime Minister says that all assistance is being provided to those affected. Those behind the heinous act will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. These are his exact words, viewers. The evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable. It will get even stronger. This is an open challenge from Pakistan. And it comes at a time when J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, is visiting. The US Vice President has also issued a statement sympathizing with Indian citizens, expressing his shock. He's come out and said that he stands with all Indians in this time of need and devastation, extending his condolences to the victims of the devastating attack. India, over the past few days, we have been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack. Of course, the US establishment is no stranger to big terror attacks taking place when big US dignitaries visit this country. Viewers, all of this has, of course, happened just days after the tin pot general of the Pakistani establishment, the army there, General Munir. I don't even want to call him a general because generals don't act in this cowardly manner. So Munir came out and said that Hindus are our enemies. Listen in, viewers.
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country, and we know how to defend it.
There are, of course, those who are the vectors of this two-nation theory even on Indian soil. And let me tell you, viewers, there's a video doing the rounds, and one just hopes that that video is some sort of a fiction, because what it says will shock you. A member of parliament from Srinagar, elected member, National Conference, being interviewed a few months ago, said, I don't know about all this tourism. To me, this is a cultural invasion. So Munir talks about two-nation theory, and you have an MP in India's parliament who's echoing that in a different context by suggesting that anyone coming from different parts of the country to Kashmir today to participate in this festival of normalcy, so to speak, are cultural invaders. If there are willing takers, clearly there are people who elected this mindset, viewers. If they're willing takers, are you surprised at what you're seeing? I'm certainly not. Major General Arya is here with us. I want to bring him into this conversation. Dr. Ranganathan also there with us, Sushant Sareen and Ashok Sajjanhar, former diplomat. And we're going to ask them now, first of all, for their opening comments. So let me first begin with you, Major or Arya. What do you make of this entire episode today, this sordid episode, this dance of bigotry?
This is nothing new to Kashmir. You're very well aware of this, Rahul. In a previous debate, I did ask one of the panelists who was saying that, don't link this to an ideology. And Anand was there as well, and Anand said that it's linked to an ideology, and I agree with Anand, because I asked the gentleman, and today I would like to ask the people at large who are watching this program, what is the meaning of Jaish-e-Mohammed? What does it mean? What does Lashkar-e-Taiyiba mean? You see, what is happening is radical Islamist jihad. What is happening is what they want in Kashmir is Nizam-e-Mustafa. This is what Kashmir is about. It is not about anything else. That is number one. Number two, it's very important to understand that our enemy are not actually Hafiz Saeed or somebody else. It is Asim Munir who's the enemy. Asim Munir is the face of terrorism, and unless we damage the Pakistan army along the line of control, unless we go inside, whether it is a shallow raid or a deep raid inside, unless the dead bodies of Pakistani Punjabi military personnel reach their villages and we hear the wailing and crying in the villages where the dead bodies are, we are never going to see a peace in Kashmir, Rahul. It is our choice. Blood will flow. Whether it flows on this side of the LOC or the other side of the LOC is a choice that we need to make. And it's as simple as that. I'm done with all this, Rahul. I'm done with people trying to say, no, this is BJP, this is Congress, this is that. No, none of that. None of that. Sar ke badle sar. It is as simple as that. Sar ke badle sar. We need heads. We need heads on platters here. And the Indian Army is very capable. And this time when the Prime Minister says that the guilty will be punished, I hope, I don't know if somebody can get it to the Prime Minister that the guilty are the Pakistan Army. You can keep on killing terrorists for the next 100 years. They have got a 25 crore nation to our west. 25 crore log hain, sare ke sare terrorist hain.
Well, look, I know that emotions are running high, but Sushant Sareen, I want to ask you a question. Are we today willing to outsource all of this to madcaps in Pakistan as usual? Because there are fifth columnists here too. Everyone who argues for laws, for exceptions, to reinforce a kind of separatist mindset, I believe is a fifth columnist, because they are actually only extending the two-nation theory. That's all.
Yeah, Rahul, one, I think, all of you guys who are leading anchors have been accusing people like Anand, Gaurav, me of giving way to our emotions. We are not being emotional. I think we are being very cold, calculated, and we are saying harsh facts which we have brushed under the carpet for very long, and we try and couch them as emotions. If Gaurav says that, look, you treat all 250 million odd Pakistanis as enemies and as people who are inimical to you, yeah, okay, if you don't want to treat 250 million, you can treat 245 million. Or maybe 249 million, because I don't think many more than that are likely to be well disposed than you to us. So let's be very clear on that. Unfortunately, what we get taken in by is what somebody once called the pleasant lies which the Pakistanis keep spouting on our face. You know, all these YouTubers and others who come and talk about India and how much they love India, etc., etc. And, you know, all that you need to tell an Indian is, you know, how good you are, how nice you are, and these people just get floored. So let's not get fooled by this. I have gotten fooled by it myself. I don't anymore. Now I treat them all, you know, like something that the cat has brought in. I don't want them to come into my...
I just want to tell you, Sushant Sareen, actually, I'm the leading edge of that wedge. I had no illusions. I've never even gone to any of these back channel nonsensical, crappy things. Where they try to, you know, where they try to grease you and this, that, the other. Never been there, because I come from a state where I saw and witnessed what this two-nation theory is all about. And I've been saying it for the last 15 years on national TV, and I actually support people like you, so I get kicked in my shins for being an Islamophobe, if you please. But my question to you, Sushant Sareen, yes, okay, there are all sorts of malfeasant idiots on the other side of the border, but what about this side? Whose name are they fighting in? They say this is the Kashmiri people we are fighting for. Where are those Kashmiri people today? Where are these peace-loving Kashmiri people on the streets? Million-man marches saying, not in our name. Where are they? Where are those people who carry handbags to save Indian Hindus? Where are those people? And what do I call them?
Listen, so Rahul, to my eternal shame, I have been part of that track to nonsense. And I realized that it was utter nonsense and I gave it up. Okay, so I accept my guilt and I cannot be shamed enough for having done that many years back until I smelled the coffee. But look, you are right. Part of the problem is in India. Okay, you have this whole lobby out here which talks about what is the problem if we go to Pakistan and play a cricket match out there? Cricket is a new religion. You know, these idiots don't realize that somebody is not going to ask you, do you play a cricket? That's your religion. Okay, I'm not going to kill you. He'll ask you, he'll make you open your pants and see if you're not circumcised, he's going to kill you. Tell these idiots, some of them are part of, you know, this anchor community who will pontificate, tell us about how good this relationship was, how nice it was when he met Miadad or some other lowlife in Pakistan. You know, there are people like that out here. There are people in the civil services. There are people in politics. There are people in civil society who will keep talking about this whole this nonsense about, oh, we are the same people. The other guy is telling you, you are my enemy. He says, you are my eternal enemy. I am going to kill you. I want to undo you. He is saying it publicly. But these idiots out here will keep saying, no, but you are my brother. You are my friend. So to these people, I think they are so stupid that they cannot have a sinister agenda. I think they are utterly dumb. They include people in the intelligence services. You know, we have had retired intelligence czars, so as to speak, who first made a hash of Kashmir and then became the greatest advisors on Kashmir to everybody, including people like Mr. Vajpayee and others who used to, somehow love the company of these guys. You go to any spook, every spook will say, no, but he's a very nice guy. What am I going to do with a nice guy, yaar? I don't want a nice guy. I want a bad guy in the office, right? I want a bad guy who can do bad things to my enemies. I don't want a good guy who just wants to have a convivial evening with me. I don't give a shit about a convivial evening, yeah? I want a guy who will take the war to the enemy.
No, that's...
And I'm not emotional. I'm telling you the reality.
That's absolutely true. But the point is, how do we take a war when we are divided ourselves? When half of us want talks. Just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, Dr. Nanganathan, you and I were on this panel saying, let's not have this election. Because we know And we have now a member of parliament who says that I view tourists as cultural invaders. So, I mean, what does that tell you? But more than that, I want to ask a very fundamental question today, Dr. Ranganathan. Why are people finding it so hard to call out Islamist terror? I mean, we have people who immediately jump and make this equation, India has become a Hindu Pakistan. Because some crackpot has gone and done something. They think that it is a national, some kind of affliction. But when there is a horrible crime committed in the name of religion, everyone is coming out with these anodyne statements. We condemn this. It's a horrible act of this, that. I mean, look at the statements even government people are putting out. We all know it's a terror attack, but why? Why don't you call out the problem?
And this problem would be solved if a fraction of our leaders would be as clear-cut in their thought as Pakistani General Munir is. I'm afraid he said nothing wrong. In fact, he didn't go as far as his ideology wants him to. Maybe he got a bit embarrassed. Look, if development and prosperity brought peace, Middle East would be like what it appears in that Trump video. But is it? On one side, 9 medical colleges, 1.5 million tap connections, 8 million Ayushman cards, 0.2 million homes, 0.8 million toilets, 65 million tourist footfall, 30% increase in school days, 9,000 kilometers of new roads, 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 80% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organization, peace, tranquility, and all that in the last 5 years in Jammu and Kashmir. And on the other side, the lifeless body of a husband, eyes still staring at his shocked wife, killed because he was identified as a Hindu. But it will not shake the world's conscience, Rahul. Terrorism has no religion. That's why terrorists check the ID cards of tourists, pull their pants down to confirm, ask them to recite the kalma, and kill those who were not Muslims. Where does all this hate come from? It can't all come from across the border. It comes from an ideology that transcends borders. Let's be clear about it. These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted by their cohorts in India. Or as I have said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and the ladders by India. Because tell me, 4 states share borders with Pakistan. But does such a massacre happen in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, Punjab? It happens because we Indians in India allow it to happen. We facilitate it and then we felicitate it. Okay. Unless we change the ground situation in Kashmir, unless we restore the demography in Kashmir, we can hit Pakistan as many times as we want. It won't change anything. Didn't we carry out Balakot? Hasn't this happened now?
Nothing. And I'll tell you, viewers, and I want to bring in Mr. Sajjanhar, because now in the second part of this conversation, we're going to talk about what we can do, actually. So, Mr. Sajjanhar, a country with a population of Chandni Chowk, Scotland passed a resolution against Hindu phobia in their parliament. And you can see on the right, viewers, are pictures for the first time of the moment of the attack. Bullets going off. Cries of people who are being shot.
उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तुम मौत ही कसम निकल गई है उमर उमर ओ ता जुलदे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तुम मौत ही कसम निकल गई है उमर उमर ओ ता जुलदे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार.
There you go, viewers. There you go. That's the moment. That's the moment, Mr. Sajjanhar. This moment will be forever etched in our minds. This will haunt us. There's no difference here between what happened on October 7th in Israel. Zero difference. What should we do? Have another cabinet meeting? What should we do?
Thank you very much, Rahul. Yes, you're very right. I think this will continue to stay etched in the memory of all those people, not only those who were there, but I think all the Indians who have watched it, who've seen, who have felt the pain and the anguish. I think what is quite clear is, two things. That this is a
Split the screen. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Sajjanhar. They will split the screen with these visuals and the meeting that is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So, this is a gauntlet that has been thrown by Pakistan to India. And, this is something that, needs to be responded to as the...
But how, sir? How? What do we do?
I think, you see, the manner in which we acted, whether it was in September 2016, after the Uri attack, what we did after Pulwama in Balakot, I think those are some templates, those are some ideas, but basically, the point is that it has to be responded in a strong manner so that the message goes out. Message goes out very, very strongly. I think the message that had gone out earlier was what Pakistan had been saying, that we have nuclear weapons. We are not going to be.
So hang on. I think where we are. Okay, Major Arya, Sushant Serene. What do we do? How do we respond? Major Arya, what do we do? We have endless meetings. People are already telling me, let's not, react in a knee-jerk fashion. I don't know what is a sustained campaign against Pakistan. Obviously, it has to be a military one by force.
Yes. So what we did in Balakot was we targeted terrorists. What we did in the surgical strikes, we targeted terrorists. And I think that is the wrong move. Target the Pakistan army. You need to have khaki-wearing dead bodies. Pakistani Punjabi army, dead bodies going to the villages. Otherwise, it does not stop. You can have 20 Balakots, it will not stop. You should not be targeting terrorists, right? Unless it's in a limited capacity inside Kashmir, inside, hinterland operations. Otherwise, when you go across, stop targeting terrorists. You have brigade headquarters. You have div headquarters of the Pakistan army within our artillery range. Put a Pinaka there. Take out the brigade headquarters once and for all. That is how you pass a message to Pakistan, not by doing a Balakot and saying that we killed 300 people from Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have 30,000 more. Who cares about 300 people? They are disposable assets of Pakistan. But if you can target a brigade headquarters, if you can target a div headquarters without one soldier crossing the border, you have the wherewithal to do it. You have these missiles, you have the BrahMos. Just go ahead, put a BrahMos inside that block hole.
But people are saying that they have nuclear weapons and this will lead to an escalation.
Rahul, all this is nonsense. Pakistan was a declared nuclear state in 1998. India much before that. Did that stop Pakistan from coming into Kargil? This is nonsense. Every time Pakistan threatens and we say, oh, Pakistan they will do nothing of that sort. Go, slap them, hammer them, kill Pakistan army. They'll be absolutely fine with it. They'll get used to it. The problem is we don't do it often enough. We need to do this even during peace times. Just keep on hammering the Pakistan army even without provocation. Just go kill a few. They'll be absolutely fine, Rahul. There is,
we have a great, Sushant Serene, we have a great ceasefire going there actually on the border, on the LOC.
Yeah, what a joke. What a joke.
So, Rahul, in my view, I think what we need to do is not just target the Pakistan army, just target Pakistan, right? Whatever you can target, and don't give a damn about collateral damage. It doesn't matter. Number one. Number two, I think we need to be very careful about whether we have the military preparedness to actually go up the escalation ladder. Because if you don't have the military preparedness, because I myself have a lot of doubts about how well we have prepared our military and how well, we have equipped our military. Because, every year when the budget time comes, we try and strangulate the armed forces and don't give them the equipment in a timely manner. But let us assume that you have the military wherewithal. I would say the first thing you should do is make the LOC so hot that the Pakistanis, including, firing Pinaka rockets as Gaurav is suggesting, firing your long-range artillery, targeting various targets out there, do that and build up a kind of pressure along the border, both international as well as the LOC, so that the Pakistanis are not sure whether you're going to attack or not going to attack. What are they going to do then? They're going to have mirror deployments, which means that they will not have the troops to fight the insurgencies which are tearing them apart in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or in Balochistan, right? And Sindh is likely to go up in flames very soon because these idiot generals of Pakistan have decided that they want to enrich themselves by occupying lands in the Cholistan desert. They've made 2 companies and they will take away Sindh's water. So Sindh is also likely to bubble. So sponsor as much trouble as you can and create as much military pressure on the border and make the LOC so hot that they don't know what the hell to do about it. They will retaliate, of course. Be prepared to go up the escalation ladder. So if you fire Pinakas, they're also going to do the same. Which means that you go up the next level and you go up the next level and then you go up the next level until they say, okay, fine, let's stop it out here. I think you really need to start upping the ante in a major way. The mistake we did after Balakot was that once the Pakistanis retaliated to our airstrikes, we didn't follow through by going up the escalation ladder. So yes, it had a salutary impact up to a point, but the Pakistanis really didn't want to go up the escalation ladder because at that point of time, subsequently transpired, their army chief was heard telling journalists, now I don't know whether this was true or it was wrong, but he did tell them this, that the Pakistan army simply did not have the equipment to fight a war against India, that their tanks were rusting, that they had all kinds of other problems. They simply did not have the financial resources to fight a war against India, right? If that is exactly the case, then push them to a point where they don't retaliate to any action you take, which means it will have to go up the escalation ladder. You have to control the escalation dominance if you want to make an impact. If you don't want to do it, then do Kadininda, turn the other cheek, wait for the next attack.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan, just before I bring in Major Aurea. Yes, go ahead.
No, and Shashank and both Gaurav are, of course, experts, and Gaurav has been in the armed forces, so they would know better when it comes to our military response. What I would say is, as a common man, as a layman, I ask a couple of simple questions. That the border of Gujarat with Pakistan combined with Punjab is longer and much less protected than the border of Jammu and Kashmir with Pakistan. Why do such incidents not happen in any other border states? The reason for that is internal. It's nothing to do with Pakistan. I mean, the world's deadliest terror attack was caused by 11 people carrying box cutters. They didn't have Pakistani army help. The reason I'm trying to say this is, unless we open our eyes to the demons who are hiding inside our closets, I'm afraid Pakistan is just a bogey. And to give you an example, the fact of the matter is, out here, you yourself are saying that the terrorists who came from outside got help from inside. It's a fact. Now, we can either ignore this fact and say Pakistan is our enemy. Fine. I have absolutely no love lost.
That's what I said. I began by asking the question, are we finding a willing bogey in Pakistan to outsource responsibility and say, no, it's coming from across the border when the machinery... Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sushant Sreen. Yeah.
Look, I do not doubt the fact that, yes, there is a fifth column in India, not just in Kashmir, it's there in other parts of India as well. Okay. It includes people in media, in all kinds of spheres of activity. I don't deny that. But that does not mean that you turn your eye off from the fact that you have an implacably hostile neighbor like Pakistan, which considers you as a civilizational enemy. Now, what does this neighbor do? So, for example, even if there are 500 Kashmiris who have a bone to pick with India, they will be sponsoring them, they will be encouraging them, they will be training them, arming them, various other things. This cannot happen without the Pakistani wherewithal. So yes, by all means, go after the local guys. And I have been an advocate of going after the ecosystem in Kashmir and other parts of India with a vengeance, right? utterly ruthless about it. But that does not mean that you say that, okay, fine, I'm not going to do anything to the Pakistanis.
Okay,
right?
So quickly, Major Arya, before we let you go, quickly give me 5 or 6 responses that can be taken materially. I'm not asking you to sort of give away state secrets or anything, but just generally talk a little bit about what our options are. Maybe diplomatically, internationally, locally, trade, this, that, the other. Is there anything we can do?
First of all, Rahul, I have no state secrets. I was a pretty junior officer in the army, so I know nothing.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what we could do, since I read a lot about this. I mean, I wouldn't know much about diplomacy, but I can tell you that, like Sushant very rightly said, turn the line of control red hot, number one. Number two, hot pursuits. Allow our special forces to do hot pursuits inside Pakistan. Hit their formation headquarters regularly. Send your para-SF people to disrupt their lines of communication and supplies inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That is one part of it. The second part of it, what we could do is, first of all, just cut off their supply lines, inside India. People are saying that, no, we did not go to Pakistan to play cricket, but it's okay to play with Pakistan and Dubai. No, it's not okay. And people say that, we have international commitments. No, you don't. The Russians... the Americans did not go to the Moscow Olympics in 1980, and in 84, the Russians did not go to the Los Angeles Olympics. And what is your small little Champions Trophy in front of the Olympics? If you really care about your citizens, you need to put a stop to all these things. Shut down your embassies. There is no need to talk to Pakistan. Just shut it down. Shut down track 1, track 2, 2.5. Just shut down, complete shutdown, and hand over this area to the army and keep on hammering them till they come to their knees. And of course, do internal housekeeping like Anand suggested. I think that's very important also.
Well, I'll leave it at this, viewers. Yeah, okay. Yes, very quickly. Sushant Singh. Yeah.
What you can also do, for example, on the cricket thing, apart from everything Gaurav has suggested, any foreign player who goes and plays in Pakistan is not going to be hired by IPL. One. Number two, any company which does business either in Pakistan or in POK will be banned from India. You will be blacklisted, not be allowed to operate in India, no matter what field it is in. Right? That could include Korean companies which are trying to seek contracts. That could include, maybe various other consumer good companies which operate in POK. If you operate in POK, you will not be allowed to operate in India. You can start doing many, many things which you have not done so far. But remember, there will be a cost. There will always be a cost to be paid. It's not as though we are not paying a cost right now. But if you're not ready to pay a cost and you only want costless options, then like I said, turn the other cheek and do Kadi Ninda.
Okay. Yeah. Very quickly, Doc. Yes.
Very quickly. First of all, India still is having trade worth $0.6 billion with Pakistan. So first, stop the hell that. Secondly, think of Indus Water Treaty.
Yes. Right. Well, viewers, there are many options. It takes will to exercise these options. There is a search operation now going on in a particular area, perhaps the environs of this particular area. It's called the Baisaran area. Very quickly, I just want to bring your views on this, Sushant Singh, this search and rescue operation, or whatever it is, search and depute, conduct, eliminate operation. How did these chaps just get away? It's happened in full public glare. They just walked out of there. It's almost as if someone came and gave them a lift somewhere.
No, yeah, Rahul, given the kind of terrain, they could have disappeared. Now, you will have to hunt them down. Whether they've gone somewhere and then meshed with the crowd, whether they have some hideouts in the jungles uphill, we don't know. But that is something that the forces will have to ferret these buggers out. But yeah, the whole idea was to go into a place which technically is not very remote, right? It might not be on the main road or something, but it's not a remote area. It's a major tourist destination. There are hundreds of tourists who go out there. So clearly, they thought that this is an unprotected area. They can attack out here and disappear before the security forces can respond. And clearly, there has been a lapse to the extent that we had not anticipated an attack like this. Maybe
so who's primarily responsible, Major Arya, for this lapse? Who's responsible? Who should put their hands up and say we betrayed the faith of millions of tourists who are coming to Srinagar?
No, see, this area, no, it has, so there is a roadhead, right? And the vehicles go till a certain point, till the roadhead, and then it's a half an hour walk. So when the terrorists come there from the forest and they attack all these people, they go back into the forest when there is a call, and by the time the army comes, then the army goes to the roadhead, then they run because the vehicle cannot go up, then the army runs to that point, and then they start looking for it. So there is no place. I mean, you could put in 10 more divisions, and we have a saying in the army that mountains eat men. You can put 2 lakh people more, you can put 10 lakh, and it will still not be sufficient because there are mountains there. I mean, this place is a valley, but all across there are mountains up, and it can't be done. It is the American army can't do it, the Chinese army can't, no army in the world can do it, and the Indian army and the Chinese army and the American army together can't do it. It can't be done because there are mountains there. You can put 1 million people there and they'll disappear. I'm talking about Ladakh and upper reaches of Kashmir and all that, where they disappear all the time. You can block the line of control absolutely. If they find a space, if there is a landslide or if there is an avalanche, they come in through that, and then you can keep in Punch. It happened, the army will keep on searching, and the terrorists are 50 meters from you, 50 meters in the jungle, 50 meters, and they can stay there for 1 week, and the Indian army will not know that 50 meters there. That is the nature of the terrain. You can't do it. I've served there, therefore I'm telling you, I've served in Punch. It is like that. You can't do anything about it. It's just the way it is.
So are you saying there's been no security failure then? This was a fait accompli?
No, I'm not saying that, you see, I don't know enough about the facts of the case to say that, I should blame this or that person. But the problem is that during these, times in terrorism, when, it has slowed down to quite a level and you are at the consolidation phase, the terrorists are very few in number. They are not much in number. They are very few in number. Difficult to locate, difficult to isolate, difficult to hunt down. Because of the terrain helps. One of the reasons why we were so successful in Punjab was many factors, but also because of the fact that, you could see everybody's plane all around in Punjab. In the mountains is very difficult, in the hills is very difficult.
Okay, well, viewers, news just breaking that Russian President Putin has extended condolences after the Pahalgam attack. Several world leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister, all of them have extended condolences. Prime Minister is expected to return tomorrow. He might actually cut short his trip, and then there's going to be a CCS. We'll keep you updated on this story as it unrolls, viewers, unravels before our eyes. Stay with us. When they failed, they were shot. Their families were not attacked, because the aftermath of the dastardly attack in Pahalgam is beginning to dawn on citizens, leaving them absolutely lost for words. Hindu men, and I'm underlining this term because it's about time that we identified the problem for what it is. Hindu men were lined up, identified, and shot dead. They were asked to read the kalma, we are being told. And when they failed, they were shot. Their families were not attacked because, viewers, the terrorists believed that there should be people who should be shocked and horrified enough to mourn the deaths. This is the diabolism that visited Pahalgam today in the shape of 4 Islamist terrorists armed with M4 rifles. One of them is suspected of being an Indian, a local. 3 others are supposed to be Pakistan-trained terrorists. Viewers, a meeting is underway in Srinagar as we speak, as a Union Home Minister Amit Shah flew to Srinagar and landed about an hour and a half ago. You can see him with the top military commanders, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, and others, including the governor of the state, Mr. Sinha. Moment-to-moment updates are being given to Prime Minister Modi, who is, of course, in Saudi Arabia, involved in very sensitive talks with the Saudi authorities. And in fact, he was the one, according to reports, who called the Union Home Minister, engaged him in a quick video conference and asked him to leave forthwith for Kashmir to handle the law and order situation. The situation there remains sensitive. The 4 individuals who've done this are at large. They could strike again. We don't quite know what's happening, viewers. There's a lockdown, obviously, security lockdown, but many tourists remain. And as you know, this is height of tourist season, at least the beginning of it. And in a few weeks will be the Amarnath Yatra. Pahalgam, of course, is the base camp that serves for Amarnath Yatris. So this is a attack which is fraught with consequences. 1 Nepalese, 1 UAE national has been eliminated also. These are the 2 foreigners among the dead, apart from, of course, 25 Indian nationals. As I said, all of them men, all of them Hindus. Viewers, we are being told that tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister arrives back in India, he might even cut short his visit, depending on the engagements, and I expect it to work through the night so that he can leave earlier before schedule from Saudi Arabia and return. A CCS meeting will be held, and of course, stock will be taken, and a strategy, hopefully, will be thought through about retaliation. The Prime Minister has already issued a statement, and I just want us to go through it in just a few seconds, but he has said that we are going to make sure that the perpetrators are punished. Since they all come from across the border in Pakistan, that statement is replete with meaning. I pray the injured recover at the earliest, said the Prime Minister. All possible steps are being taken to comfort them. I strongly condemn the terror attack in Pahalgam. Condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. The Prime Minister says that all assistance is being provided to those affected. Those behind the heinous act will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. These are his exact words, viewers. The evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable. It will get even stronger. This is an open challenge from Pakistan. And it comes at a time when J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, is visiting. The US Vice President has also issued a statement sympathizing with Indian citizens, expressing his shock. He's come out and said that he stands with all Indians in this time of need and devastation, extending his condolences to the victims of the devastating attack. India, over the past few days, we have been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack. Of course, the US establishment is no stranger to big terror attacks taking place when big US dignitaries visit this country. Viewers, all of this has, of course, happened just days after the tin pot general of the Pakistani establishment, the army there, General Munir. I don't even want to call him a general because generals don't act in this cowardly manner. So Munir came out and said that Hindus are our enemies. Listen in, viewers.
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different.
People have died in that dastardly terror attack that unfolded in Pahalgam in South Kashmir earlier this afternoon. I want to go across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who is joining us with more details on this. Siddhant, so the US president has also now condemned in unequivocal terms the dastardly attack that happened in Pahalgam, saying that the entire American administration and the American people are standing with India in this hour of grief.
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. In fact, this statement has come from President Donald Trump on Truth Social. And Donald Trump writes, and I quote him, "Deeply disturbing news out of Kashmir. The United States stands strong with India against terrorism. We pray for the souls of those lost and for the recovery of the injured. Prime Minister Modi and the incredible people of India have our full support and deepest sympathies. Our hearts are with you all," unquote. In fact, before this, J.D. Vance, in fact, his visit is still continuing here in India, has also come up with a social media post condemning the terror attacks that took place in Pahalgam. And in fact, extending condolences to the families.
So the US and its support for whatever action India chooses or doesn't choose to do henceforth, because clearly the pressure is on the Modi administration. They need to come across as responding with force and responding in a manner in which a signal is sent out to the Pakistani handlers on the other side that this is unacceptable. A red line has been crossed. The Modi government did that in 2019 in Pulwama, right after the attacks with the Balakot airstrikes. This time, the difference being that civilians have been struck. It's not just combatants, it's not just CRPF people who were killed. It is civilians, tourists, who have nothing to do with the geopolitics who have been targeted. And in this instance, from whatever we're hearing from eyewitnesses, they were singled out for being non-Muslim. They were asked to read the kalma. Those who couldn't were indiscriminately fired upon. I want to understand from you, Siddhant, how important it is to get the buy-in of some of these important world leaders, Donald Trump, the US president, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, Russian President Vladimir Putin, who's also penned a letter to Prime Minister Modi expressing unreserved support for India in this hour of grief. How important is it to get their support, get their buy-ins before India responds in a manner and in a time and place of its choosing?
Well, it's very, very important, Zaka. In fact, as you rightly said, from President Putin to President Trump, the messages, condolence messages are flowing from all across the world. In fact, and in each of these messages, Zaka, all these leaders have condemned the terror attacks which took place in Pahalgam and perhaps extended their support to India. In fact, going back to one of the statements of Donald Trump, which he made in the run-up to the elections, in fact, you must also be remembering that statement, that when there was tension with Pakistan last time around and Donald Trump got to know about it, in fact, he offered Prime Minister Modi help, and he himself said that in one of his interviews at that point in time. And Prime Minister Modi replied to Donald Trump by saying that I will handle it. And then Donald Trump said that Prime Minister Modi is a total killer. Perhaps, as far as issues like terrorism is concerned, Zaka, when it is about Donald Trump's administration, then there is full support that they had extended in the past also when he was there in office for the first time. And this time around also, the way a first message came from Vice President J.D. Vance, now President Trump has posted a message on Truth Social, perhaps shows that the United States stands strong with India against its fight against terrorism. There is no doubt about the support from the United States. Perhaps whatever decision India takes, to retaliate or strategically or tactically, that will definitely be India's decision. But what we could sense, Zaka, the kind of messages pouring in, is that there is full support to India, because as you rightly said, that this is not an attack on security forces. This is an attack on civilians, tourists, those who have nothing to do with geopolitics, with the other issues. So world has taken note of it. And perhaps we are, whatever messages they have come across the last 2-3 hours, all those messages have very clearly mentioned and called it a terror attack, condemned it, and perhaps have sent condolences to the family. So there is a lot of support which India is receiving at this point in time.
So you have the US President Donald Trump, who has just put out on Truth Social support for India, support for the Modi administration, thoughts and prayers with the victims and their families. Let's bring you up to speed, in case you're tuning in, to what is easily the most dastardly terror strike that India has seen on Indian soil. Pakistan-based terrorists once again striking in Jammu and Kashmir, this time in the tourist hotspot of Pahalgam. What you're seeing on the right side of your screen are images of the exact moment of that attack. You can see it's an open field of sorts where there is indiscriminate firing by a bunch of 5 or 6 terrorists who single-handedly removed all the men and then asked the men to recite the kalma, which is an act of faith in Islam. and if they were not able to, then they were indiscriminately shot upon. Nearly 28 tourists are dead, around 20 more are injured. Some of them happen to be in critical condition, so that death toll, that death number can go up further. As the injured are being treated, security forces are now hunting down for the terrorists with the deployment of para-commandos, but the terrain and the lack of daylight right now is a major hindrance. The attack itself took place around 2:30 in the afternoon. The terrorists came in army fatigues. Eyewitnesses say the terrorists specifically targeted Hindus. They shot people who they said, quote unquote, did not look like Muslims. In fact, reports also suggest that victims were asked to recite the kalma, which is a formal Islamic declaration of faith, and if they couldn't, they were shot at point blank. Prime Minister Modi is on a 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia. We're also getting in word that once his delegation level talks happen with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, he might cancel the rest of his program in Saudi Arabia and return forthwith to India. While in Jeddah itself, he has spoken to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and Home Minister Amit Shah is right now in Srinagar. He's held a high-level meeting along with the Chief Minister, the Lieutenant Governor, as well as, of course, top officials of the Intelligence Bureau, as well as the Home Department. The Prime Minister has said that those behind this heinous attack will not be spared.
अपने आप बोले ना मुझे पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर आप टेंशन मत लो मेरे पति का बच्चा लो हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं बेहतर क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ
Please ask for help. We don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा.
I want to go across to my colleague Ishan Wani, who's joining us from the site of the terror attack in Pahalgam. I'm also joined by Tajinder, who is, of course, our Jammu and Kashmir channel editor, who's been giving us perspective on what's going on there. Akash tracks the Defense Ministry. There have been a couple of unfortunate deaths of Defense Ministry personnel as well. One of them happens to be a lieutenant in the Indian Navy. But I want to first go across to Ishan. Ishan, you've been there for the last 4 or 5 hours in the immediate aftermath of this terror attack. As it now sinks in, 28 people dead, including a couple of foreigners. What is the latest that you're hearing from the security forces, from the security establishment? Because clearly they must be under pressure to avenge what happened today in Pahalgam.
Oh, well, absolutely right. And that's why Home Minister is on the ground getting a first-hand account from not only the Director General of Police, but also from the top brass of the Indian Army, including the 15th Corps Commander and other intelligence agencies, so that they could formulate a comprehensive outlook of how to go forward about this particular operation. Look, it's very cold in Pahalgam at the moment, and these jungles have no light right now. It becomes difficult for even the best of the best to navigate through them and check where the enemy lies. And in that situation, what the forces generally do, they keep a tight cordon around this vicinity. That's why CRPF, Indian Army and other forces have been roped in to ensure that a lot of presence is on the ground and to ensure that the forest area is well kept in check and they don't escape from there. Because these ridges and mountains are connected, interconnected. If you start walking through these ridges and the sort of technology that they have, where they're able to have an access to the trekking apps, which are US made, and they can take them offline without the need for any GPRS connection, they will be able to navigate to some other location. We have seen it happen in Swanmarg, when they attacked the tunnel and then later on they surfaced in Srinagar, near Srinagar on a mountain peak. So this tells you that there's no lack of technology, but the forces would want to do is they would want to cut off their route from multiple locations so that they don't escape from here. But the dead bodies are still here. We are told that they'll be transported back to Srinagar, and then from there onwards they'll be taken to their respective homes. But it's a very sad day. Even here today, the people who are associated with the tourism and people who drive these vehicles here are saying it's one of the saddest days. And we haven't seen such kind of gruesome attack in last many decades. You remember, as you were rightly pointing out earlier, when Bill Clinton visited Kashmir, India, at that time you had a gruesome attack like Chatti Singhpur massacre taking place. And even before that, I remember correctly when Barack Obama was visiting India around 2013 or 14, the army vehicle was attacked by a terrorist called Abu Qasim, who had fired indiscriminately. And this all is being done generally to take Kashmir on a center stage and to get attention, eyeball at a global level. And that seems to be the case today when the vice president of US is in India to carry out such situational attack. The timing had to be noted, and the sort of events that have been happening in Pakistan, be it about these camps where they have time and time again threatened to carry out attacks in India, and also the sort of statements made by the Pakistan general, is something where all of this is being seen close. Security agencies are trying to ensure that they are able to get hold of the situation as soon as possible.
All right, I'm going to, ask Tejinder as well as Akash to stay on, because I think today's attack is fundamentally different. A line has been drawn in the sand. When we had Pulwama 6 years ago, it was CRPF personnel who were in a moving party and a moving convoy who were targeted. Today, innocent civilian tourists who have nothing to do with the geopolitics or the politics of the region, who are far away from Kashmir. Some of the victims are from Karnataka, some from Maharashtra, some from Andhra Pradesh and Odisha and so on. They were singled out by name, by religion, and shot for absolutely no fault of theirs. And I think this is qualitatively different from any of the terror attacks that we've seen in the recent past. If you have to go back to an attack in which as many number of civilians were killed, you have to go back to 26/11, where, of course, the scale of the attacks was much bigger. But we've not seen this kind of civilian attack. And this was the principal understanding in the Indo-Pak circles, particularly those who study India-Pakistan relations, that after 26/11, there was a concerted call made by the Pakistan Army, the ISI, the handlers of these various terrorist organizations, not to escalate things by targeting civilians. So if you look at the major terror attacks that have happened after 26/11, many of them, more than 90% of them, targeted security personnel. Very, very few, very rare ones targeted civilians. In this instance, today what happened was there was no attempt to mask any difference between civilian and security personnel. In fact, the entire purpose of today's attack was intended to target civilians, to target tourists, to target people who've come from far-flung areas to visit Kashmir as tourists. I'm going to take a break and try and understand from Tejinder, from Akash, from all our ground reporters, why, therefore, if the nature of the attack was qualitatively different, then how may the nature of the response be qualitatively different? That's on the other side.
मैडम जी
Did I pronounce that right, honey? I did okay? All right. With my family this morning, as a matter of fact, and last night, Prime Minister Modi welcomed me, Usha, and our 3 small children at his beautiful home. I've been amazed by the ancient beauty of the architecture of India, by the richness of India's history and traditions, but also by India's laser-like focus on the future. And those things, I think this appreciation for history and tradition and this focus on the future is very much something that I think animates this country in 2025. Now, in other countries I've visited, it sometimes feels like there's a flatness, a sameness, a desire to just be like everyone else in the world. But it's different here. There's a vitality to India, a sense of infinite possibility, of new homes to be built, new skylines to be raised, and lives to be enriched. And there's a pride in being Indian, a feeling of excitement about the days that lie ahead. Now, it's a striking contrast.
Seen who have felt the pain and the anguish. I think what is quite clear is, 2 things. That this is a
split the screen. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Sajjanhar. They will split the screen with these visuals and the meeting that is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So, this is a gauntlet that has been thrown by Pakistan to India. And, this is something that, needs to be responded to as the...
But how, sir? How? What do we do?
I think, you see, the manner in which we acted, whether it was in September 2016, after the Uri attack, what we did after Pulwama in Balakot, I think those are some templates, those are some ideas, but basically, the point is that it has to be responded in a strong manner so that the message goes out. Message goes out very, very strongly. I think the message that had gone out earlier was what Pakistan had been saying, that we have nuclear weapons. We are not going to be.
So hang on.
That side.
I think where we are, okay, Major Arya, Sushant Sareen, what do we do? How do we respond? Major Arya, what do we do? We have endless meetings. People are already telling me, let's not, react in a knee-jerk fashion. I don't know what is a sustained campaign against Pakistan. Obviously, it has to be a military one by force.
Yes. So what we did in Balakot was we targeted terrorists. What we did in the surgical strikes, we target terrorists. And I think that is the wrong move. Target the Pakistan army. You need to have khaki wearing dead bodies. Pakistani Punjabi army.
40 Jawans were killed in that instance. Today, we're at 28 civilians, tourists who were visiting Pahalgam in South Kashmir, who were there to soak in the scenery, the greenery, and the exquisite beauty of the Kashmir Valley. Today, they're going back either bullet-ridden, dead victims of a mindless, blind hate, or they're going back as family members who have just witnessed their loved ones being shot dead at point-blank range. What explains this madness? And more importantly, what should be the response to this absolutely visceral, deep-seated, completely blinded hate that these individuals seem to have for India and for Indians? I want to go across to Akash as well as Tejinder. Tejinder, I want to first come across to you, and this is a geopolitical, diplomatic sort of fallout to what happened today. Clearly, the government of India, the security establishment, the Modi government will have to respond very firmly and be seen as responding firmly. A line needs to be drawn in the sand in response to try and avenge what happened today in Pahalgam. The question is, how will today's attack be seen? How will it be viewed different from what we saw in Pulwama, different from what we saw in Uri, perhaps all the way up to 2008 when we saw 2611?
Zaka, this attack is on the fabric of India. You see, the people from across the country, they had come to Pahalgam to spend their holidays or gather good memories from Pahalgam. But unfortunately, what they got, it's a nightmare. People, like I have been speaking to the people on the ground, our reporters who have been continuously reporting what happened since this afternoon when this cowardly terror attack took place, in which so far what we have come to know that 28 people have lost their life, and unfortunately, Zaka, the number is likely to increase, though there has been no official confirmation about the figures. But yes, this is an attack on the fabric of India. People were chosen, they were selected, they were targeted. You see, what the sources within the police establishment and also those who are investigating this entire terror attack have been telling Network 18 that the terrorists, who were believed to be 3 to 4 in numbers, they were in two groups. Initially, the first group that was 3 to 4 in numbers, they came near these tourists. There was another group of terrorists that was standing at a distance. All of them were wearing army fatigue. These tourists, they were asked about their identity. Initially, Zaka, these tourists did not suspect anything foul because they saw these people wearing army uniform, carrying weapons. So they thought that these people must be from the army. But when they asked whether these tourists, whether you are Hindu or a Muslim, they when most of them, they said that we are Hindus, they started firing at them. Some what we have come to know, Zaka, that some of the tourists who could recite the kalma, because they were asked that you should recite kalma, and those who could recite their kalma, they were asked to lower their pants to see whether they are circumcised or not. This is what the brutality of these terrorists was. So they just, those who could recite the kalma, these terrorists, they checked that whether they are circumcised Muslims or not, and those who were not, they were shot from the point blank. And this was a massacre that took place in Pahalgam today, wherein the people who had come from various parts of the country, they now are going back to their homes in a coffin. Having said so, you see, Zaka, the Indian government so far has shown a resolute response to these type of terror attacks. We saw Balakot happening, we saw surgical strikes happening post Uri terror attack. Then after Pulwama, we saw the Balakot airstrike. So people in across the country, they have been demanding that Pakistan should be taught a lesson, and more so the people in Kashmir. You see, Zaka, today for the first time, thousands of people across various districts of Kashmir, they have come on roads. As we speak, Zaka, right now, people are still on roads. They are holding protests. They are holding candlelight marches. Because you see, Zaka, I have been saying this since this terror attack unfolded, that this is not only the attack on tourists, this is attack on Kashmiris. Because when the tourists come to Kashmir, they support the livelihood of common Kashmiris. Common Kashmiris earn their livelihood when tourists go to Kashmir, they spend there. We have seen those times when the people associated with tourism industry in Kashmir, they had nothing to eat. They were starving because tourist inflow because of terrorism had stopped. People who had taken loan from the banks who were associated with the tourism industry, the hotel owners, they were at the brink of bankruptcy because they had no money. But after the revival of tourism in Kashmir, these people, they were reaping the benefits of peace. And now these terrorists, they have, while they shot dead the tourists, but they have also shot the Kashmiris' livelihood. They have snatched the livelihood from Kashmiri. You see, I have been speaking to several tour operators in Kashmir. They are saying that they are getting continuous calls from their guests to cancel their booking. So who is impacted? It's Kashmiri, common Kashmiri, who has been impacted, and it will have a long repercussion for the people in Kashmir. But yes, having said so, Government of India is likely to take steps to make sure that these type of terror attacks does not happen again. We saw post Balakot,
I think there is a point,
and
because
Pakistan,
after the abrogation of Article 370 over the last 5 years, the number of tourist arrivals in Kashmir, particularly in the last year in 2024, it went upwards of 2 crores, and that is a huge number, a number perhaps unthinkable. And certainly what happened today in Pahalgam, as much as we wish otherwise, will have an impact on the tourist footfalls this upcoming season. Summer is just right here. Many people go to Kashmir in the summer. It's school holidays, etc. You also have the pilgrimage season coming up sometime in July, for which registrations were open and registrations were happening right now. So that is going to be impacted as well. But I want to stick to the strategic and diplomatic and military response to this, because there has to be one. Akash is joining us. Akash, we know that conversations are going on in the highest echelons of the Ministry of Defense, in Army headquarters. Surely the inputs of the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, would have been sought. The question is, when we saw Pulwama happen, there was a response that came in the form of Balakot. When we saw Uri happen, there was a response that came in the form of the surgical strikes. Today, though, I'm not sure that a Balakot in response to what we saw in Pahalgam today, or a surgical strike in response to what we saw in Pahalgam today, would necessarily draw a line in the sand, would necessarily be seen as an adequate enough response. What is the thinking in the highest echelons of the military establishment in the government, and what are the options on the table?
Right. So, Zaka, first of all, there are voices on social media, in fact, on news channels, several experts, and people are basically asking for some sort of, response, military response, in fact, and this is the reason why we have, Army Chief taking part in 2 high-level meetings, we have been told. In fact, he was briefed about the incident and, in fact, this attack, that has happened. But remember, whenever it is about any sort of military action, Zaka, a lot of deliberation, happens, and we are still not sure as to what will happen next. But definitely it is one of the deadliest attack, that Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the recent past. And Zaka, I want to mention it, since the abrogation of Article 370, Kashmir has remained largely peaceful. We have seen attacks in Jammu area, specifically in south of Pir Panjal range in Rajouri and Poonch. But these attacks were on the forces, were on army personnel.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. We're getting a piece of breaking news, a very important one. Top government source telling CNN News 18 that in view of the terrorist attack in Kashmir, Prime Minister Modi today skipped the official dinner that was hosted by Saudi Arabia. He has decided to cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He will leave for India tonight. He was originally scheduled to return tomorrow night, but now he will arrive in India early Wednesday morning. Aman Sharma, our political editor, has more details on this. We'll try and go across to him. So the Prime Minister also responding to the dire attack that we saw earlier today in Pahalgam. He's now cut short his 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia. He will leave Saudi Arabia the moment his bilateral talks with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia will conclude. He is not standing by for the official banquet or the dinner that's being hosted by the Crown Prince in honor of the Prime Minister. He will cut short his visit and return back to Delhi and is expected to touch down at the Palam Airport early Wednesday morning. Aman Sharma, our political editor, has more details on this. So the Prime Minister also, this is the gravity of the situation that the Prime Minister has also cut short an important diplomatic visit. Walk us through it.
Absolutely, Zaka. This shows the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the worst terror strike India has seen since the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai. The Prime Minister, who was in Saudi Arabia, had various engagements tomorrow. He was to return to India tomorrow night. But Mr. Modi has cut short his visit. He will be boarding his plane late tonight and he's leaving tonight itself for India. He will be back, in fact, in Delhi early tomorrow morning. And this shows the gravity of the situation that PM is coming back a day early from his very important Saudi Arabia trip. He's already spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah earlier today, soon after the attack news came and the gravity, dawned upon the government given the casualties which have happened and the way the attack has been carried out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke from Jeddah to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who was rushed to Srinagar. Mr. Amit Shah was in Srinagar by 8 p.m. in fact. And, he is also taking stock of the security situation there. But the Prime Minister is also cutting short his visit. In fact, we are told that the official dinner, which was to be hosted by the Saudi Arabia today for the Prime Minister has skipped that official dinner as well. He's cutting short his visit. He's coming back to India tomorrow morning. The Prime Minister will be landing back in Delhi. There could be a emergency cabinet security meeting as well, with the Prime Minister could chair, and a strong response to this terrorist strike could be chalked out at that particular meeting. As I was mentioning earlier, Home Minister Amit Shah is already camping in Srinagar. He could, taking stock of the situation there, because the government wants to give a very, very strong response, which was also very much visible in when the Prime Minister tweeted about this earlier today, when he, said that the attackers will have to. This is a very, very heinous act. The Prime Minister said the attackers will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. The evil agenda of the terrorists will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable. The Prime Minister said it will get even stronger, he has said. So the strong words of the Prime Minister and now him cutting short his visit, Zaka, shows the gravity of the situation, shows the government wants all hands on deck. And tomorrow morning, the Prime Minister will be back in Delhi, and we can expect some strong steps being taken over the next few days to bring the perpetrators of this terror strike to justice.
All right, Aman, thanks for that. I want to get Akash's view also in on this, because ultimately the response has to come from the defense forces. You were saying that how this attack, because it targeted civilians, because it targeted tourists, unlike what we saw in Pulwama or unlike what we saw in Uri, so the nature of the response from the Indian defense establishment also has to be qualitatively different. What are the options on the table?
Right, Zaka, I'll come to that, but there is an input. In fact, I'm learning that, tomorrow is, in fact, Cabinet Committee for Security meeting has been called. In fact, Aman was pointing out that how CCS is being planned, and tomorrow I'm learning that Prime Minister is going to chair a CCS meeting where our Defense Minister will be very much there. In fact, all the senior, leaders from the cabinet will be there, and, they are going to deliberate as to what can be the response. Remember, this is one of the deadliest, attacks. Zaka, last year, I remember in June, we have seen Riyasi attack where, our tourists were in fact targeted. But, there is a difference in what we saw last year in June and the incident, in fact, the attack that has happened today. last time it was indiscriminate firing, blind firing upon the bus, and today, it was different. It seems like it was a planned one. TRF has, of course, taken the responsibility, but as far as response is concerned, so, various options are there. We have seen, military strikes in the past. We have seen the surgical strikes. We have seen the air strikes and services. In fact, the forces are capable of, dealing with the sort of threats that we have within the country, specifically when we talk about the presence of terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. And as far as, the foreign threats are concerned, we have seen that how actions has been taken against, the terror camps that are being operated from Pakistan soil. We have seen, surgical strikes. We have seen strikes. Now, in this particular case, what will be the response? How government is going to deal with it? Only time will tell. But yes, tomorrow is going to be an important day. Zaka Prime Minister is expected to chair this CCS meeting where we are expecting that they will deliberate upon the particular attack and, in fact, the kind of action that can be taken, Zaka.
And the CCS is also expected to authorize the Prime Minister to take whatever action is deemed necessary to try and avenge or to respond to what we saw in Pahalgam today. I'll be in touch with our reporters through the course of the hour as and when we get more details. As of now, the story that we're breaking is that Prime Minister Modi is skipping the official banquet that is being thrown in his honor by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. He will leave right after his official delegation-level talks with the Saudi Crown Prince and will return to India forthwith. He will be touching down in Palam at about 5 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow morning. So let me go across and try and decipher and make sense of what could possibly be India's response to this dastardly attack carried out in Pahalgam by Pakistan-based terrorists. Major General retired Sanjay Meston, defense expert, is joining us. Major General retired A.K. Sivach, defense expert, also joining us. Major General Meston, let me start with you first. I want to come back to that point. I can't think of another attack in recent memory where in such a large scale civilians were singled out by religion and indiscriminately killed. What may be India's response, or at least the nature of its response, because this can't be left as unpunished or forgiven?
Zaka, absolutely right. This can't be forgiven and this can't be left. India definitely has to respond. Firstly, Prime Minister of India has done a very, very good thing, that he has cancelled his balance of the trip in Saudi Arabia, which actually sends a very good message to the country. Now, what all options are available? See, firstly, let's be very clear. The entire nerve center or the epicenter of this is only happening in one place, and that is in Pakistan. All these TRF, they are just simply tools. They are just being used. So what has to be done has to be done against the Pakistan Army and the ISI. Our targets have to be very clear. It is against Pak Army and ISI. Number two, if they can state, the Rana can state that Indians deserve it, I'm quite sure we should also sing the language that Pakistan Army and ISI deserves it. So that is the second point. Now, what are the options? Options are plenty. See, today on your panel, both of us are retired officers. I know one thing. Army is always prepared. We have always, we carry out a lot of rehearsals. We know what targets we can strike. We know our capabilities. Only thing is, we require a clearance from the political brass. And they definitely will give a political clearance. Rest everything should be at the hands of the Indian Armed Forces. Whatever, and of course, we will also stipulate, these are our targets. These are the likely targets. This is how we'll do it. This is in what time frame we will do it. So we will spell it out, our service chiefs, etc. And once the CCS approves it, I think we should go ahead. Civilians or politicians should not start dictating how army should do it, because that sends a wrong message. Army is highly competent. We can take it on. Only thing is clearance required. We have already worked out these targets. So the present set of officers, the capable chief, etc., they would have decided. And I'm quite sure it will be deliberated, discussed on with the CCS, and thereafter a proper response action will be worked out. Now, options can be,
No, so I want to ask Major General Sivach as well. I keep coming back to this point. You have to understand what the Pakistani Chief of Army Staff said just last week. This was in public comments. It was at a public function. I've never seen a Pakistani chief I mean, I've lived through the Musharraf era. I've seen, what happened when General Zia was at the helm of affairs. I've never seen a Pakistani army chief openly say, go out there, kill Hindus, kill Indians, right? And then just days after that, this happens. So General Sivaj, and from whatever eyewitnesses accounts we are hearing from people on the ground, some of the family members who lost their men were singled out. They were asked to recite the kalma. Those who couldn't were indiscriminately fired upon. And those who could, for whatever turn of luck, that they could manage to recite the kalma, some of them were asked to, lower their trousers, and they were checked whether they were circumcised, and if they were not, they were shot at again at point blank range. What could possibly be a civilized response to this?
No doubt. See, as far as Jaka, what is Pakistan is doing, Pakistan is epicenter of terrorism. And first of all, whatever is being spoken by the chief of Pakistan, never ever any professional army chief will speak like this. He's the chief of an army which may have also Hindus and also Parsis as well as Sikh there. So he's sending a message that this nation is not for anyone else other than Muslims. And he has said the Muslims and Hindus are very different, their ambition are different, their aspiration different, their customs are different, their way of thinking is different. So this man is a sick person if he's having such an idea as a chief of army staff. You see, unfortunately in Pakistan, radicalization of Pakistan force started when Jai-ul-Haq came into power. You find slowly and steadily it is increasing, and that's why you find that the Hindus, Sikh and Parsis and Christian, which used to be once upon 23% of Pakistan population, today they are merely 1%. And Ahmadiyas who went from India thinking that they want a separate nation for Muslims, they are not considered Muslims. So having said so, what I feel it now, whatever Pakistan has done it will keep on doing. It will now have a policy of bleeding India with 1,000 cuts. They will keep on doing what they are doing unless you do not give a strong response. This government believe in giving a strong response. They have given. After Uri, they did a surgical strike. And after Pulwama, it was a Balakot, where we could manage to go not only in POK, but in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and hit terrorist camp of the Pakistani and killed almost 300 terrorists. No, there is no doubt about it. A strong response will be given. Time and place will be our own choosing. We don't have to become a sentimental that we have to respond very fast. But Pakistan has to pay for it. And Pakistan army, which is main, reason for this, will be also paying for it. But one thing I want to tell, see, the point today is, Pakistan army is also fighting against terrorism, but terrorism which created by them only.
Okay, I want to come to that point in just 1 second. I'm getting another piece of breaking news which I need to go to, and this is again further updates from the White House. President Trump had put out on Truth Social just moments ago. Now the White House press secretary Carolyn Levitt has said, and I quote, following the attack on a tourist location in South Kashmir, President Trump will speak to Prime Minister Modi as early as he can. Let's try and listen into what the White House press secretary had to say, because clearly if India needs to respond, and I don't think it's a choice, India has to respond, and that response needs to be seen as decisive enough, perhaps even a deterrent enough. It needs the support of major global capitals, including that of Washington, D.C. Let's listen into what Carolyn Levitt had to say, and then I'll go across to my colleague Sanjay Suri.
The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost. And our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally, India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission. So we'll give you a readout of that call later this afternoon. The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed.
All right, I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Washington. So this is an important message. First, you had the Trump Truth Social post saying that America and his administration are standing with India, and now you have the White House press secretary. How important is it to get the buy-in of the most powerful man in the world right now for whatever India's response might be? Because clearly India cannot afford to be seen as not responding to what happened today in Pahalgam.
Well, that certainly, Zaka, is very clear. And this affirmation from the White House is very, very strong. It's very, very clear. There was a briefing by the White House press secretary, and through the course of that briefing, there were matters raised. But then she took a departure from all those questions and made a point of proactively and particularly speaking about this and saying that there will be a call very soon between the two presidents, between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. There is, of course, a logistical issue here about the timing of that. Prime Minister Modi is cutting short his Saudi Arabia visit, but it really depends upon the availability of the prime ministers to speak with President Trump. But from the White House, there's no delay. There's very clear affirmation that the White House, the President Trump will stand very firmly with India through this crisis. The United States itself is very, very clear in its policy on terrorism. The US is fighting terrorism on many fronts. And as the president has been saying, domestically as well, in relation to a number of actions that we have seen regarding eviction of people seen as terrorists. This is something that is of prime importance to the United States, and the togetherness of the United States with India in this is going to be critical. We've seen the statement also from Vice President Vance. We've seen the President Trump making a statement directly. Now the affirmation coming from the White House. This is going to be more than symbolic. This is going to be a substantive cooperation between the two countries in fighting terrorism. We are seeing some early signs of that, and we are certainly going to see a very, very substantive affirmation of that and cooperation on that in the days to come.
If you remember in 2019, when Pulwama happened and then India responded with Balakot, it was still President Trump who was in office. So he gave full support for the action that India took, the response that India gave. I want to go across and see if we can get those live pictures from Jeddah, where the MEA delegation is, we're given to understand, briefing reporters on what has been a curtailed trip by the Prime Minister to Saudi Arabia. He will be leaving right after the delegation level talks, is what we're given to understand. He will be skipping the dinner that's being hosted by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Let's listen into, I think this is Secretary West who is speaking. Let's try and see if we can get some sense of what has been agreed to in the meetings that Prime Minister has had with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia.
At the Al Salam Palace today evening, he was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the Royal Palace. It was followed by detailed bilateral discussions and also the meeting of the Strategic Partnership Council. These two meetings also were followed by informal meeting between the two leaders. The meeting began with the reference to the unfortunate terror attack that has happened in India. Both the leaders expressed their condemnation for the terror attack. His Royal Highness Crown Prince conveyed his condolences and sympathies and offered any help in this regard to us. The Prime Minister's bilateral meeting was very fruitful, substantial, and forward-looking. Both the leaders discussed the full spectrum of bilateral relations, including energy partnership, defense, trade, investments, technology, culture, and people-to-people. The Minister and His Royal Highness also discussed the progress in the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, and both the leaders agreed that it is a vision which is beneficial to everyone in the region, and they agreed to expedite the work on the IMF. Both the leaders also discussed other issues of interest. Prime Minister thanked His Royal Highness for taking care of the welfare of 2.7 million Indian diaspora members living in the kingdom. His Royal Highness particularly mentioned his appreciation of the contribution of the Indian diaspora in the kingdom. He said that everyone in Saudi Arabia loves Indians, and there is no Saudi who doesn't have Indian friends.
All right, that was Suhail Ajaz Khan, who's the Indian ambassador to Saudi Arabia. We'll take a quick break here on the program, but news and updates continue right here. We'll be rolling through the night here on CNN News 18 on what is the worst terror attack on civilians on Indian soil since 26/11.
Which talks about what is the problem if we go to Pakistan and play a cricket match out there? Cricket is a new religion. You know, these idiots don't realize that somebody is not going to ask you, do you play cricket? That's your religion. Okay, I'm not going to kill you. He'll ask you, he'll make you open your pants and see if you're not circumcised, he's going to kill you. Tell these idiots.
The aftermath of the dastardly attack in Pahalgam is beginning to dawn on citizens, leaving them absolutely lost for words. Hindu men, and I'm underlining this term because it's about time that we identified the problem for what it is. Hindu men were lined up, identified, and shot dead. They were asked to read the kalma, we are being told. And when they failed, they were shot. Their families were not attacked because, viewers, the terrorists believed that there should be people who should be shocked and horrified enough to mourn the deaths. This is the diabolism that visited Pahalgam today in the shape of 4 Islamist terrorists armed with M4 rifles. One of them is suspected of being an Indian, a local. 3 others are supposed to be Pakistan-trained terrorists. Viewers, a meeting is underway in Srinagar as we speak, as a Union Home Minister Amit Shah flew to Srinagar and landed about an hour and a half ago. You can see him with the top military commanders, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, and others, including the Governor of the state, Mr. Sinha. Moment-to-moment updates are being given to Prime Minister Modi, who is, of course, in Saudi Arabia, involved in very sensitive talks with the Saudi authorities. And in fact, he was the one, according to reports, who called the Union Home Minister, engaged him in a quick video conference and asked him to leave forthwith for Kashmir to handle the law and order situation. The situation there remains sensitive. The 4 individuals who've done this are at large. They could strike again. We don't quite know what's happening, viewers. There's a lockdown, obviously, security lockdown, but many tourists remain. And as you know, this is height of tourist season, at least the beginning of it. And in a few weeks will be the Amarnath Yatra. Pahalgam, of course, is the base camp that serves for Amarnath Yatris. So this is a attack which is fraught with consequences.
With the Kashmir issue or any of that, they were just singled out, picked on, and killed. Let's listen in.
No, myself and my son are not at all hurt. We are absolutely all right. But we have lost our husband in front of our eyes.
What exactly did the attackers say to you, ma'am, during the entire attack? Did they threaten anything? Did they offer a chance for you and your son to escape or anything?
No, they didn't. If अगर वो हमें मारना चाहते तो हम वो मार सकते थे, क्योंकि मेरे उन्होंने दूर से मेरे पति को मारा पहले.
Okay.
शूटिंग दूर से हुआ.
Okay.
जब मेरे पति के मैं और मेरे when my and my son came near our husband, he was already no more. Okay. So that terrorist, he was handling a big, he was taking a big gun, and he was near to us. So I shouted at him, "You have killed my husband, so you please kill me also." Even my son also said, "Ek kutte, मेरे पापा को मारना, हमें भी मार दो." So he said, "No, tell to Modi." He said like that, and he went away.
Okay, Mom.
If he wanted to kill us, he would have killed, but he didn't kill us. Actually, according to me, they have targeted only male, because no female have hurt.
Okay.
But if they have hurt, accidentally, but mainly they have targeted men.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, were any other family members with you? Who have you actually come with to Kashmir, ma'am?
Sorry?
Who else have you come to Kashmir with, ma'am, apart from your husband?
Only three of us. My husband, me, myself, and my son. After enough, sir, I'm
Yes, sir. I just wanted to see what are the preparations to come back home, ma'am. Is the district administration in touch with you?
Yes, they are helping, and as I'm from Karnataka, Srinagar, कर्नाटक के MP राघवेंद्र सर ने हमें फोन किया था और बैंगलोर के MP तेजस्वी सूर्या सर यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कल से मीट करेंगे, सब लोग मुझे हेल्प कर रहे हैं। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मेरे हेल्प कर रहा है और यहाँ के लोग भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे तो कॉल आया मेरे गांव से।
Anavri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे। हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद। तो उन्होंने सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी बताइए।
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि आजान पढ़े। तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है। सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि आजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा। पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने। मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ, और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी। और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहां पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जेंट्स को ही इन लोगों ने मारा है सर।
और अनेरी बाकी जो लोग थे आपके साथ, जो विमेन थे, जो बच्चे थे, उनके साथ कुछ किया इन लोगों ने? आप लोग वहां से कैसे निकले, मतलब हाउ डिड यू एस्केप फ्रॉम देयर?
कुछ नहीं किया है। जब वो लोग भाग गए वापस उधर से, तो हम लोगों ने अपने लोगों को उठाने की कोशिश की, बट हम कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे थे और हमें डर था कि वो वापस आएंगे, इसलिए जितने भी लोग वहां पे थे और जो लोकल लोग थे, उन्होंने हमें बोला कि इधर से भागो आप लोग, मिलिट्री आएगी तब तक आप खुद यहाँ से निकलो। तो हम लोग फिर नीचे भागना शुरू किए। वो भी बहुत मुश्किल था क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे वो हिल पे, तो हम लोग आधा घंटा लगा हमें नीचे उतरने के लिए। और फिर जब हम लोग उतर रहे थे तभी आर्मी आई, फिर उन लोगों को जो ऊपर जितने भी इंजर्ड लोग थे उन सबको उन्होंने रेस्क्यू किया और फिर पता नहीं कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स में लेके गए हैं, शायद श्रीनगर के कोई हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए। बट उसके बाद से मतलब जब हम लोग उतरे शाम के टाइम में, तब से लेकर अभी तक हमारे पास कोई भी अपडेट नहीं है हमारे फैमिली मेंबर्स के बारे में। हमारी जैसी बहुत सारी फैमिलीज यहाँ पहलगाम में है, हम लोगों को आर्मी के अंडर ही रखा है, मतलब वो लोग है सेफ्टी के लिए हमारे।
Army along the line of control, unless we go inside, whether it is a shallow raid or a deep raid inside, unless the dead bodies of Pakistani Punjabi,
the aftermath of the dastardly attack in Pahalgam is beginning to dawn on citizens.
बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहां पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट
मैं
स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे हमारे साथ। मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद। तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी
मेरे
बताइए।
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का, यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़। तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है। सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा। पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, हम मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ। और
All right, what we saw today in Pahalgam is the worst terror attack on civilians on Indian soil since 26/11 happened, and that was a good 15 years ago. I want to go across to Major General retired Sanjay Meston as well as Major General retired A.K. Sivaj. General Sivaj, there's a context. We talked about, the comments made by the Pakistan Army Chief, General Asim Munir, about, targeting Hindus and targeting Indians and so on and so forth. He said Kashmir is our jugular vein. No one can take that away from us. But the context inside Pakistan, where this attack is happening and these comments that the Pakistan Army Chief made, every week we are seeing a major terror attack happening in Balochistan. That is a serious question mark on the capability of the Pakistan Army to defend one of its largest provinces. Number two, you're seeing massive, this whole business of refugees across the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. There are massive attacks, again, on almost weekly basis that's happening between the Afghan Taliban and the Pakistani Defense Forces. Again, a big question mark on the Pakistan Army. You are seeing Chinese projects in which they've sunk $50-60 billion into CPEC projects where Chinese nationals are also being targeted. Again, a huge question mark on the Pakistan Defense Forces. How much do all of this add context to what we are seeing in Kashmir and this sort of turning of the tap, as it were, in Kashmir? Because clearly these 3 or 4 terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack today, the top security establishment is firmly of the belief that a majority of them are foreign terrorists or FTs. Can you put 2 and 2 together? Is the Pakistan Armed Forces feeling the pressure of Balochistan, of the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, of what's happening vis-a-vis Iran, what's happening in the CPEC projects funded by China, and therefore is turning to its most favorite calling card, which is anti-India rhetoric?
You're very correct. Jokal, this is a fact. They want to divert the attention. They are losing a battle in Balochistan. Balochistan Liberation Army is becoming stronger day by day, and almost 4 to 5 Pakistani soldiers are losing their life in Balochistan. And Balochistan is almost gone. As far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is concerned, the TTP is becoming also extremely hostile, and they are also doing operation against Pakistan Army, and Pakistan Army is on the receiving end. And they are not able to find out the solution to how to handle Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Again, the casualty on the Pakistan side is very high. And same way, as far as Taliban is concerned in Afghanistan, there is basically fault line between both of them. They don't recognize, Taliban does not recognize Durand line. Pashtun on either side want to join Afghanistan. They want to bring Sharia law. Out of 18 posts that which they attacked 2 months back, 8 posts are still with the Taliban in Afghanistan. So there is a problem as far as Pakistan is concerned. In Balochistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, also against Taliban in Afghanistan, Pakistan border. They are now so much under pressure that they want to divert the attention of the people. They don't want to show they are weak. They don't want to show they are losing the battle. So it is a trick of a Pakistan army. And also in POJK, where the people were being told lies that the situation in Jammu and Kashmir has been always very hostile. Once they came to know the exact situation through the social media, they are telling that you have been fooling us for last 70 years, whereas there is a peace and tranquility in Indian J&K, and they have already gone very high. There is a lot of peace, and there is also development which is taking place. People in POJK, especially Muzaffarabad, Mirpur, Jhangar, Kotli, Dadnial, Bagh, and Pakistan, Punch, they are on the roadside. They want to now join India. And also in Gilgit-Baltistan, the Shia. So therefore, Pakistan is under tremendous pressure, and there is a civil war situation which is now brewing up in Pakistan. Pakistan can break into four. One in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, Sindh, and Punjab, and POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan can join India. Now, to divert the attention of their people, and also their CPAC project is completely failed. It's only 33% is now either about to be completed or in the process of completed. Rest of it is not even started. And $62 billion which has been invested by China has gone down the drain. So
all right, General Sivach, we'll leave it at that. I guess all eyes are on the Indian response. The Prime Minister is due to land early morning on Wednesday. And then, of course, there will be a cabinet committee meeting on security that will have to be convened, which will, of course, authorize the Prime Minister to deem whatever action is appropriate in response to the dastardly attack that we saw in Pahalgam today. Quick break here on the program, but news and updates continue right here on CNN News 18. We're, in fact, going to be live through the night to try and get you a sense of what happened in Pahalgam and, more importantly, what is going to happen next. Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, हम मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ. और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहां पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जैन.
देखिए मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, ये बड़ा दुखद है. कहीं ना कहीं इस परिवार पे एक सबसे बड़ा संकट है आज के, क्योंकि जो शुभम है वो यहाँ से 17th को निकला था. उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स का कहना था वो, उसकी वाइफ, उसके मदर, उसके फादर, उसकी सिस्टर की फैमिली और उसके इन-लॉज. और ऐसे में इस वक्त हम उसी के आवास पर, उसके ब्रदर हमारे साथ हैं, चचेरे भाई हमारे साथ हैं, सौरभ जी. सौरभ, क्या हुआ, कैसे पूरा बताएं, कैसे पता चला? आप प्लीज बताएं. मुझे मालूम है ये बड़ा कष्ट की समय है, लेकिन जो हो सके आप प्लीज बताइए.
देखिए अराउंड 3 बजे हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि वहाँ पर कुछ अटैक हो गया है और शुभम भैया को गोली लग गई है. ऐसा बता रहे हैं कि ये 11 लोग क्योंकि 17 तारीख को गए थे और आज पहलगाम में थे, इनमें से भैया और भाभी जिनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, ये दोनों लोग घुड़सवारी करते हुए ऊपर की तरफ गए जहां पर आतंकी हमला हुआ। वहां पर एक तरीके से जेनोसाइड टाइप कैरी आउट किया गया, जहां पर कई लोगों का नाम पूछा गया, कई लोगों को ये कहा गया कि तुम हिंदू हो, और भैया से ये कहा गया कि अगर तुम कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम तुम्हें गोली नहीं मारेंगे। इसके बाद उनके सर पे गोली मार दी गई और भाभी के ऊपर, क्योंकि जस्ट बगल में वो खड़ी थी, तो बहुत ही ट्रॉमेटिक एक्सपीरियंस एक था। उनके ऊपर पूरा खून वगैरह, वो पूरा खून से सन गई थी और उनसे कहा कि तुम जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने तुम्हारे साथ क्या किया। जब ये घटना वहां पर हुई तो फिर उन्होंने फोन करके जो बाकी लोग पीछे थे उनको खबर दी, और एक तरीके की जब इस तरीके की घटना हुई तो भगदड़ मच गई वहां पर। करीबन 3 बजे हम लोगों को ये जानकारी मिली। उसके बाद वहां पर क्योंकि भगदड़ मच गई थी तो कुछ वहां के जो लोग वहां पर भी थे उनको भी क्लैरिटी नहीं मिल रही थी कि क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, क्या भैया जिंदा हैं कि नहीं जिंदा हैं। उसके करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल होता है जिसमें हम लोग देख करके पहचान पा रहे थे कि वो शुभम भैया है। वो पड़े हुए थे जमीन पर, उनके सर का हिस्सा डैमेज था जिसमें गोली लगी हुई थी और पूरे में खून ही खून बिखरा हुआ था। वो वीडियो देख करके हम लोगों ने उनकी पहचान करी। उसके बाद जो लोग वहां पर थे उन्होंने भी वो वीडियो देख करके उनकी पहचान करी। उसके थोड़ी देर बाद फिर ये कंफर्मेशन आई कि शुभम भैया की डेथ हो गई है।
सौरभ, आपने जैसे कहा कि 2-2:30 बजे के आसपास आपकी फैमिली मेंबर्स से बात हुई जी। जो ये 11 मेंबर्स थे उसमें बाकी लोग सब सेफ हैं?
जी, बाकी लोग सब सेफ हैं।
आपकी किससे किससे बात हुई?
मेरी शुभम भैया के फादर, उनसे बात हो रही है। उनसे तो हम कंटिन्यूस कांटेक्ट में हैं। उनकी बहन, मेरी बहन आरती, उनसे हम कंटिन्यूस कांटेक्ट में हैं। भाभी से मेरी करीबन वही 3 बजे बात हुई थी, पर जो चीजें वहां पर हुई उसके बाद वो कुछ बोल ज्यादा नहीं पा रही थी। वो बहुत ही डरी और सहमी हुई थी। उनका सिर्फ इतना कहना था कि
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में। और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे। हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद। तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी बताइए।
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े। तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है। सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा। पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने। मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ। और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी। और हमारे
In cozy think tanks, people often debate a question. What is terrorism? Is it religious? Is it political? Or is it a mix? Is it a movement or an ideology? Well, tonight I can show you. I can show you what terrorism looks like.
Intelligence czars, so as to speak, who first made a hash of Kashmir and then became the greatest advisors on Kashmir to everybody, including people like Mr. Vajpayee and others who used to, somehow love the company of these guys. Acha, you go to any spook, every spook will say, no, but he's a very nice guy. Arey, what am I going to do with a nice guy, yaar? I don't want a nice guy. I want a bad guy in the office, right? I want a bad guy who can do bad things to my enemies. I don't want a good guy who just wants to have a convivial evening with me. I don't give a shit about a convivial evening, yeah? I want a guy who will take the war to the enemy.
No, that's
and I'm not emotional.
So
I'm telling you the reality.
That's absolutely true. But the point is, how do we take a war when we are divided ourselves? When half of us want talks. Just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, Dr. Nanganathan, you and I were on this panel saying, let's not have this election because we know. And we have now a member of parliament who says that I view tourists as cultural invaders. So, I mean, what does that tell you? But more than that, I want to ask a very fundamental question today, Dr. Ranganathan. Why are people finding it so hard to call out Islamist terror? I mean, we have people who immediately jump and make this equation, India has become a Hindu Pakistan. Because some crackpot has gone and done something. They think that it is a national, some kind of affliction. But when there is a horrible crime committed in the name of religion, everyone is coming out with these anodyne statements. We condemn this, it's a horrible act of this, that. I mean, look at the statements even government people are putting out. We all know it's a terror attack, but why? Why don't you call out the problem?
And this problem would be solved if a fraction of our leaders would be as clear-cut in their thought as Pakistani General Munir is. I'm afraid he said nothing wrong. In fact, he didn't go as far as his ideology wants him to. Maybe he got a bit embarrassed. Look, if development and prosperity brought peace, Middle East would be like what it appears in that Trump video. But is it? On one side, 9 medical colleges, 1.5 million tap connections, 8 million Ayushman cards, 0.2 million homes, 0.8 million toilets, 65 million tourist footfall, 30% increase in school days, 9,000 kilometers of new roads, 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 80% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organization, peace, tranquility, and all that in the last 5 years in Jammu and Kashmir. And on the other side, the lifeless body of a husband, eyes still staring at his shocked wife, killed because he was identified as a Hindu. But it will not shake the world's conscience, Rahul. Terrorism has no religion. That's why terrorists check the ID cards of tourists, pull their pants down to confirm, ask them to recite the kalma, and kill those who were not Muslims. Where does all this hate come from? It can't all come from across the border. It comes from an ideology that transcends borders. Let's be clear about it. These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted by their cohorts in India. Or as I have said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and the ladders by India. Because tell me, 4 states share borders with Pakistan. But does such a massacre happen in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, Punjab? It happens because we Indians in India allow it to happen. We facilitate it and then we felicitate it. Okay. Unless we change the ground situation in Kashmir, unless we restore the demography in Kashmir, we can hit Pakistan as many times as we want. It won't change anything. Didn't we carry out Balakot? Hasn't this happened now?
Nothing. And I'll tell you viewers, and I want to bring in Mr. Sajjanhar, because now we know, in the second part of this conversation, we're going to talk about what we can do actually. So Mr. Sajjanhar, with a population of Chandni Chowk, Scotland passed a resolution against Hindu phobia in their parliament. And you can see on the right, viewers, are pictures for the first time of the moment of the attack. Bullets going off. Cries of people who are being shot.
उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर दी गेंद है उमर ओ ता जुलदे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर दी गेंद है उमर उमर वो ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार.
There you go, viewers. There you go. That's the moment. That's the moment, Mr. Sajjanhar. This moment will be forever etched in our minds. This will haunt us. There's no difference here between what happened on October 7th in Israel. Zero difference. What should we do? Have another cabinet meeting? What should we do?
Thank you very much, Rahul. Yes, you're very right. I think this will continue to stay etched in the memory of all those people, not only those who were there, but I think all the Indians who have watched it, who've seen, who have felt the pain and the anguish. I think what is quite clear is, two things. That this is a gauntlet.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Sajjanhar. They will split the screen with these visuals and the meeting that is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So, this is a gauntlet that has been thrown by Pakistan to India. And, this is something that, needs to be responded to as the...
But how, sir? How? What do we do?
I think, you see, the manner in which we acted, whether it was in September 2016, after the Uri attack, what we did after Pulwama in Balakot, I think those are some templates, those are some ideas, but basically the point is that it has to be responded in a strong manner so that the message goes out. Message goes out very, very strongly. I think the message that had gone out earlier was what Pakistan had been saying, that we have nuclear weapons. We are not going to be.
So hang on. I think where we are. Okay, Major Arya, Sushant Serene. What do we do? How do we respond? Major Arya, what do we do? We have endless meetings. People are already telling me, let's not, react in a knee-jerk fashion. I don't know what is a sustained campaign against Pakistan. Obviously, it has to be a military one by force.
Yes. So what we did in Balakot was
again in Jammu and Kashmir, this time in the tourist hotspot of Pahalgam, Hindu tourists were handpicked and shot in this dastardly attack. Nearly 27 tourists are dead and around 20 more have been injured. As the injured are being treated, security forces are now hunting for the terrorists with the deployment of para-commandos in the area, with the terrain and the lack of daylight is a major hindrance for the security forces. The attack took place around 2:30 p.m. In the afternoon. The terrorists came in army fatigues. Eyewitnesses say the terrorists specifically targeted Hindus. They shot people, saying, and I quote, "If they don't look like Muslims, then gun them down." In fact, reports suggest that victims were asked to recite the Kalma, which is a formal Islamic declaration of faith, and if they couldn't, they were shot dead on the spot. Home Minister Amit Shah is taking stock of the situation in Jammu and Kashmir as we speak. Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, has cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia. He will be back tomorrow morning. The Prime Minister has said that those behind this heinous attack will not be spared, and world leaders have shown solidarity with India in this time, given the fact that the entire country has been gripped by grief as well as shock in the wake of this terror attack. But let's listen in to what the eyewitnesses have to say moments after this dastardly terror attack shook the tourist hotspot of Pahalgam.
आपने आप बोले ना मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाई से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
ये जो भीड़ सब है, प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं।
प्लीज
क्या हुआ, इसको क्या हुआ?
प्लीज ask for help, we don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा।
So as you can see, some people were reeling from the impact of the attack right in the wake of those terrorists gunning down Hindus in the tourist area of Pahalgam. And at the same time, many people also had a close shave with these terrorists as they were able to flee the area at the right time. But so many people have died, ladies and gentlemen. 28 currently is the death toll that we know of, and the likelihood of it going up is also there. 20 people have been injured as well, and their treatment is currently underway as security forces, both the J&K police and the Indian Army, have launched search operations in the area. But as I was pointing out, the lack of daylight as well as the terrain in Pahalgam poses significant challenges to flushing out the terrorists. On that note, I'm joined by my colleague Ishan Vani on the broadcast, who's been tracking all the developments since the afternoon in the wake of this terror attack. Ishan, what's the latest from ground zero? Clearly, security forces have vowed to avenge this terror attack. Clearly, also the entire Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory on high alert. We've been seeing a lot of visuals of a lot of checking taking place at several points where people are leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the security situation remains tight.
Well, Ashman, the situation on the ground is that the dead bodies are being transported right behind me in the hospital that's there. And maximum of them have been transported as we speak. And that process is just about to come to an end. All the dead bodies were kept at the hospital here. It's a local hospital run by the government. It's a very small hospital to cater to the small population that lives here and sometimes tourists as well. But who knew that the day would be so that a lot of tourists will get involved in this particular attack. Not only tourists, a local from Anantnag has also been shot at, and he has also died because of those injuries that he sustained during that particular attack. Now, this has come at a time when all was going well in Jammu and Kashmir. Things were peaceful. There were no such attacks taking place from a very long time. But then again, you never know, because Kashmir is that one place where actually, as that Bollywood movie has it, that Kashmir ka mausam aur mahol kabhi badal sakta hai, and is exactly the same till afternoon. We're reporting about the natural calamity that had hit Ramban, and in the afternoon you have such a tragedy erupting in Pahalgam, and that is the reality of Kashmir. That it changes with time, it changes with every hour, and today these families must be really heartbroken, shaken. Those who have seen the pictures of their loved ones getting shot in front of their eyes, particularly the kids who will have this trauma forever, and the families, particularly women who saw their husbands and their fathers getting killed in front of them brutally. And that is something which has been condemned by one and all. For the first time in a very long time, we are seeing that condemnation has come in from even those who were silent. And people are saying that they will, observe a shutdown to protest against the killing of innocents. And it's nowhere written in any of the Islamic scriptures that any innocent should be killed. And that's why they're going to hold a protest tomorrow. Be the people associated with the tourism, particularly because they will suffer a big blow. A lot of people had taken small finances in order to push in money for their daily businesses, and they will take a big hit, particularly those associated with the tourism. Then you also have people who are indirectly benefited by it. More than 1 lakh people will get affected by this because there are tourism related cancellations that are taking place. But that we have spoken to a couple of tour agents, and they have told us that they have gotten cancellations this evening and this afternoon since they heard about the attacks taking place. And similar is the situation with the hotel. So one would expect that those certain tourists we spoke here, they were undeterred. We spoke to some tourists who said that we are still be around. We're not afraid of all of these things, but largely it's something which will definitely act as a blow. Ashman, for the first time, people like Midwise, people like Mehboob Mufti, Farooq Abdullah, and others are on the same page, calling people to observe a shutdown against those killings. And everyone is condemning this killing. So we have seen that candlelight protests being taken place in every district of Kashmir, be it Srinagar, Anantnag, Kupwara, you name it. People have protested against this killing because this is gruesome, and particularly the numbers are expected to be a little higher than 27 that we are reporting. It possibly could slip 1 or 2 more because some of them have been treated at different hospitals in Kashmir, and that is really a tragic story that we have to report from Pahalgam. Even right now, there are paramilitary forces, security agencies, and also the Indian Army, which is conducting a thorough search of this forest area. Since it's night, it's difficult to carry out searches, but they have lights, and one could hope that they're able to search through them. Amit Shah is also camping in Kashmir. Remember, he met Lieutenant Governor, Chief Minister, and then there was a review meeting with the LG and the top brass of the security forces that was done. What action needs to be followed, one has to wait and see.
Right. I'm also joined by Akash Sharma on the broadcast, who's tracking the Ministry of Defense. Akash, we also learned that the CCS meeting is likely to take place tomorrow after Prime Minister Modi arrives back in the morning tomorrow. What more details can you get for us? Because several military experts have pointed out that this is a fit case to give Pakistan a tough response.
Yes, and in fact, we have seen in the past that how Indian Army and Indian Air Force have reacted to the kind of attacks that have happened in the past. You rightly pointed out, CCS meeting is expected tomorrow, while PM would be here back in India, and then we can have this sort of high-level security meeting where the CCS members, the cabinet ministers specifically, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and PM Modi will sit together and will somewhere deliberate as to what can be the next step and next action. As far as this particular attack is concerned, so we know that how Indian Army has launched an operation, with Jammu Kashmir police, but this is the dark hours, and you cannot actually carry out any sort of such operation. That's the reason why we are learning of a cordon that has been laid in the particular area. In fact, security officials are very much there. We know that how Northern Army Commander was in Delhi, for a conference, but he returned back immediately after the news of the attack. And in fact, we are learning about several sort of high-level meetings that have happened in the Ministry of Defense, specifically where Indian Army Chief has participated. In fact, he was briefed about the particular incident, and as far as local officers are concerned, local commanders are concerned. So we have been given to understand that instructions have been given. Such operation is being conducted, and as Ishan pointed out, we have casualties. In fact, we have lost at least 28 civilians. We haven't seen any sort of such an attack in the recent past, except the Riyasi attack, where a bus was targeted and there was indiscriminate firing. In fact, the blind firing by the terrorists, and in fact at that point in time we had lost 9 civilians, 9 individuals, and in this particular attack we have lost at least 28 individuals, including 1 IB officer and 1 Navy official as well. So it is one of the deadliest terrorist attack. Definitely people have been asking for the sort of response that India is expected to give specifically to the Pakistan-backed terrorists, because as far as this terrorist attack is concerned, Ayushman, we know that how the Lashkar group, in fact the offshoot of Lashkar, has taken the responsibility. In fact, there are inputs that this is the same group that is very much active in Kishtwar region, and the group has traveled to Pahalgam to carry out this sort of an attack. This particular location is a trekking site where people generally go on foot, and is not accessible through cars or any vehicle. Under what circumstances and under what design this incident happened, it will be investigated. But as of now, the priority is to search for those who were behind the attacks. We have been told that there were 2 separate groups, and in fact there are theories where it is believed that there were 2 separate groups who asked for the religion of the individuals who were present there, and shot them in front of their relatives. In fact, we have seen videos out of the particular attack, out of the particular incident where we have lost the civilians. We have Ishan reporting from ground zero. In fact, in the morning tomorrow, we are expecting that officials, in fact the forces where we have Rashtriya Rifles, where we have the para forces, Jawans are deployed in the particular area to carry out the search operation and look for those who were behind the attack. As far as New Delhi is concerned, so we are going to see a number of things, a number of developments tomorrow, specifically as far as the CCS meeting is concerned. So this is going to be very, very crucial. We are expecting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to touch down by 5:30 or 6 in the morning, and after that we can expect this sort of meeting at around 11 or 10. We are not sure about the timing, but yes, this meeting is going to happen, and this meeting will somewhere decide the next course of action, because as I mentioned earlier, we have seen actions by the Indian Army, by the Indian Air Force, when we had the airstrikes, where we had the surgical strikes, specifically attacking the terror camps in Pakistan. This time around we had the statement from the Pakistani Army General, where he had commented, and in fact he had passed several sort of comments on Hindus specifically. We have seen the kind of developments where Pakistan is basically struggling in Balochistan, and we know that how deviation, tactics is what Pakistan normally opts in, circumstances. And in the past also, we have seen that how they have opted the sort of strategy. This time around, we know that how after the abrogation of Article 370, the focus was specifically on south of Pir Panjal range, where we have seen a number of attacks in Rajouri, in Poonch, in Kishtwar region, and also in Kathua in the recent past. But Kashmir was largely peaceful. This is one attack that has happened, against civilians, one of the deadliest attacks, that has happened here in India after 26/11. And, people have been asking for response. And, I'm sure that Indian government will somewhere deliberate as to what can be the next course of action, Ashma.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by Ishan Wani, who continues to be with us, and a lot of inputs coming in from the Kashmir Valley as well. So, Ishan, also what we're learning is that the All Kashmir Transporters Confederation has called for a bandh tomorrow in solidarity with the victims of the Pahalgam attack. So, clearly, as you're also pointing out, there is a united front when it comes to the condemnation of the terror attack. Also, a lot of candlelight vigils also taking place in the Kashmir Valley in solidarity with the victims to send a message to the terrorists. So, clearly, that message is also coming in from the Kashmir Valley, as this entire attack has jolted the entire country, given the fact that Kashmir was seeing a boom in tourism. And clearly, as you were pointing out, the cancellations which are taking place, the mountain of cancellations, the public confidence in the law and order machinery and the safety by which they could travel in Kashmir, that's been totally shaken. But a pushback is also now taking place from the Kashmir Valley.
Well, absolutely right. Possibly for the first time in several years since the targeted killings took place, there's no selective condemnation. There is condemnation from all. And that's why you're seeing today, cutting across party lines, everyone saying that there should be a ban call against all of this action that was undertaken today by a group. And that's why you're seeing today not only just those who have stood with the flag of Hurriyat for years, but also mainstream political parties. You call the organizations, they have called for shutdown and have issued press releases condemning the entire gruesome act that took place here in Pahalgam. And, it's Aishman, it's dangerous because a lot of people actually survive on the tourism industry. And a lot of people, as I said earlier, had just come into this industry thinking it's going to boom. 8 lakh tourists visited Tulip Garden in a short span of a month. And that was a result of the fact that the government had invested in peace. As we have been trying to figure out that what is actually bringing tourism and other investments to Kashmir, even from the local investors, it is that they said that there's stability in Kashmir and that gives their business an idea and look forward. And since there was peace, so they would plan their year.
Ishan, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're getting an input on the international front. What we're learning is that the United States State Department has reacted to the Pahalgam terror attack. This comes after Donald Trump's post on Truth Social, where he showed solidarity with the Indian nation in the wake of the attack. But in a post on the platform X, the State Department has said, and I quote, "The United States strongly condemns the terrorist attack in Kashmir. Nothing can justify such a heinous act, killing tourists and civilians. Our thoughts are with those who have lost their loved ones. We continue to monitor the situation and call for the perpetrators to be held accountable." I'm joined by my colleague Sanjay Suri, who's reporting from Washington, D.C. So, Sanjay, when it comes to the Trump administration, a clear message coming in when it comes to condemning the terror attack and at the same time calling for swift action against the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir.
It is not just clear, it is emphatic and it is strong. If there's one country that knows what it is like to be hit by terrorism, it is the US. And if there's one country that is determined to fight it and fight it with all the strength it can find, and that's a lot of strength, it is the United States. And we've had very clear indications already. We had a statement from President Trump. We had a statement from Mike Waltz. We now have the Department of State. And that, of course, is the department headed by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, in very, very clear and forthright terms condemning this act, expressing solidarity with India and coming from the United States and coming on a matter like terrorism. This is not going to be just symbolic verbal statements. We can expect very, very strong support from the US to India in this fight against terror. The US has a zero tolerance policy when it comes to terror attacks on its citizens. Every time there has been such an attack, the US has hit back. Similarly, Israel has zero tolerance policy. And clearly, if India now finds zero tolerance policy and chooses to hit back, we certainly can expect very, very strong support, not just from Israel, but also from the US.
Absolutely. And Sanjay, not just the United States, several world leaders across the globe have shown solidarity with India. And now this has also brought the entire threat of terror to the center stage when it comes to the global discourse surrounding the entire threat of terrorism, especially from the Middle East. And now the focus coming in to the situation in the Kashmir Valley, where while the abrogation of Article 370 saw a lot of solidarity coming in from Western leaders, the threat of terrorism seeing such an emphatic boost in diplomatic support from several nations is also something that the Indian government will welcome. And it is a testament to the success of Indian diplomacy at the end of the day.
You know, there is a completely universal condemnation of terrorism. There is a worldwide agreement to stand against this. This is a threat, certainly, if India has faced this very much more than many other countries. Also, the US has, Israel has, and this is something that affects these countries more than others. But all other countries have had a taste of it. They've all suffered. France has, Spain has, Germany has, so many countries around the world have faced this. And this is something that has hit home to them. Gone are the days when this was a problem that hit India, and India used to, summon its diplomacy to ask for understanding, empathy, and support. Now, every one of these countries has been hit, as have countries around the world, really. And therefore, they know what it's like, and they're going to stand solidly with India. And this is going to be support at all sorts of levels, whether it is intelligence level, whether it is technology-driven, defense-driven, whether it is equipment that seeks to detect and to counter such forces. We've seen a lot of that coming in from allies around the world. We've seen a great deal of success that the Indian forces have had against terrorist groups in Kashmir. This one has arisen after a long time, and no doubt this is going to be neutralized as well, as will any other such attempt.
Getting us the latest from the Trump administration, showing solidarity with the people of India. But let's give you a recap, ladies and gentlemen, of the moment of the terror attack. Now, this was caught on camera as well, and you can hear the horror of the victims in Pahalgam as the terrorists descended on them with AK-47 rifles as well as grenades. This entire thing was caught on camera as unsuspecting tourists were targeted by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and the entire nation has been jolted by this terror attack as we contemplate a reaction to the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. But first, listen in to this video that was captured at the moment of the terror attack.
ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत दी कश्मीर दी गेंद है उमरा चलना यार ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत दी कश्मीर दी गेंद है उमरा चलना यार ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत दी कश्मीर दी गेंद है
And you can see like so many tourists were gathered in the area, and the terrorists just descended on them with AK-47 rifles, and you can hear the screams as they targeted them. And the shocking part of this entire attack has been the eyewitness reports where several of the tourists have stated that their Hindu credentials were questioned. They were asked whether they were Hindus, and if they said yes, they were gunned down. They were even asked to recite from the Kalma, and if they couldn't, they were shot down at the same time. Ishan Wani continues to report from Ground Zero, ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of this terror attack. So, Ishan, clearly the eyewitness accounts are chilling at the end of the day when it comes to the modus operandi of these terrorists. Is this an escalation, clearly, when it comes to the operations of these terrorists and the fact that they were able to take out these terror attacks. They're able to conduct these terror operations and then disappear into the mountainous areas. It brings once again to light the entire threat of the OGW network in Jammu and Kashmir once again, where unsuspecting tourists are in the firing line.
Well, we also need to talk about the fragility of the security system. Just 2 weeks back, it was Amit Shah who was in Kashmir and got a first-hand account of how things look like. And the fact that they were able to carry out such a big attack means that there is some sort of failure if you see it as from the intelligence perspective or the perspective of security forces. Apprehending or suspecting that these such a kind of attacks can take place at certain crucial junctures is something which is a sort of alertness that the security establishment does always follow. So having these number of casualties is definitely something where the head should roll, and there should be somebody who should be held accountable that how really did it transpire that there was no intelligence input or no security measures that were taken, particularly in the mountainous area, when there have been multiple times on the multiple occasions pointed out that they are using mountainous tracks, they are using mountainous location to target tourists and non-locals. Now, coming back to you, another question. It's not today that they have singled out people. If you recall, there was a killing of a Sikh teacher and a Kashmiri Pandit teacher also in near Idgah area of Srinagar. They were also asked to check their Aadhaar cards. They were singled out and they were killed. So there have been incidents that have happened in the last couple of years, but the sort of brutality and the sort of attack that we have seen today is unheard of for several years. Back in the time when the US president, if I'm right, George Bush, no, it was Barack Obama who visited India. The Lashkar-e-Toiba carried out a sensational attack on the highway in Srinagar, killing several army jawans. I remember the truck was fired from multiple locations, and the aim was to basically highlight the Kashmir issue at the international arena. And before that also, when Bill Clinton was the president of the United States, Chhattisgarh Singh Pura massacre took place, and this has been a sort of a trend that they have tried to follow. And similarly today, when the Vice President of the United States, a newly elect one, sworn in Vice President of the United States, is in India, this kind of attack is something which has been carefully chosen. And if you look back at what has been happening in Pakistan, particularly towards those camps where the speeches have been made in regard to Kashmir and vowing to take revenge of certain attacks or killings, and that was also there. And also the fact that what Chandralasi Munir also said recently in one of his speeches was something which was highlighted by the security establishment in India. And all of these factors have to be accounted in when you think about the driving a strategy in Jammu and Kashmir as part of the security measures. And that's why Amit Shah has personally come here after speaking to the Prime Minister, because for them it's also a little hectic and little embarrassing given the fact that so many number of civilians have been targeted. And even when they came to Kashmir, chaired a security review meeting, but then the question also is that, can these attacks be preempted? Can these attacks be stopped? These attacks haven't happened in several years, but they have happened now. So the larger question is that, could these attacks have been preempted, apart from foiling them and neutralizing them who were carrying out this attack or who had planned it? And was there any intelligence input which had suggested that there will be this attack of this magnitude, which is the biggest attack after Pulwama we saw in 2019, when 40 CRPF Jawans lost their lives? But those were CRPF Jawans. These are just innocent civilians. Many of them had recently married, including that young lieutenant who had come to Kashmir after 6 days of his marriage with his wife, has been killed. And there are several other who had come for honeymoon, or there are many, at least we can report right now, that who are still to be identified. Absolutely. And possibly the loved ones may also be worried about them.
Absolutely, and all eyes on the CCS meeting, which is likely to take place tomorrow, and what action the Indian state takes. But we're getting some more breaking inputs that are coming in. 5 tourists from Maharashtra lost their lives in the terror attack in Pahalgam. Now what we're learning is that Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, has announced that the victims, as well as the tourists from Maharashtra, will be brought back via a special flight. That is the big news that's coming in from Maharashtra, with the Maharashtra government also taking stock of its residents who have been caught in the crossfire in Pahalgam. 5 tourists from Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, have lost their lives in the terror attack. Remember, they were also asked about their Hindu faith before being gunned down. That is the chilling detail coming out from this terror attack, from the eyewitness statements. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Yasha Kotak on the broadcast. Yasha, over to you.
Absolutely, Ayushman. It is an unfortunate incident that's come to light. In fact, the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has gone further to give confirmation that 5 tourists from Maharashtra have lost their life. We've in fact heard the family members of the Gandhi family from Pune who were there on a visit to Pahalgam. We've also heard the family members narrating how some of the family members were shot down before the identity was checked, and that's after which they were shot down. Apart from that, there are families from Panvel, from Pune, also from Nagpur, who've been stranded. Some of these families have also lost their kin. Now, some of the families who are stranded at Pahalgam have also reached out to government authorities, including the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, and Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Now, there's an announcement that's been made that those who are stranded, the victims, as well as the family members, those who are injured, as well as those who have lost their lives, there's been a special flight that will be arranged to get them back, to get these tourists back. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had a conversation with the Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the arrangements to bring them back to the state, wherein the Deputy Chief Minister has requested to arrange a special flight to get these stranded tourists back. In fact, this request has also been accepted, and the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has been assured that once the list of the stranded tourists is announced, the arrangements will be made to get them to Mumbai via a special flight. Now, all of these details are coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister's office. In fact, as the list is updated, we've also seen how the Deputy Chief Minister also speaking to the family members of those stranded and those who've lost their lives. And apart from that, a special officer would also be appointed to take a stock of the tourists who are supposed to be brought back via the special flight. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Yasha, for getting us those details. So the different state administrations now taking stock of the situation that has unfolded in Pahalgam, and this is coming right ahead of the tourist season in Jammu and Kashmir, namely the Amarnath Yatra, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also joined by retired Major General A.K. Sivach on the broadcast defense expert. General Sivach, of course, you've been giving your analysis of the entire situation in Pahalgam in the wake of this terror attack. What has this case highlighted when it comes to the security paradigm in Jammu and Kashmir, namely post the abrogation of Article 370? Because we're learning from several sources that there were intelligence inputs of the movement of Lashkar-e-Taiba, but clearly this attack couldn't be averted.
Yeah, no doubt. Ayushman, first of all, we have to understand as to why did they select Pahalgam. The Pahalgam is a place where you find that the tourism hub center. Because the two things, one is that there are a lot of places where the tourist can go walking from the roadhead. And second thing is, this is the place where Amarnath Yatra will start. This is the base camp. So therefore, this is a very important thing. If you hit here, then you will hit the tourism. The second thing is there's the timing. The timing they have selected because here the Vice President J.D. Vance is in India. Now, if they strike now, it becomes international news. Now they want to bring out to the whole world the militancy is still there in Jammu and Kashmir. That's what ISI want. Now, as far as this intelligence input is there, yes, intelligence input was there, but they were not very specific. This sort of intelligence input, you get it many times, and let me tell you, 100 times you succeed and 1 time you fail, and that's the time where it has happened. But yes, certainly I will accept there is a intelligence failure. This should have been known, and there were no police picketing there where those tourists were moving out. So there is a failure. I'm sure this will be investigated and found out, and the people who are responsible for it will be booked. Now, what is how do we handle the situation now? As far as the present situation is concerned, these terrorists have managed to go inside in those hills and the forest area. Now, this area is also on the junction of basically area of Pir Panjal. From here, you can directly go to Doda Kishtwar area, and you can also come from Doda Kishtwar, and you can also go from this area towards the Srinagar and Anantnag side. So very cleverly, they have selected this area. Now, as far as the security forces are concerned, they have already cordoned the area. Combing operation will be on. I am sure within 3-4 days, you will be able to neutralize that. But is that the answer? I don't think that is the answer. Where is the problem? The problem is not in J&K. The problem is in Pakistan because it is there the hub center of terrorism is brewing up. There are about 400 to 500 Lashkar-e-Toba Jaise Mohammed terrorists sitting there and on the launch pad and ready to be inducted in. They are equipped with M4 rifle which have been left by Americans in Afghanistan. So the point today is until you do not hit hard, you will find that terrorism can never be defeated. And Pakistan has done this deliberately to divert the attention of their own people. What is happening in Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, also their relationship with Afghanistan and the people in POJK trying to join India. No, they have just done this. So therefore, you have to punish Pakistan Army. You have to punish Pakistan ISI. Now, we have done it earlier. After Uri, there was a surgical strike. Then after Pulwama, there was a Balakot. You need to strongly respond. How, when, and what should be the quantum of it? That has to be decided by the government. But I am sure the Prime Minister Modi has already made his mind. So is the Home Minister. They have taken it very, very strongly. The Pakistan must be punished. Pakistan Army must get the heat of it because it cannot be left like this. Remember that what these terrorists have done. They have hit the tourism of Jammu and Kashmir. And who will be affected by that? It will be the local people because Pakistan is least bothered about. That's what we want to convey to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. These terrorists are not good of anyone. They will bother nothing. And that's why he's saying they are TRF, they are from Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed. They are no local terrorists. Local terrorists will never hit the tourism of the local people because that is the source of their earning. So the point today is, I say, Ashman, the time has come. The Pakistan Army must be made to pay and pay heavily this time, not the way we have done it. Maybe the location different, maybe the quantum different, but this time it has to be much stronger than what it was earlier. Pakistan must realize it. They cannot get away by this. Their policy of bleeding India with 1,000 cuts has to stop somewhere. I think the time has come when India has to make Pakistan pay back. Remember, Anshuma, the whole world is with us. Donald Trump is with us. Putin is with us. The whole world is saying that there is no chance and no place for terrorism. We must take a strong action. I think Indian government will not forget, and Prime Minister Modi is the last one to forget.
Absolutely.
We will respond at our own time and place.
Absolutely. India is militarily capable. India has the diplomatic leeway to conduct any kind of operation against the terror infrastructure that emanates from Pakistan. Thank you, General Siraj, for joining us on the broadcast and giving us your perspective. But ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of this terror attack, we've also spoken to the families of the victims who witnessed the terror attack firsthand. And the chilling details will send shivers down your spine. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in from the family members of the victims who recount the horror that unfolded this afternoon in Pahalgam.
No, myself and my son are not at all hurt. We are absolutely all right. But we have lost our husband in front of our eyes.
What exactly did the attackers say to you, ma'am, during the entire attack? Did they threaten anything? Did they offer a chance for you and your son to escape or anything?
No, they didn't. If अगर वो हमें मारना चाहते तो हम वो मार सकते थे क्योंकि मेरे उन्होंने दूर से मेरे पति को मारा पहले.
Okay.
शूटिंग दूर से हुआ.
Okay.
जब मेरे पति के when my and my son came near our husband, he was no more. Okay. So that terrorist, he was he was taking a big gun and he was near to us. So I shouted at him, "You have killed my husband, so you please kill me also." Even my son also said, "Ek kutte, मेरे पापा को मारना, हमें भी मार दो." So he said, "No, tell to Modi." He said like that and he went away.
Okay. Mom,
if he wanted to kill us, he would have killed, but he didn't kill us. Okay. Actually, according to me, they have targeted only male because no female have hurt. Okay. But if they have hurt accidentally, but mainly they have targeted men.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, were any other family members with you? Who have you actually come with to Kashmir, ma'am?
Sorry?
Who else have you come to Kashmir with, ma'am, apart from your husband?
Only three of us. My husband, me, myself, and my son. After enough there, I'm
Yes, sir. Ma'am, I just wanted to see what are the preparations to come back home, ma'am. Is the district administration in touch with you?
Yes, they are helping, and as I'm from Karnataka, Srinagar, कर्नाटक के एमपी राघवेंद्र सर ने हमें फोन किया था और बैंगलोर के एमपी तेजस्वी सूर्या सर यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कल मुझे मीट करेंगे. सब लोग मुझे हेल्प कर रहे हैं. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मेरे हेल्प कर रहा है और यहाँ के लोग भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे तो कॉल आया मेरे गांव से.
अनावरी जगदाले, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में. और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ. और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहां पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जेंट्स को ही इन लोगों ने मारा है सर.
और अनेरी बाकी जो लोग थे आपके साथ, जो विमेन थे, जो बच्चे थे, उनके साथ कुछ किया इन लोगों ने? आप लोग वहां से कैसे निकले, मतलब हाउ डिड यू एस्केप फ्रॉम देयर?
कुछ नहीं किया है. जब वो लोग भाग गए वापस उधर से, तो हम लोगों ने अपने लोगों को उठाने की कोशिश की, बट हम कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे थे और हमें डर था कि वो वापस आएंगे. इसलिए जितने भी लोग वहां पे थे और जो लोकल लोग थे, उन्होंने हमें बोला कि इधर से भागो आप लोग, मिलिट्री आएगी तब तक आप खुद यहाँ से निकलो. तो हम लोग तो नीचे भागना शुरू किए. वो भी बहुत मुश्किल था क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत ऊपर चढ़े हुए थे वो हिल पे. तो हम लोग आधा घंटा लगा हमें नीचे उतरने के लिए. और फिर जब हम लोग उतर रहे थे तभी आर्मी आई. फिर उन लोगों को जो ऊपर जितने भी इंजर्ड लोग थे उन सबको उन्होंने रेस्क्यू किया और फिर पता नहीं कौन से हॉस्पिटल्स में लेके गए हैं, शायद श्रीनगर के कोई हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए. बट उसके बाद से, मतलब जब हम लोग उतरे शाम के टाइम में, तब से लेकर अभी तक हमारे पास कोई भी अपडेट नहीं है हमारे फैमिली मेंबर्स के बारे में. हमारे जैसी बहुत सारी फैमिलीज यहाँ पहलगाम में है, हम लोगों को आर्मी के अंडर ही रखा है, मतलब वो लोग है सेफ्टी के लिए हमारे.
So those are the chilling statements coming in from the family members of the victims, and you can see like how the terrorists were targeting the Hindu community in Pahalgam. They were targeting these tourists and they were asking them about their Hindu credentials. They were asking them to recite the kalma, and at the same time, even after they left, after gunning down the tourists, people couldn't even take away their loved ones, their remains, their bodies away from that area because they feared that they would come back again. And that was the environment of fear that lasted for several several minutes, ladies and gentlemen, before the security forces swooped in and sanitized the area. Because 4 to 5 terrorists just came into this tourist hotspot where people were enjoying their food, where people were having snacks, people were having a picnic in the afternoon in Pahalgam, and they indiscriminately opened fire at them and asked them, "Are you a Muslim? This person doesn't look like a Muslim." And then they opened fire. They asked them to recite the kalma, and as I was saying, because they couldn't, because they were Hindus, they were targeted by these terrorists. And even Prime Minister Modi's name was mentioned, as you heard in that eyewitness statement. When it comes to support for Prime Minister Modi, that was also seen as something that was worth killing for these terrorists. So that is the situation that has emerged in the wake of this terror attack, and the gruesome details send chills down your spine and has shocked the entire country. Ishan continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Ishan, clearly Home Minister Amit Shah was rushed to Srinagar, and he held that security review meeting with top officials when it comes to the Pahalgam terror attack. This also coming as we are seeing that the tourist season has picked up, but clearly the backlash has also come in with several tourists have cancelled their plans when it comes to coming to Jammu and Kashmir. At the same time, the Amarnath Yatra, a very crucial yatra for the Kashmir Valley, a very crucial time for the Kashmir Valley, is set to kick off. What more details can you get for us when it comes to the security establishment's reaction to what happened in Pahalgam?
The reaction is pretty harsh. They want to ensure that all those perpetrators who are behind this particular gruesome act are brought to justice, and particularly those who planned and orchestrated this. And that's why a massive scale operation where the Special Operation Group and other paramilitary forces have been deployed here to ensure that security forces are able to get a hold of the situation. And if needed, they're able to generate more intelligence input in regard to the movement of them in these particular ridges of the mountains where they have been trying to hide. But it seems like a very well planned and executed attack. One, because thinking about a Baisaran like place is important, because there is no accessibility. They knew they're able to hit their target. It would take time for injured to be brought down, and by the time they are brought down, there will be a loss of blood, and they will succumb to their injuries. I mean, there are other locations also, but they are all motorable, and they were shot point blank in their head, and most of them have had critical bullet injuries, and particularly shot in those areas where the chance of survival is very less. So they had calculated what they needed to do. It was not a random or casual firing where you just attack and leave. It's possible that they could have been 3 or 3 to 5 in number, and somebody might have been watching a guard for them, so that if there is any movement of forces, that they will be able to escape, or there will be an alarm that will be risen from the security forces side, from the side of the militants, and they could escape. But the reality is that today it has shocked the entire Kashmir Valley and the nation as a whole, and people are standing in condemnation of this attack, and are united in their voice against calling for a shutdown tomorrow in solidarity, and also condemning this particular incident. It is really interesting to see what Cabinet Committee on Security and other forces and other authorities to take a call on how to deal with the situation, whether they want to retaliate to this attack, whether they want to plan any kind of strategy to deal with such kind of eventuality. How they are going to go about this will be interesting to see. We saw when 2019 Pulwama attack took place, Balakot was something which immediately was done by the Indian Air Force, and then also we have seen surgical strikes take place in the past. Will there be a similar sort of action? We don't know yet. What kind of action will follow? We have no clue yet. But it will be the government of the day deciding what they need to do. Because Home Minister is in Kashmir. He chaired a meeting on security with LG. The 15 Corps commander was there. There's Tapan Deka, who is also heading. Other heads of the IB were part of that particular crucial meeting which took place in Srinagar. So all of them are here in Kashmir, and what could have gone wrong is something where possibly Amit Shah will also see questions that what really did not go well, because intelligence is tough and tight in Kashmir. That how did they not be able to? They were not able to generate any such inputs or preempt any such attack. That's a clue, and something where forces will actually
regroup and reassess their entire strategy, because Amarnath Yatra is on the cards, and where the attack has taken place, just some kilometers from it, is also the route of the Yatra, because this is the Pahalgam where we are reporting, from where Jathas and Yatris go through. So this will be crucial for them, and those mountains where the Yatra takes place, has become a little fragile, given the fact that these militants have now started to take, hiding into these mountains, and all of these ridges actually are interconnected. So if you move from Srinagar and, you come through mountain ridges and reach to Pahalgam, it's very much accessible for them. And plus, with the advancement of technology and the technology that they have in their hand, they can have an offline map, and particularly those tracking apps that are US and Australian made, which were flagged by the intelligence agencies recently, when they said that possibly they could be using these offline maps and apps to navigate through the top mountain ranges to reach their destination without getting detected by the security forces. So yes, there is a challenge. There will be challenge in the future as well, but how the government deals with it will be interesting to see. But yes, people are worried. People are sad that this has happened today. A lot of innocent lives and blood has been spilled in Pahalgam.
Absolutely, but Ishan, no matter how many steps the government takes, even after the abrogation of Article 370, the crackdown on the entire terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir, it just takes one attack to dampen the confidence of the public pan-India when it comes to safety in Jammu and Kashmir. And the tourism boom that Jammu and Kashmir has been seen has also been jolted by this terror attack, where nearly 28 people have lost their lives. And talking about the tourism boom, one of the key areas that was attracting tourists, not just from India, but around the globe, was the Baisaran Valley that is surrounded by a lush pine forest. There's a lot of horse riding, a lot of picnic spots over here. The meadow where this attack took place is 5 kilometers away from Pahalgam. So you have Pahalgam, but the Baisaran Valley is somewhere where a lot of tourists go from around the world, as well as several parts of the country. Remember, Jammu and Kashmir is enjoying that tourism boom after the abrogation of Article 370, where the improvement in law and order is something that has boosted the entire tourism sector. Now, the Baisaran Valley acts as a base for trekkers, as well as it has a lot of picnic spots. You saw in those visuals as the terrorists were laying siege to those tourists in the Baisaran Valley. There were so many picnic areas that were created in the Baisaran Valley when the terrorists attacked. It's home to many small-sized shops run by locals. So a lot of local handicrafts, a lot of local goods are also sold in the Baisaran Valley, which is why, to get a taste of Jammu and Kashmir, a lot of tourists from around the globe, as well as from different parts of the country, come to Jammu and Kashmir. They go to Pahalgam, they go to the Baisaran Valley to enjoy its hospitality. But someone who has documented the atrocities against Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir is Vivek Agnihotri, the director of the Kashmir Files, who made a groundbreaking movie on the Pandit exodus from Jammu and Kashmir in the 90s and the atrocities committed by Islamist forces against the Hindu minority in Jammu and Kashmir. This is what he had to say in the wake of the Pahalgam attack.
Do you know what Dapus Yor Izinaken means? Dapus Yor Izinaken. That means ask them not to come. Now, there is a video that's doing the rounds where someone is saying, calling for help, I'm calling for help. And someone in the background is actually saying, don't ask them to come. So, this mentality and what is being shown on ground and what's happened. Vivek Agnihotri, Pahalgam, your thoughts?
Anand, I have just landed in Chicago and I just learned about this inhuman tragedy. And I had an instinct that something like this was going to happen. I was in Kashmir some time back, and I have been writing also and saying for a long time that don't consider peace as peace. It is strategic silence. And if I know the strategy of these people, it's so sad. And see, India's biggest problem today is that we are surrounded on both the sides, on the eastern side and the western side, with these fundamentalist Islamist forces. And so far Bangladesh was nice, but now that is also Islamist force. And that's why I've been saying that, is Bengal the new Kashmir? And I'm saying it after a lot of deep research and at the personal level. And this is just a signal that something major is going to happen. This is how they announce that, yes, we have arrived. And it's so sad, so sad. It's not just any massacre. It is a religious, fundamentalist, communal, genocide kind of a strategy, because I believe, whatever I read, Anand, correct me if I'm wrong, In fact, I don't know much, but I have learned through social media that they asked the religion of the people,
Yes, they
and
did.
then they chose and killed. Yeah,
No,
right. So it
not
was a
just religion.
targeted
They
killing.
asked them to recite the kalma. They shot them if they couldn't. They stripped them to search their what their religious identity, what they're wearing, and then they killed them. They targeted the men.
And I'm looking at, in fact, in Chicago, I have been driven by a Kashmiri Pandit who's a victim himself of 1990, and I can look at his eyes when he's hearing your voice, Anand. It's like it's nostalgic, and I can look at him, and this is exactly what happened with him, and this is what there are three places in India where they are targeting. One is Kashmir, one is Bengal, and on the Punjab side. In Bengal, the same thing is happening. That leave this place and you can't live here. So, I mean, are we a democracy? And one fundamental question one need to ask at this point of time: how long are we going to take it? How long? We have a democratically elected government. Didn't they have the intelligence that something like such a big operation? How is it possible? I would like to ask Mr. Omar Abdullah, what were you doing at this point of time? And I straight away want to ask him, directly looking in his eyes.
And Ishan Mani continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Ishan, that is the big frustration that is emerging from this terror attack, that after the abrogation of Article 370, the crackdown on the entire terror infrastructure, end of stone pelting, end of buns, was something that the Union government, the Modi government, could really boast about. But it's like taking 2 steps forward and now 10 steps back because of these terror attacks conducted by 4 terrorists who were able to cause so much havoc. But the message that they send out from the Kashmir Valley is that the threat prevails and it dampens the confidence of the entire country. So that is a huge challenge that is before the Union government. Beyond the security paradigm, it's the mindset, it's the optics of this entire terror attack that has jolted the entire country.
Well, absolutely right, and that's why you might have in a couple of days the opposition questioning that what did really 370 achieve, because they have done it in the past and they have questioned every time such kind of incidents have taken place, that where does the center's priority lie. When they talk about the number of incidents reduced, at the same time such kind of gruesome attacks taking place, and these sort of questions have come in from the opposition time and time again. But yes, there's definitely a change in number of attacks that have taken place, but the intensity of attacks have increased. If you look at the attacks that have taken place in the recent past, particularly in the south of East Punjab, through Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, Kishtwar and all those areas, definitely there has been a renewed push. And towards Kashmir, the focus hasn't been to really target security forces establishment. It has been a long time that any such attacks have taken place, but the target is just focus on the soft and easy targets. Target minorities, target those who are protected person, target tourists, target non-locals, laborers, and that seems to be the case. This kind of attacks have taken place in the past as well, but not with the intensity where you, go with an intensity and want to kill as many as possible. And that possibly they had done when Sonmarg tunnel attack took place, if you remember, in Gagangir, when a local doctor along with other non-local staff of that tunnel project were killed. But that didn't deter India from stopping the construction of the tunnel. Having said that, but this is something where the security agencies will have to devise a strategy. That lot of those civilians have been killed who have nothing to do with all the politics or all the things that have taken place, particularly the laborers who come to Kashmir to earn a living, be the tourists who have been killed today. Is there a possibility of foiling such attacks? And that is very important, that preemptive measures have to be taken, preemptive intelligence will have to be generated to ensure that these kind of attacks do not take place. While there is wider condemnation, as I was saying earlier, that for the first time there seems to be a complete condemnation from several societies, several organizations, several outfits who are calling for a strict action and stopping of spilling of blood of innocents, and several are quoting words from the holy scripture of Islam, with the Quran, saying that that innocent blood should not be spilled,
Right.
and are supporting basically the shutdown call given tomorrow by several religious and socio-political organizations.
Right, and very quickly, Ishan, the other tourist hotspots in Jammu and Kashmir, you have Gulmarg, you have Sonmarg, you even have Srinagar. Any exodus of tourists taking place from there? Any indication of that?
Not not so sure about it, but it seems like the tourism department and tourism related people have tried to assure them that they are with them and they are going to protest also tomorrow. There will be a protest that will be held at Srinagar's Lal Chowk tomorrow around 11 o'clock, where tourism stakeholders have called people from Kashmir to come and gather at Lal Chowk to condemn in one voice the attacks that have taken place. But, generally tourists comes to a place where there is peace of mind, there is a sense of security. And when such kind of attacks take place, even if you are 50 kilometers away from some other destination, Kashmir, the fear can grip you. And that is why I spoke to at least 2 tour agents in Kashmir. They said that they have received cancellations. The clients who have booked, certain destinations with them to visit Kashmir are now saying that they need refund and they won't be visiting Kashmir. And that is, very crucial for tourism industry. When at the time when Tulip Garden had less than a month, had 8 lakh visitors, that indicates you at a fact that the tourism was booming. And particularly at this time when it's spring, people start coming to Kashmir, when Tulip Garden starts to open up and a lot of the chill in the air, when it starts to get a little warm around Delhi, North India and South India. But now it seems like certain people will get scared and they will cancel their bookings. And already there are large bookings which have been cancelled, which will mean that not only those who are associated with it directly, but indirectly, like who run horses, who take them for an excursion or a small ride, they will also get affected.
Right. Thank you, Ishan, for joining us on the broadcast and giving us that update. So that message of solidarity also coming in from several sections of the Kashmir Valley. But before I let you go, ladies and gentlemen, listen in to the chilling testimony of one of the victims' family members. She lays out the entire sequence of events, how they were approached by these terrorists, and they were asked whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And they answered in a way that led to them being shot at and several of them being killed. Listen.
Anavri Jagdale, her father was shot today. Ma'am, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में. और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा.
We don't quite know what's happening, viewers. There's a lockdown, obviously, security lockdown, but many tourists remain. And as you know, this is height of tourist season, at least the beginning of it. And in a few weeks will be the Amarnath Yatra. Pahalgam, of course, is the base camp that serves for Amarnath Yatris. So this is a attack which is fraught with consequences. One Nepalese, one UAE national has been eliminated also. These are the 2 foreigners among the dead, apart from, of course, 25 Indian nationals. As I said, all of them men, all of them Hindus. Viewers, we are being told that tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister arrives back in India, he might even cut short his visit, depending on the engagements, and I expect it to work through the night so that he can leave earlier before schedule from Saudi Arabia and return. a CCS meeting will be held, and of course, stock will be taken, and a strategy, hopefully, will be thought through about retaliation. The Prime Minister has already issued a statement, and I just want us to go through it in just a few seconds, but he has said that we are going to make sure that the perpetrators are punished. Since they all come from across the border in Pakistan, that statement is replete with meaning. I pray the injured recover at the earliest, said the Prime Minister. All possible steps are being taken to comfort them. I strongly condemn the terror attack in Pahalgam. Condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. The Prime Minister says that all assistance is being provided to those affected. Those behind the heinous act will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. These are his exact words, viewers. The evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable. It will get even stronger. This is an open challenge from Pakistan. And it comes at a time when J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, is visiting. The US Vice President has also issued a statement sympathizing with Indian citizens, expressing his shock. He's come out and said that he stands with all Indians in this time of need and devastation, extending his condolences to the victims of the devastating attack. India, over the past few days, we have been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack. Of course, the US establishment is no stranger to big terror attacks taking place when big US dignitaries visit this country. Viewers, all of this has, of course, happened just days after the tin pot general of the Pakistani establishment, the army there, General Munir. I don't even want to call him a general because generals don't act in this cowardly manner. So Munir came out and said that Hindus are our enemies. Listen in, viewers.
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely. And we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country. And we know how to defend it.
There are, of course, those who are the vectors of this two-nation theory even on Indian soil. And let me tell you, viewers, there's a video doing the rounds. And one just hopes that that video is some sort of a fiction, because what it says will shock you. A member of parliament from Srinagar, elected member, National Conference, being interviewed a few months ago, said, I don't know about all this tourism. To me, this is a cultural invasion. So Munir talks about two-nation theory, and you have an MP in India's parliament who's echoing that in a different context by suggesting that anyone coming from different parts of the country to Kashmir today to participate in this festival of normalcy, so to speak, are cultural invaders. If there are willing takers, clearly there are people who elected this mindset, viewers. If they're willing takers, are you surprised at what you're seeing? I'm certainly not. Major General Arya is here with us. I want to bring him into this conversation. Dr. Ranganathan also there with us, Sushant Sareen and Ashok Sajjanhar, former diplomat. And we're going to ask them now, first of all, for their opening comments. So let me first begin with you, Major Arya. What do you make of this entire episode today, this sordid episode, this dance of bigotry?
This is nothing new to Kashmir. You're very well aware of this, Rahul. In a previous debate, I did ask one of the panelists who was saying that, don't link this to an ideology. And Anand was there as well. And Anand said that it's linked to an ideology. And I agree with Anand because I asked the gentleman, and today I would like to ask the people at large who are watching this program, what is the meaning of Jaish-e-Mohammed? What does it mean? What does Lashkar-e-Taiyiba mean? You see, what is happening is radical Islamist jihad. What is happening is what they want in Kashmir is Nizam-e-Mustafa. This is what Kashmir is about. It is not about anything else. That is number one. Number two, it's very important to understand that our enemy are not actually Hafiz Saeed or somebody else. It is Asim Munir who's the enemy. Asim Munir is the face of terrorism, and unless we damage the Pakistan army along the line of control, unless we go inside, whether it is a shallow raid or a deep raid inside, unless the dead bodies of Pakistani Punjabi military personnel reach their villages and we hear the wailing and crying in the villages where the dead bodies are, we are never going to see a peace in Kashmir, Rahul. It is our choice. Blood will flow. Whether it flows on this side of the LOC or the other side of the LOC is a choice that we need to make. And it's as simple as that. I'm done with all this, Rahul. I'm done with people trying to say, no, this is BJP, this is Congress, this is that. No, none of that. None of that. Sar ke badle sar. It is as simple as that. Sar ke badle sar. We need heads. We need heads on platters here. And the Indian army is very capable. And this time when the Prime Minister says that the guilty will be punished, I hope, I don't know if somebody can get it to the Prime Minister that the guilty are the Pakistan army. You can keep on killing terrorists for the next 100 years. They have got a 25 crore nation to our west. 25 crore log hain, sare ke sare terrorist hain.
Well, look, I know that emotions are running high, but Sushant Sareen, I want to ask you a question. Are we today willing to outsource all of this to madcaps in Pakistan as usual? Because there are fifth columnists here too. Everyone who argues for laws, for exceptions, to reinforce a kind of separatist mindset, I believe is a fifth columnist, because they are actually only extending the two-nation theory. That's all.
Yeah, Rahul, one, I think, all of you guys who are leading anchors have been accusing people like Anand, Gaurav, me, of giving way to our emotions. We are not being emotional. I think we are being very cold, calculated, and we are saying harsh facts which we have brushed under the carpet for very long, and we try and couch them as emotions. If Gaurav says that, look, you treat all 250 million odd Pakistanis as enemies and as people who are inimical to you, yeah, okay, if you don't want to treat 250 million, you can treat 245 million or maybe 249 million, because I don't think many more than that are likely to be well disposed than you to us. So let's be very clear on that. Unfortunately, what we get taken in by is what somebody once called the pleasant lies which the Pakistanis keep spouting on our face. All these YouTubers and others who come and talk about India and how much they love India, etc., etc. And, all that you need to tell an Indian is, how good you are, how nice you are. And these people just get floored. So let's not get fooled by this. I have gotten fooled by it myself. I don't anymore. Now I treat them all, like something that the cat has brought in. I don't want them to come into my...
I just want to tell you, Sushant Sareen, actually, I'm the leading edge of that wedge. I had no illusions. I've never even gone to any of these back channel nonsensical, crappy things where they try to, where they try to grease you and this, that, the other. Never been there, because I come from a state where I saw and witnessed what this two-nation theory is all about. And I've been saying it for the last 15 years on national TV, and I actually support people like you, so I get kicked in my shins for being an Islamophobe, if you please. But my question to you, Sushant Sareen, yes, okay, there are all sorts of malfeasant idiots on the other side of the border, but what about this side? Whose name are they fighting in? They say this is the Kashmiri people we are fighting for. Where are those Kashmiri people today? Where are these peace-loving Kashmiri people on the streets? Million-man marches saying, not in our name. Where are they? Where are those people who carry handbags to save Indian Hindus? Where are those people? And what do I call them?
Listen, so Rahul, to my eternal shame, I have been part of that track to nonsense. Until I realized that it was utter nonsense and I gave it up. Okay, so I I accept my guilt, and I cannot be shamed enough for having done that many years back until I smelled the coffee. But look, you are right. Part of the problem is in India. Okay, you have this whole lobby out here which talks about what is the problem if we go to Pakistan and play a cricket match out there? Cricket is a new religion. You know, these idiots don't realize that somebody is not going to ask you, do you play cricket? That's your religion. Okay, I'm not going to kill you. He'll ask you, he'll make you open your pants and see if you're not circumcised, he's going to kill you. Tell these idiots, some of them are part of, this anchor community who will pontificate, tell us about how good this relationship was, how nice it was when he met Miadad or some other lowlife in Pakistan. There are people like that out here. There are people in the civil services. There are people in politics. There are people in civil society who will keep talking about this whole this nonsense about, oh, we are the same people. The other guy is telling you, you are my enemy. He says, you are my eternal enemy. I am going to kill you. I want to undo you. He is saying it publicly. But these idiots out here will keep saying, no, but you are my brother. You are my friend. So to these people, I think they're so stupid that they cannot have a sinister agenda. I think they're utterly dumb. They include people in the intelligence services. We have had retired intelligence czars, so as to speak, who first made a hash of Kashmir and then became the greatest advisors on Kashmir to everybody, including people like Mr. Vajpayee and others who used to, somehow love the company of these guys. You go to any spook, every spook will say, no, but he's a very nice guy. What am I going to do with a nice guy, yaar? I don't want a nice guy. I want a bad guy in the office, right? I want a bad guy who can do bad things to my enemies. I don't want a good guy who just wants to have a convivial evening with me. I don't give a shit about a convivial evening, yeah? I want a guy who will take the war to the enemy.
No, that's...
And I'm not emotional. So I'm telling you the reality.
That's absolutely true. But the point is, how do we take a war when we are divided ourselves? When half of us want talks. Just 3 months ago, Dr. Nanganathan, you and I were on this panel saying, let's not have this election because we know. And we have now a member of parliament who says that I view tourists as cultural invaders. What does that tell you? But more than that, I want to ask a very fundamental question today, Dr. Ranganathan. Why are people finding it so hard to call out Islamist terror? We have people who immediately jump and make this equation, India has become a Hindu Pakistan. Because some crackpot has gone and done something. They think that it is a national, some kind of affliction. But when there is a horrible crime committed in the name of religion, everyone is coming out with these anodyne statements. We condemn this. It's a horrible act of this, that. Look at the statements even government people are putting out. We all know it's a terror attack, but why don't you call out the problem?
And this problem would be solved if a fraction of our leaders would be as clear-cut in their thought as Pakistani General Munir is. I'm afraid he said nothing wrong. In fact, he didn't go as far as his ideology wants him to. Maybe he got a bit embarrassed. Look, if development and prosperity brought peace, Middle East would be like what it appears in that Trump video. But is it? On one side, 9 medical colleges, 1.5 million tap connections, 8 million Ayushman cards, 0.2 million homes, 0.8 million toilets, 65 million tourist footfall, 30% increase in school days, 9,000 kilometers of new roads, 87% decline in stone pelting incidents, 80% decline in terror incidents, 40% decline in youth joining terror organization, peace, tranquility, and all that in the last 5 years in Jammu and Kashmir. And on the other side, the lifeless body of a husband, eyes still staring at his shocked wife, killed because he was identified as a Hindu. But it will not shake the world's conscience, Rahul. Terrorism has no religion. That's why terrorists check the ID cards of tourists, pull their pants down to confirm, ask them to recite the kalma and kill those who are not Muslims. Where does all this hate come from? It can't all come from across the border. It comes from an ideology that transcends borders. Let's be clear about it. These are desperate, dastardly plans hatched by the enemy state of Pakistan and aided and abetted by their cohorts in India. Or as I have said previously, the snakes and ladders game, where the snakes are provided by Pakistan and the ladders by India. Because tell me, 4 states share borders with Pakistan. But does such a massacre happen in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, Punjab? It happens because we Indians in India allow it to happen. We facilitate it and then we felicitate it. Unless we change the ground situation in Kashmir, unless we restore the demography in Kashmir, we can hit Pakistan as many times as we want. It won't change anything. Didn't we carry out Balakot? Hasn't this happened now?
Nothing. And I'll tell you, viewers, and I want to bring in Mr. Sajjanhar, because now in the second part of this conversation, we're going to talk about what we can do, actually. So, Mr. Sajjanhar, with a population of Chandni Chowk, Scotland passed a resolution against Hindu phobia in their parliament. And you can see on the right, viewers, are pictures for the first time of the moment of the attack. Bullets going off. Cries of people who are being shot.
उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत ही कसमी जिंदगी है उमर उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत ही कसमी जिंदगी है उमर उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार उमरा चलना यार ओ ये था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार.
There you go, viewers. There you go. That's the moment. That's the moment, Mr. Sajjanhar. This moment will be forever etched in our minds. This will haunt us. There's no difference here between what happened on October 7th in Israel. Zero difference. What should we do? Have another cabinet meeting? What should we do?
Thank you very much, Rahul. Yes, you're very right. I think this will continue to stay etched in the memory of all those people, not only those who were there, but I think all the Indians who have